Okay, I've been listening in this corner right here, and I've heard a whole lot of negative things from the white people here. When you were trying to explain yourself, the white people don't want to hear you explain yourself. They drown you out. They start already trying to drown you out and talk over you. There's a certain amount of white arrogance here, and they don't want to listen to what black people are saying. They don't understand because they don't want to understand. I've heard a woman here say, go back to Africa. Somebody said, we have a black holiday. What does that mean? So what does that mean? He did not say that. He said, if we have a choice, what some of us can go and some of us can stay.
Just remember,
but there's no understanding in here. People are just trying to talk.
To those arrogant persons, you know, when you tell us go back, please remember where you came from. And when you want to relegate somebody to a specific place, just remember what your origin is in this world. Please, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I want you to understand that you, wherever you are on the earth, you're not a native anywhere. You came there and took it from the native people who are there. So please don't talk about going back, because if others talk to you about that, where would you go?
Obama's going to take away your citizenship. Obama's going to take away the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment of the Constitution, and he's going to send you and all other black people. Obama with Bill Gates and with Bill Clinton are going to send you and all other black people to either two places. You can stay here in the Western Hemisphere, and he's going to send you to Haiti, but he's going to round y'all up from South Central Los Angeles. He's going to round y'all up from the mega churches down in Dallas. He's going to round y'all up from the mega churches in Atlanta. He's going to round y'all up from New York, from Chicago, and he's going to send y'all back to Africa. That's right. Bill Gates wants y'all out of America. Mark Zuckerberg wants y'all out of America. George Soros wants y'all out of America. And I'm going to tell you something, my friends, and not too many years from now, black people are going to be sent back to Africa, something that many say should have been done shortly after the Civil War. Well, Obama is going to be the one that put the policy in place, destroy the effectiveness of the Constitution, take over all your resources and your property, the National Defense Authorization Act, and anybody can be arrested. What that means is this: all black people are going to be arrested and going to be sent back to the West Coast or to the Sahara in Africa or sub-Saharan Africa, and there'll be nothing you can do about it. You'll have no constitution to call upon. No lawyer can defend you. There'll be no congressman, nor senator, nor judge that will hear your case. You run around here, Bishop Jackson, with Jesse and Al and all these cross-dressers, all of these transvestites, all of these race baiters and race slicksters and hustlers. You run around here and you let the devil get on the throne of the White House. And now in not too many years, you go read the National Defense Resource Act. Obama owns all property. You read the National Defense Authorization Act. Anybody can be arrested, picked up at any time, and sent to any country. And that is not for white people. It's for black people. They're going to send you back to Africa, and it will solve America's economic problems. It'll solve America's crime problems. It will solve America's industrial problems. He's going to send you black people back to Africa. The National Defense Authorization Act, the destruction of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment of the Constitution. Obama is the son of Satan. I repeat, get down on your knees. Don't lead a press conference to rebuke Obama, but call black preachers and black churches down. You better hear me. You better hear me. You'd better hear what I have to say. You will be within the next 5 years on the west coast of Africa, meeting with your ancestors that sold you more than 300 years ago. You're going back to Africa, you black preacher, you black liars. You're going back to Africa, and T.D. Jakes is going too. You're going back to Africa. What Obama's going to do? He's already getting FEMA. He's already getting major transports, and he's already getting FEMA ready to deal with rounding up black people and sending you back to Africa. The son of Satan. Pray. Put on sackcloth and ashes. Pray and ask God. Ask God to forgive you. And then maybe you'll hear what I have to say. Maybe we can stay in America. Maybe. But the die is already cast. The deal is already in place. He's going to round all your black people up. He's going to round all of you up. You can run to the mountains and try to hide in the mountains if you can. And pray that your flight be not in winter. And woe unto them that give suck during the days when Obama starts rounding up black people and sending them back to Africa under the National Defense Authorization Act. He'll give you money. And Bishop T.D. Jakes will be your president. And Al Sharpton will be the president. And Jackson and others will be presidents of various countries. But you're going back to Africa.
What is good, my people? We are live, back again with another live broadcast on the forecast. Yo, what's going on, Cassandra? My brother Maurice Muhammad. That was a great show earlier, my brother. Great topic. Yeah, y'all hear dude tripping, you know what I'm saying? Oh, that's Pastor David Manning. That's the same dude that was like, black people never did nothing in Africa, you know what I'm saying? He hated Obama, but I guess he was wrong, you know. But you know, I guess they're gonna be the presidents. Now, you know, like I said, man, I decided to do a part 2 to this one for you know, 2 reasons. You know what I'm saying? One, my brother Bukhari wasn't able to come on the last one, and I give him an opportunity to come on if he can. He probably run from this one, and y'all too. And then also, we didn't even like kind of even get to the topic that we was discussing. You know, which is, I don't know, we stuck, it's more than one kind of tribal war, I guess, you know what I'm saying? We never got past this tribalism, you know what I'm saying? And I do think that this is an important subject, you know what I'm saying? It's just, right now, it's just crazy, you know? And I want to show you some of the craziness. And this is the other reason why I wanted to show it, because I was just, doing that, and y'all probably know better than me, you know, y'all my peers, you know what I'm saying, so y'all can review it, I guess, you know. But I was just talking about the Nigerian Civil War, you know what I'm saying, because this tribalism thing is not new. It's the same thing over and over, and it hurts us. And it's okay to have differences, it's okay to have groups, but it's understanding, putting aside our tribal differences. Like, we can compete with each other as long as it's in a good way, you know, but and no matter what culture you are, that's why the argument is redundant and it's the same thing over and over. You know what I'm saying? So this is the second reason, because I wasn't even going to do this until, you know, I was working on the UMM. So like, exactly, you know, this is the time over and over and over, and just the fact that this is the part I was on, I felt like, you know, it was a message for me to share this, you know. So because there's certain things that kind of play along with it, so that we go through here, you know what I'm saying? So this was in the 1960s or whatever, I think like 1967 or something, you know. So that's where I'm at, and I'm gonna play just a little bit of this part.
Nigerian Civil War. It's also known as the Biafra War. It was one of the bloodiest and most divisive conflicts in post-independent Africa. Yet so many years later, some of the issues that set it off continue to make the headlines.
In 1960, Britain, the colonial power, granted independence to Nigeria, a diverse country with hundreds of ethnic groups. But at the time, Nigeria was dominated by the Hausa people in the northern region, the Yorubas in the western region, and the Igbos in the eastern region. But it wasn't long before this new nation, Nigeria, was plunged into political and ethnic turmoil. This involved 2 military takeovers in 1966, And soon, these tensions led to the killings of thousands of minority Igbos living in northern Nigeria. So in the southeast, a military officer called Emeka Ojukwu declared the independence of the Republic of Biafra on behalf of the Igbo people. But Nigeria would not accept this. And on the 6th of July, 1967, civil war broke out. And it raged on for the next 2.5 years. It's estimated that more than 1 million people died, most of them from hunger. In 1968, images of the famine were streamed worldwide. Biafran leaders used these pictures to gain sympathy for their cause. Around the world, protesters and celebrities campaigned for an end to the conflict. Back on the battlefield, the Nigerians were stronger and better equipped. And in January 1970, the Biafran secessionists surrendered.
Not been
All
fully
right.
confirmed.
So, and this is a short one, I guess and this is a controversial thing. And still to this day, some people would be like, yo, I'm not Nigerian, I'm Biafran, you know what I'm saying? They understand. And this was like black people killing black people and by the hands of other people, like, because they granted them independence. And I don't know what y'all think that means, Right, exactly. And this is why I want to read something about that, because we still do the same thing right now. This is all this is every time we sit here and argue with each other, because we could be taking that time to talk about, or even if it's like whatever, like just goals or lessons or some kind of thing that you think is positive other than going at each other. Even if you think other black people don't engage in it, because that's what they want us to do. You know what I'm saying? All this stuff is not a mistake. It's by design, and this design is not even new. It's like, we don't even get it. You know what I'm saying? So let me read something to y'all, and if I'm wrong in any way, definitely please correct me and tell me the correct stuff. You know what I'm saying? And if I say the names wrong, what are you going to do? I got colonized by the English, you know what I'm saying? So, and I'm going to just read some of this stuff. And then y'all, like I said, y'all tell me if I'm wrong. So, right. So after they gained their independence, right, it led to a struggle for power in the country in Nigeria and a violent coup in 1966. Now, Nigeria was divided amongst ethnic lines, you know what I'm saying, like we be doing today, you know what I'm saying? And the northern region was made up of like the Fulani and the Hasu tribes. And most of them were Muslims, you know what I'm saying? Because that played a part in it too, because we get every kind of divide we can. And the one thing we won't agree on is blackness, you know what I'm saying? Thing we being attacked over. We didn't start the war, but that's something else. I'm adding that. So anyway, the western region, and they was represented by different kind of governments, but they was mostly the Yoruba tribe. And so the southern and eastern, mostly the eastern region, they was made up of the Igbo, and most of them were Christians, right? So like none of them could get in power, but eventually the Fulani and Hausa tribes got in charge, you know what I'm saying? And they were like the Northern People's Congress, you know what I'm saying? And so the Prime Minister, Tafawa Balewa, and many saw him as being a puppet being controlled by outside forces. So after Nigeria gained independence, the northern region took more seats in the parliament. So no decisions in the government could be made without them agreeing with it. And so the South, or the Eastern people, the Igbo people, felt the only way that they can regain power is with constitutional amendment or with violence, leading to a resistance. Now, the thing is, right, they felt like they just called it Nigerian government. They felt like they was put in by mostly the British, you know what I'm saying? Now, the thing they're not talking about in all of this, right? So many saw the corrupt practices of leaders and Nigerian officials. And like everywhere else, the rich got richer and the poor is European stuff, you know what I'm saying? So they planned a coup against the president. So they ended up assassinating several of the leaders, including 4 of the highest ranking officials, including the president. All right. So the general Johnson Ironsa, I don't know, I can't say his name, who was an Igbo commander in the army, he was supposed to stop the coup, but he took the power for himself instead. So the Nigerian president announced on the radio that they agreed to transfer power to them. So, but 6 months later, then they made their own coup. Now, this is the thing, right? And this time, they killed about 30,000 Igbos, right? And most of them, like, you know, had to leave, you know what I'm saying? But like both sides felt like the only way they could take power was with violence, right? And so it became like this civil war, right? And then the president go on, you know, y'all know who it probably is. He came into power, you know what I'm saying? So even then, right, they tried to negotiate, right? And they reached a treaty, right? Which was signed in Ghana. And the decree was meant to divide the nation into separate states, you know what I'm saying? So that each one was going to have their own territory, but they did what they were supposed to do. But the Nigerian government reneged on the deal. And so, like, and this is the thing, right? This is what they won't talk about. This was a oil-rich company. And I'll give you a guess to who was there. It's Shell BP, you know what I'm saying, and the UK, right? So the whole time they are trying to make sure that they have their whoever in power so they can keep getting oil, because at the time they was getting 84% of all of the oil that came out of there ended up in Europe, you know what I'm saying, or in their hands pretty much, you know. So so pretty much the House of Tribes, you know what I'm saying, they put embargo on the Igbo region, you know what I'm saying, to make sure that they couldn't, you know, do trade or anything like that. And then they definitely didn't want to get them with the petroleum, you know what I'm saying, which grew in other areas. So, you know, the Igbo people, they responded by collecting the royalties from the oil company. So that's when, you know, the UK and all of them, because I'm gonna kind of go through it kind of quicker, you know what I'm saying. Now, I would say this, right? So the Organization of African Unity, which is now the African Union, attempted to be peacemakers, but it didn't work, right? But this country of Biafra was recognized by Tanzania, Gabon, Zambia, Cote d'Ivoire, and Haiti. Those was the only countries in the world that recognized them. But pretty much Britain wanted to maintain their you know, their investment with Shell BP. You know what I'm saying? There's a BP probably in your area right now, right? And so they supplied the Nigerian government with weapons and ammunition. And then the Soviet Union also supported the Nigerian government, and they gave them military supplies, right? And see, this is the thing, right? Like, I understand when we be like, oh, we can use these people and all that other stuff, but all the time we ended up killing each other and trying to gain favor with them and work something out. We never have used that the right way. And unless you start training yourself to do that, I don't see how we're going to do that. But pretty much Britain and then the Shell BP company, they, you know, put money into it to give the Nigerian government to slaughter the Igbo people, you know what I'm saying? And so, you know, France tried to do it, but they tried to help the Igbo people, but they really was like trying to be like, oh, they saw they had like some oil, so they wanted a stake in the oil. But they also denied that they were helping them because they didn't want to get off code with the Europeans and the Shell BP kind of corporation, because they got to be in the code, you know what I'm saying? So now, as we fighting each other, then nobody has the control, right? And the Civil War lasted 2.5 years and claimed possibly over 1 million lives, right? Some people say that anywhere from 2 million, and I heard one person say 3 million people died, you know what I'm saying? And there was 100,000 casualties within the military alone. And see, when the Igbo people had captured, you know, one of the petroleum areas, that's when Britain kind of sent more troops to help them. They actually sent troops to help them, right? Slaughter these people. And but the thing is, it was the first war ever televised, along with like the Vietnam War. But after support from Britain, the Igbo people had to surrender. And so, but like they said, anywhere from 500,000 to 2 million people died. And not only because of that, because after that, it was a famine in the area. And a lot of people died just from a famine. You know what I'm saying? And the only people that's been capitalizing was Britain the whole time. And at the time, like I said, they control 84% of the barrels of oil produced every day, like 2/5 of Nigeria oil going to Britain. And at the same time, Britain tried to act like they was doing a humanitarian campaign for the Igbo people, like they was trying to help. But the whole time, they giving them the guns to go shoot them. You know what I'm saying? And then, of course, you had charities like Save the Children. That's when they started to come over there. And y'all already know, like, to exploit them. Y'all remember them commercials. But that's when they first started going over there. They started sending them charities. And charities have money, but they made money off of whatever, you know. So, yeah, man, I just had to put that. What up, Bakari? Yeah, now it's 200. Yeah, and hopefully, you know what I'm saying, they do that. We learn from like history and not repeat it. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, we can hope that, you know what I'm saying, Europeans don't use us to get slaughtered by each other. You know what I'm saying? But I just had to talk about that real quick. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna get into, because that's what I'm talking about. Like, that was a tribal war right there, right? Black people fighting each other, and the whole time it's the Europeans instigating everything there. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't no time where millions of people was just dying. Even when we did have beef or conflict with each other, it wasn't millions of deaths. That's some strictly European stuff, right? And the whole time, right, they getting all of this oil. You see BP everywhere, while they over there in a famine. I know, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's when they first started going over there, and they got funding and all of that. You know what I'm saying? But that's that tribal war that we always get into, and it lead us to the same place over and over. You know what I'm saying? So I'll put the link in the chat so it don't be long, because we'll go on to what I'm saying. But I'm like, yo, I was like, damn, man, like they was like possibly like 3 million people died as a result of that, and all they had to do was work together and make sure they could charge them whatever if they wanted to sell them the oil. You know what I'm saying? Instead, they fighting each other, and the Europeans staying on this particular code when it comes to us, because they fighting each other too. See, France tried to do some backhanded stuff, but they denied it in public. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, if y'all know any more about that, then or if I'm wrong about any of that, then feel free. But like I said, man, when we's having these arguments is not new. It's the same thing. This time, I think we're not even coming up with the points of the argument. But I want you to see, like, damn, I didn't pick the right one, but you know, this is 1830.
Widely read and
David Walker. We'll get to this. You know, appeal to the Negro people across the world, just to talk about the history of it first.
Southern slaveholders. The state of Georgia offered a reward of $10,000 to anyone who would deliver Walker alive, and $1,000 to anyone who would kill him. Here's an excerpt.
I ask the candid and unprejudiced of the whole world to search the pages of historians diligently and see if anyone ever treated a set of human beings as the white Christians of America do us, the blacks.
I should have read the other one.
I also ask the attention of the world of mankind to the declaration of these very American people of the United States, a declaration made July 4th, 1776. It says, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving that they're just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of the government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. See your declaration, Americans? Do you understand your own language? Hear your language proclaimed to the world July 4th, 1776. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created.
Yeah, it's
men
definitely the
who have
wrong
never
one.
given your fathers or you the least provocation. Now, I ask you candidly, was your sufferings under Great Britain 100th part as cruel and tyrannical as you have rendered ours under you? Some of
You see, black people been explaining for a long time too. That's not nothing new too. And I ain't saying that that's what he was doing. I'm just saying black people have been doing that. But his speech is like is long, you know what I'm saying? I got the wrong part of it because he was definitely saying black people of the world, like we have no choice but to work together in 1830. Right. I talked about Paul Cuffey last time, and he was talking about it in 1815, 1813, all that stuff, you know what I'm saying? When he actually went over there. Then of course you got here Martin Delany, you know what I'm saying? The father of Black nationalism. All right. That's what they call him, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, like even back then they was having the same arguments that they was having when whatchamacallit was there, and this is Alexander Crummell place because he's trying to make it seem like Christian was a great thing, you know what I'm saying?
Issue.
Now the problem is though, he was like saying we need to go over there and Christianize them. Okay, yeah, Cassandra, that's what's up, y'all. I hope you have fun out there too. But he was saying we need to go back and Christianize America. That's why his white boys saying it right now. But let me see.
But I still do support some. I wish, and I wanted to be more to what I was able to do a few years ago. I think I'm going to get back there. But what my point is, I still do support some, specifically to do things in the Middle East in the Arabic language. Okay, now back to this.
It's like the 1840s, 1850s. Still having this argument.
It coursed along the channels of their veins. To Africa, commenced a successful career. And I think Crummell here is talking about West Africa. My point, which that's where most of the slaves came from, because the Christianity is almost already could be described as indigenous to North Africa and other parts of Africa. Ethiopia, Egypt, Libya, et cetera, et cetera. Ministers are preaching the gospel on the coast and in the interior. Missions conducted by native clergymen are being carried into the strongholds of ancient sanguinary kingdoms and are advancing with authority and power up the great Niger towards the very heart of the continent. Ooh, doesn't that excite you? And in all this, we see illustrated the great principle that
like all the stuff that we be saying, they were saying that too. You know what I'm saying? They were saying the same stuff. The thing is though, they actually most of them, a lot of them actually went there though, you know what I'm saying? And I ain't saying that we don't go there, but I'm saying like it's been the same thing over and over and over and over, like the same debate. Do we want to do this? Do we want to do that? You know what I'm saying? I'm not this, I'm that, you know what I'm saying? You don't think in the 1800s, 1900s, they wasn't saying I'm not black, I'm this? Like, you think that's new?
For the propagation of the faith, the main lever and agency must needs be indigenous.
Let me see. All right. I don't know. Nobody gonna come on. I don't really want to show this stuff. You know what I'm saying? There ain't nobody here to at least say their opinions on it. You know what I'm saying? So, I guess I'll cut it. All right. So, it's almost some. This is a particular group of black people in Arkansas and their plans, right? Because it was some that went, it was some that wasn't, you know what I'm saying? And the reality is not everybody will want to or is going to, you know what I'm saying? That's the reality. And that's okay, right? Because it don't matter where we are on the earth, you know what I'm saying? As long as the darker you are, the worse you're treated, you know what I'm saying? Until we got something to stop that, like systematically, right, throughout the world, then that's going to be the thing. You know what I'm saying? That's when you're going to have all the people like, oh yeah, I'm, trying to be closer to us once you start enforcing that. But the reason why we argue is because we don't want to enforce it.
What to vote, to just simply make a point. The county sheriff and the county clerk actually went to Little Rock to try to talk the governor into sending a militia to counter this white militia, but he refused to do that. On election day in September, literally this white militia group, paramilitary organization, literally corralled Black people into pens under the pretext of quarantine, because it was 1878 when the yellow fever epidemic was raging in that area.
Oh yeah, this is just some side horrific stuff that they have done to us. You know what I'm saying? And this is something in Arkansas. I ain't even never heard of this one. You know what I'm saying? Because especially that election in particular, because it was coming off of Reconstruction and stuff like that. But just some side psychopathic stuff right
what
there.
To vote, to just simply make a point. The county sheriff.
What do you say, Bukhari? Oh no, it's a lot. Okay, come up after this one, because this is the last kind of historical one. You know what I'm saying? The rest of them I don't really want to show if it ain't no opinion. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm pretty sure they'll probably get y'all to come up. So I guess I'll show one or two of them. Damn. I just wanted to show this part.
Was happening in that election. And I think that would be kind of typical for quite a number of the elections, where Black voters, when they attempted to vote, were just literally manhandled and prevented from voting. In Phillips County, Black Republicans held all the county offices, including the senator to the General Assembly. His name was—
Black people was Republicans, y'all. In 1865, my guy, or 1870s.
Was Anthony Stanford. I'll have a picture of him in a moment. And the representative.
And it didn't work then either, by the way. Neither did the Democrats or the Republicans. It ain't worked then either. You know what I'm saying?
Barry Coleman, and then all the other offices too. Well, white Democrats in the next election coming up in September 1878, they formed a militia company of about 1,000 men who wore red shirts. They called themselves the Red Shirts. They paraded around Black neighborhoods in Phillips County to intimidate would-be Black voters. The leader of the group went to Memphis and got 2 cannon, one which he positioned at the courthouse in Helena, and the other one they dragged around rural precincts where Black voters might want to vote. To just simply make a point, the county sheriff and the county clerk actually went to Little Rock to try to talk the governor into sending a militia to counter this white militia, but he refused to do that. On election day in September, literally this white militia group, paramilitary organization, literally corralled Black people into pens under the pretext of quarantine, because it was 1878 when the yellow fever epidemic was raging in that area. And no surprise then that white Democrats won all of the offices in a county that had gone Republican with Black votes and with Black office holders in the previous election. That same kind of procedure took place again in 1880 in the next state election. It was even more extreme. There were, in fact, 80.
All right, so y'all talk about y'all look up Redeemer government. So we'll get to that, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people talk about that, but a lot of people don't know about Redeemer governments, But anyway.
Black people in Phillips County and other neighboring Delta counties began to organize a migration movement. I want you to think about migration in general. I think what we'll hear about it today, this would be in general, was an act of resistance. It's an act of people saying, we're going to do something to change the status quo. We're not going to take it anymore.
Now, understand this. The American Colonization Society was white nationalists, you know what I'm saying, who wanted the nation to be, well, y'all would call them abolitionists, you know what I'm saying, but they was white nationalists who wanted the nation to be white, like James Madison and all of them, and they did not come up with this idea. I just told you, like, Paul Guthrie was kind of the first one, but he, did like, went to the white allies for help, but they never helped them. But they still wanted to establish a different colony. It's not even the same place. You understand? So it's two different things. And I know people think, or I heard people try to say, "Oh, this is the first one," but it's not. They kind of stole that from that brother. You know what I'm saying? Because he went around telling them his idea, and so they did it. But they wanted to do it under their guidance, their rule. You feel me?
Violence could be an act of resistance, but migration could as well. In Phillips County, this migration movement pinned its hopes on Liberia in West Africa. Liberia had been founded back in the 1820s as a colony for freed slaves from the United States, founded by a philanthropic organization called the American Colonization Society.
And then the thing is, they still wanted black people to pay America taxes and all this nonsense, But I'm gonna stop it there, you know what I'm saying? Because like I said, these arguments is not anything new, you know what I'm saying? It's the same argument over and over and over, even when we on both sides, you know what I'm saying? No matter, and people were saying what I was saying back then too. You feel me? The mission is, though, today is to do what you got to do wherever you're at. You feel me? That's the whole thing. You do whatever you got to do wherever you at. If you feel like, oh well, because I understand if you be like, well, I got to fix home in my neighborhood and all this in my community, and then we should all be striving to fix our home, our neighborhood, and community. You know what I'm saying? And it's also, and if you're saying, well, we need to reach out and do business and do it, yeah, we need to be doing all of it. So whatever lane you're in, then just be in your lane. You know what I'm saying? Why are you even like arguing because you don't even want to stay in that lane? You feel me? But I just wanted to show the history of it because like I just showed the first couple ones and then I showed like it's a long lineage, because I showed Marcus Garvey and then, it goes on from then till now. You feel me? Hell, the people who took on the slave ship and tried to make it turn around. They was back to Africa movements, you know what I'm saying, or whatever you want to call it. But that was the back to Africa movement, you know what I'm saying, because they went back, you know what I'm saying, the ones who did. All right, all of that, you know what I'm saying. None of this is new, but I'll play just a couple. If nobody come on, you know what I'm saying, then I'm gonna stop because I don't really want to talk about this. I'm just getting it out because, like I said, if you are like, well, I'm like, for black people in America, well, then be for that. You know what I'm saying? Go build something strictly for that because nobody else is going to do that. So go out there and do that, and I support it 100%. If you Pan-African, then go be that. You know what I'm saying? Like, go deal with other people in other places and bring it here and interact. Go do that, and I support it 100%. We need businesses here. We need businesses there. I could tell you, like, I know, like, my mom ain't going nowhere. My parents ain't going nowhere. My sister probably ain't going nowhere. I don't know if she would or not. And so, like, that means I'm, like, not just, like, no, like, I'm still going to be, like, visiting them, even if I do. We need to be safe no matter where we are on this planet. And you know what? If the stuff we need ain't on the place that we in, you know what I'm saying? It ain't no love everybody else. We love ourselves. You know what I'm saying? And it's okay to have differences in culture too. You know what I'm saying? It's okay to have, we do this. But we never learn how to put aside none of that. We never learn how to put aside none of our tribal differences when it comes to the understand. We all understand about the Euros, you know what I'm saying? But we still, like they did, you know what I'm saying, sided with the, they went, not sided with the British, but they let the British divide them. And the British was taking the oil the whole time. And that happened no matter where we are. How do I know? Because they control everything on the damn planet pretty much, you know what I'm saying? Except for select places. But anyway, like I said, I'll play a couple of these. And then if y'all want to come on and say something, then y'all can say something. This was the stuff I was going to show the other day,
Let me know what you're thinking.
You believe other race.
So straight up, let's get it.
What other race / ethnicities do you believe would be there to help Black people in a race war?
Black American people, because the Caribbeans and the Africans, I don't see them standing up with us either.
Excuse the out of me.
The diaspora wars are already going crazy.
Whoa.
It's mad Caribbeans and African people that think that they better than Black Americans as it is. So when people from other countries come here, they are already forewarned. Stay away from them Black Americans.
There was a time.
All right, so now I know y'all can feed into the tap dance stuff.
They're like pins, they're like this, they're like that. There are a lot that will stand up with us, but I'm not counting every single last one.
So what you're saying is there are going to be a group of West Indians who are going to look at a race war and say, I'm from Trinidad, I don't know what's going on here. But I from Trinidad, I know what's going on in Alabama and all them type of thing. Them fellas down there, that's good. I go on right out soldier.
American. My family's from Trinidad, and I'm about to snitch on y'all. I grew up with a lot of people who are also first gens who would constantly hear from their family about how, oh, the Black Americans are this, the Black Americans are that. Don't act like them, da 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 da. And let's not forget I'm not Black. I'm insert nationality here. People constantly assume I'm a Black American. So a lot of people of African descent and Caribbean descent are in my comments saying things like, well, Black Americans are entitled, they're lazy, they're this, like, look at me, I'm from Africa and now I have a PhD and they can do so much better than they're doing, da 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 da. Constantly dragging Black Americans as if they want to completely ignore the history of Black Americans in this country and ignore the fact that because Black Americans fought so hard, because Black Americans were tortured, they were beaten, they were treated horribly, because of how hard Black Americans fought, they can come to this country and have all of these different luxuries and become doctors, have that PhD and all of those things, while a lot of the Black Americans who were raised here generation after generation are stuck in a lot of cycles of poverty and certain situations because of all the systemic racism that takes place in this country. Look, now obviously at the root of all this is white.
I'm trying to get to some of that.
And help fight, but probably more Black Americans would be able to help in this race war. And it's sad, but I agree. I do agree. If you watch the video, she went on to explain about the us and them mentality and the diaspora wars that happened.
Okay, Bakari. Yo, what's going on, Bakari?
What's going on, my man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you like super loud.
On what?
I said you was super loud, but you good though. What's going on, my brother?
Shit, chilling. I saw that woman talking about the is it better now? I'm not too loud now, right?
No, yeah, you good. You was good the whole time. You good.
Talking about the diaspora wars is going on now. And shit, it go on. Whatever it is go on because we keep it going on. We continue it. we want to fight. We want to fight each other. Right? So I ask everybody, and then they ask me, because I always ask, what's a Black American? And I'm being honest, I ask that question with all sincerity. I have no idea what a Black American is. I really don't. I know there are some Black people that was captured and enslaved here in this country. But if people want to call themselves that, it don't bother me. But, then will you meet some people from the continent that don't want to deal with you? Yes. But when you generalize and do what that woman did and say, none of the people from Africa and the Caribbean is with us. Look, man, that's the same old shit. The only difference in 2023 and 1953, that's why I suggest everybody go listen to Matrons talk about, do the reading of their book, Once Upon a Time When We Were Colored. The only difference in 1953 and 2023, like I've been telling folks for a long time, people think their argument's new. It's not. The only difference is now we have Black people from other countries here. But before they came here, it was people up north say they was better than people down south. Actually, then you come to find out later on in life that the people out west, black people out west in California, didn't want black people from down south out in California because we were taken from them. They come here, they're taking our jobs. They're nothing like us. They even have a video, and what I say, that's every black person from those regions, right? Nope, but it was a whole lot. Even when I was in the military in the 1990s, we still had the same beef. People clicked up based on the region of the United States they were from. And they clicked up that way because people can say you had something in common, I guess. They spoke different, I guess. They understood one another's slang, right? I can say that. Their slang, what they talked about, we could be saying the same thing, but we would say it completely different. My boy from Arkansas, from Georgia, from Louisiana, from Florida, from Tennessee. That's who ran together. Then you meet the people from New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. That's who ran together. People from out west. I didn't meet a lot of people from out west. I met a few, but that's who ran together. Because we didn't want to deal. We had all type of problems with each other. And with me being from Mississippi and my homie being from Arkansas, my dude here I'm cool with now, still rock with from Georgia. And if I could I could call them right now and they would tell you what was the problem with the people from the East Coast. People from the East Coast thought they were better than people from down south, thought they were smarter than people from down south. People from Chicago and St. Louis and Minnesota, those areas, the Midwest area, they ran together. We automatically broke up into tribes and didn't want to deal with one another because of the region of the United States we were from. That's why I say you go back to that book, Once Upon a Time We Were Colored. This shit is nothing new. The only thing that's new about it is black people from the United States that was born and raised here is fighting black people from other places that's not from the United States. The same black people in the United States that will complain about this country turn and show their love and say black people from other places is coming here trying to take from them. They are trying to take from the black American. It's gonna always be problems. Everybody ain't gonna get along because of your race. I realize being black, just being black ain't enough, in all honesty. You got to be more than just black. You got to be black, but you have to have more to you than just a skin tone. Don't care where you're from. Don't care where you're from. It has to be deeper than your skin tone. Because if we just rocking with people because of skin tone, and I'm gonna just be honest with you, these people from ADOS, from that group called ADOS, and that group called FBA, the way they try to deal with people, I'm gonna be honest, I can't deal with them. Because I told you, I've had run-ins with them on the streets, just in conversation, just things that they say about black people from other places. And have I had run-ins with black people from other places that would say something about black people from the United States? Yes, I have. And I don't deal with them, and I don't deal with them either. You can tell the ones that don't want to deal with us, they don't come around. But the majority of black people from other places, if you in a city where you have a population of Africans from the continent and from other places of the diaspora, you will see the majority of black people that come here, with me being in the Atlanta area, is a lot of them. They move to black neighborhoods to be around black people. So the few that have that nasty attitude ain't gonna stop me from dealing with the rest. Just like the few people I've met in the who I've dealt with, who I know, who would say they're ADOS or FBA, the few that I've met that don't have that nasty attitude toward other black people, I can rock with them. I don't care what they call themselves. They can call it if they want to be an ADOS, if they want to be a, like the one guy used to say, a proud black American patriot, which I don't understand, but then turn around and complain about how America could treat, as they call themselves, black Americans. It's I don't get it. This constantly bickering, thinking of small reasons not to get along. It's stupid, but we only do it to each other. Oh, this conversation right here can go down a whole rabbit hole, can touch this one conversation right here can touch a whole lot of different avenues of the black mentality and how we treat one another. I get it, Mike.
I understand what you're saying, Bakari, and and I want to push back on a couple things you said, right? And I'm not necessarily talking about you with all of this, because I understand, like I've seen you call out, like certain things, so I can't be like, oh, but the things I want to push back, right? Like even when you say Black American, right? Because I don't agree with that. I don't agree with African American either, though. Because that means you black person that's Americanized or African that's Americanized. So I don't agree with that anyway. But I understand, like, we could never be Americans. It's not built for us. We was never meant to be that. And even if we did, it would only make us sick. Even if they loved us, right? But they don't. They do the opposite of that. But so we could never be that. But I do understand, right? Because it's a different experience. Like the black people that's in America, especially we was like a bunch of different places and tribes all just thrown into one, like just in America alone, I'm talking about, And that's just like me and you could have because when they say that, it's just talking about before, let's just say that's true, right? Me and you could have still, or no matter what you say, or we could be like Africans or for Indians, but we probably could have still been talking different languages and and not being able to understand each other. And then today, we couldn't tell you what those languages were. We could, but I couldn't tell you which one I was talking, or I'm gonna say me, that I was talking, but we both speaking in English right now, And then that's a whole group of people that got put in together and made as one with America with its own unique, what it was, and instance of that. So I understand the concept of black people in America have become a tribe, kind of and I don't dismiss the differences, because even what you say, if I was to ask you what you do when you go in the living room, then they got the china cabinet and the couch, Bakari, you gonna go in that room and sit down and the plastic on the couch? But and the couch,
slide off the couch.
You're gonna get whipping for that, boy. You're gonna get a whipping. You ain't gonna sit on that couch.
You know what? I know people said that, but I ain't never had a living room with the plastic on. You know what? But I understand what you mean, because we had my mama had some stuff called a Lazy Susan. And in the living room, it was certain stuff you just couldn't touch. It was just certain stuff you couldn't touch. Just like you talking about that couch. It was just certain stuff you could not touch. That Lazy Susan, my mom, you touch that, well, you might as well go and call the child abuse hotline. So I know, I understand what you mean. But no, you're right. You say the differences. You're right. But if we sit and think, we have way more similarities than we do differences. It's not the fact that I disrespect the difference. I just embrace the similarities.
Right.
I embrace the similarities because it's more. You just look at the foods we eat. Look how we eat. I'm just saying, every time you eat black eyed peas, because every black person do, just think about Africa. Every time you eat rice, because black people do a lot of it. When we were little, used to say, "Oh man, we eating rice like the Chinese, like the Asians." Then you come to find out, oh, rice came from Africa. Rice ain't even from Asia. So every time you eat the rice, every time you eat watermelon, every time you eat okra, every time you eat okra, every time you eat wheat, it's just things that we do that our similarities. I'm from a different age bracket than you, but I don't know if Cassandra ever seen this. But I have, and I still do it now. I just got back to it because I realized we have been told something was wrong with it. Have y'all ever seen anybody eat cornbread and collard greens or any type of greens with their hands?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen that, Cassandra? You know where that come from? Go to an African restaurant now and you will see they get fufu, put it in the stew with the meat. They do it with their hands. We were told that we are not supposed to eat with our hands. See, white people couldn't eat with their hands because they were nasty as hell. Ain't no telling. So they had to think of something. So they told us to be civilized. You need a fork or you need a spoon for everything. But we didn't. But that's how. And you'll find people still do it to this day. So when we do it, it's something that's in our DNA, our ancestral DNA data bank. That's what it is, right? We love seafood. Why don't you look and see how many of our people, why don't you look and see how many of our people who was enslaved, why don't you look and see what they ate? They love fish. Even down, watch this. Have you ever heard, you know what tilapia is, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard anybody say tilapia is a man-made fish?
Yeah.
But then I said, man, I can show you where it's not a man-made fish. They literally have right now, and they had a documentary on it on Netflix. I'll get the name of it and tell you. They literally had an area where people who, when they were being enslaved, when they ran, and they just ran and they built a place and they live on the water. They go from place to place in a boat. And they literally catch tilapia out of the lake or out of the river, whichever one it is they live on. That's one of their main staples is tilapia. What they put their pole in the water and catch. That's what the majority, but we'll say it's man, but we'll say it's come from, or it's farmed, or come from. A lot of stuff we do today. Yeah, see, we eat with ours too, certain things. But a lot of stuff we do today, they do. So for even that, the rice and peas, have you ever seen the stews? When you eat the stews, what do you think them stews? I'm just saying, seasoning your food, your greens with a type of meat. Look and see where it comes from. When people talk about New Orleans and the jambalaya and the gumbo, look and see, it's not called gumbo, but we have way more similarities than differences. But we have been taught, or we have accepted the fact that we are different. So since most of us accept the fact that we are different, that's what we're gonna focus on. So, but then I would ask you, who made us different? Who made us different?
Yeah, we already know. That's the thing, though, and what had happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I get what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying. Don't get me wrong. but then on the same token, right? And when you say that, right, it's like I agree with what you're saying. It's just not like saying I wouldn't date like an African girl or a Haitian girl or a Jamaican girl, because I'm saying I tried to talk to a African girl not long ago. I'm saying, we was talking for a little while, so like it's not like that. But I will say though, I'm saying there is a difference, like with just certain like pop culture references and stuff like that, like certain things that like Black people that happen to be here in America, like that would know, like certain music or something. You know what I'm saying? Like I could say a lyric and I don't gotta explain it. Not that I'm saying it's a like breaker, but I'm saying like I can understand, what I'm saying, why that's the thing. Like even Muhammad Ali was like, it's nothing against any other woman. He was like, not even a Black woman from another country, and I loved him, you know what I'm saying? But like it's nothing like a Black American woman, you know what I'm saying? And I'm saying for me, like you just know who Brandy is or something like that, or something from the 90s that's like only certain, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that you can't have other, but like it's just with that. But like, and also, I was gonna say like, because I know that I feel what you're saying, but like even when you be like, oh, when Black people say this, you would have to say like with Haitian, you know what I'm saying? Like that's not even the whole island. They didn't divide the island between France and Spain, you know what I'm saying, when they call it Haiti and like whatever. So like we would have to get rid of all of them, you know what I'm saying, and just be like whatever, you know what I'm saying? But like and then also one last thing, you know what I'm saying, and I'm gonna let you say what you want to say so we could go to the because some of the stuff that you mentioned I want to talk about like with the topic, you know what I'm saying. But like when you were saying like yo with the ADOS thing, right? I understand, like, because I'm not saying there aren't cool, but there are cool people who I know, like even some people that'll come on here that I know is cool and they down for whatever, you know what I'm saying? But they would be like, yeah, I understand that I'm a Black person in America with my lineage from if I go back and trace back, like all I know is like Virginia. Not saying it doesn't extend further than that. I'm just saying that's all I know right now. You know what I'm saying? I saw one great uncle like that went down south to like Alabama, I think, or somewhere like in the 1800s. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, it's like all Virginia. But like when you be like the ADOS thing, right? Because sometimes I think that y'all be susceptible if a person just say, oh yeah, I'm Pan-African, I believe in this, and then you would be more likely to listen to him when they can be the justice agents or justice scammers or justice like clones, you know what I'm saying? That like I feel like y'all be susceptible when you be like this particular group I'm gonna look out for it, and then like because y'all put y'all guard down when a person who does say like we need to do this, we need to do that, but then they turn around and do the same thing, you know what I'm saying? Like you feel me? I don't know if you want to say something.
I hear exactly what you're saying, and yes, they do for a second. You do get them because they say they're Pan-African and they deal with all Black people allegedly, but then you learn. But when I find people that willing to say my lineage is here, so where did you come from? A tree. So you just came out the ground as a slave. DNA does exist. I know Black people don't like science, but DNA is real. If Black people really want to know where they come from, they can take a DNA test. A DNA test is real. If you look, I can tell you like this, right? We literally found one of my niece literally found us because she said she was looking for her biological father. And she took the exact same DNA test that my nephew took. We didn't even know this person existed. But she found her family by taking a DNA test. See, when we say my lineage is here in 1619, well, came here in the 1500s, but your lineage don't start here. See, I'm strong enough to say my lineage don't start here because it doesn't. And that's and that bothers people. Those people want to tell you your lineage just start here. I can't deny that. I've had people here. People fought in wars. Shit, my dad fought in World War II. I wasn't gonna fight in no war for this country, but people did. I had family members. I had two brothers go over in Desert Storm. I wasn't gonna fight in no war. I make that known. I had nephews go over to the Middle East and fight. I wouldn't fight in there for this country. But I don't deny that I got family that's dead here. But I probably got family that died on ships on the way over here. So we forget them. So we are the only people, right? So when we say that, right? How long has the Irish been in this country? But you'll meet white people that been here ever since then that will tell you I'm Irish. Chinese people been here since the 1700s. They will tell you they're Chinese. We are the only people that want to get rid of our ancestors and say, because see, we're different than them. And that continues to keep the wedge there. We have gone from, see, I don't mind saying African American, because our ancestors said African American way back in 1782, because they were African that had been enslaved here in America, and this is where they were. See, when they tell you Jesse Jackson, man, Jesse Jackson wasn't even thought of when the term African American. That's why I tell people you could go back just go. If you don't want to go to 1782, just go study Mary McLeod Bethune. You can see her in the 1930s, African American, because they were Africans here that had been enslaved here in America. But these groups and not wanting to be African has always been around. Shit, listen to the NOI. They come up with some, oh, see, we're indigenous to the earth. That is not true either. It's a good feel-good story, but it's not true. But if you say you're indigenous to the earth, now I can say I'm from here, I'm from here, I'm from here. Like Farrakhan said, being from Africa, that was an ugly curse. And I ain't trying to call nobody, but that's literally what he said. Don't you wish your hair on your head looked like the hair on your eyebrow? Why you think you burning it? So when you and doing everything to try to straighten it up, us not wanting to be African, us not wanting to have anything to do with Africa, anything has been better than have your ancestors can be a Native American. That's another one that we claim that we're not. Your ancestors can be Asian, and I ain't saying don't nobody have any Native American in them. Yeah, they mixed. Shit, of course, you slave, all that. Yeah, they mixed. But it's okay to be Asian. It's okay to say you're the original European. But it's not okay to say you're African. But it's not okay to say, so this stuff been around forever. The dude they talk about from the Moors, Noble Drew Ali, he was a Cherokee Moor. Remember the dude that went to jail for Malachi York, who was the leader of the New Wapians, who got about 100 years in prison for child molestation and all that? You ever heard of him?
No, I don't know what that is.
You look at Dwight Malachi York. Some people call him Dr. York. I don't give him no respect. That's Bush, what he did. So he don't get no respect. He ain't no doctor. He just Malachi York or Dwight York. I don't never call him no doctor. But anyway, that stuff black people be talking about, he tried that in court. Y'all don't have any jurisdiction over me. I'm a Yamasee Moor. That white judge say, okay, yeah, that sounds good. Man, are you going to accept this plea or not? That's basically, he may have not said it just like that. But see, a lot of this stuff, and this is what I was going to talk about. I probably won't, I ain't going to go now, but this is what I was going to talk about on my live. The next one I do, I'll probably do it next weekend then. The mind of next Friday. The mind, our mind, and how we accept anything and how we are so, I ain't gonna call, we're naive and gullible, and we're looking for a way out. So we accept anything just to be okay. So in the end, we end up getting scammed, because most of these people telling you all this stuff is just making money off you. I don't know if they believe it or not, but the people like Dr. Claude Anderson, that's who started Call Yourself the Black American thing. That's Dr. Claude Anderson, right? people heard that. I'm gonna tell you what they heard when he was doing these lectures and when he write his book. He say, "Don't call yourself no African American." That was started in 1989. We Black Americans, that what we should be calling ourselves, because anybody can be a African American, so on, and that's what people stopped if they heard the whole thing, because he had a problem with being black. That's why he say, whenever Dr. Claude Anderson talk about black people, and he got a good economic plan, won't knock that. But whenever he say something about black play, it's always them, they, y'all. Because what he say is, see, everything I'm trying to do for y'all, it ain't got nothing to do with hate, because I got white and Indian all up in me. See, I ain't just black. Don't nobody ever hear those parts. But some of this stuff that he teaches, that's why I say he should just stay with his economic plan. But some of the stuff he teaches causes a lot of, see, black people been here 25,000 years, studied it for some people from Arizona. Then when you study the Folsom people, I've dug as deep as I'm gonna dig. Then when I studied the Folsom people of Arizona, I really ain't seen nobody black. But that's what he said studied, so I looked it up. Maybe somebody else have, but I haven't. I think it's a place called Folsom, Arizona. Maybe somebody else have. Maybe they had the time to go a little bit deeper than the ice was willing to go. But that's what caused a lot of this. We are looking for a way out, and the way out, just like when we talk about going to school or going to college or anything we do, the way out, it's best if we go be around white folks. That's why we find the problem with us. So being a Black American and being loyal to America, that's you're searching for white acceptance. That's my take on it.
All right. So let me say this real quick, because we gotta keep going, because some of the stuff you said I want to do, and I don't want to make this too long, right? So but I do want to say this, you know what I'm saying, because Europeans do the same thing, you know what I'm saying. A lot of the white people that came to America, like especially the ones that wasn't even, because they would be willing to throw away thing to be like, yeah, I'm an American, you know what I'm saying. A lot of them be like, oh, I don't know, I'm Scottish, I'm this, I'm that, you know what I'm saying. Like, especially when I be hearing them talk, and then I be hearing even Italians be like, oh, you ain't no real Italian, you American now, you know what I'm saying. They don't accept. So like, I understand what you're saying, and yeah, like we definitely have that issue too, you know what I'm saying. And and we're gonna talk about that a little later. And I know with you, you know, one thing that be like your main trigger is like if somebody be like, oh, not African or something like that, you know what I'm saying. But I also do think that, you know, like I'm not even.
Let me just 1 second. I ain't mean to cut you. I guess I did. But let me say this: when you just mentioned how white folks do, and you're right. I've heard a couple rednecks, and you know what they say? Now, this is the couple I heard when they talk, and this is what I told them. Cause see, the thing is, I talk to these folk. I'm around them. If I'm delivering or whatever, I'm around them. I made a lot of money off them, so I'll talk to them. Shit, they know where their ancestors come from. They say they're American. They took this land, and if people want it back, won't they come and try to take it? I've had several of them tell me that. they don't. They know where their ancestors come from, but then they say they're American, and they say they took this land. They took it, and that's what I say, because I don't use the word steal. Steal is like your back turned and I come take some out your pocket. Now they say they took this land, and if they want it, they can come try to take it back. What's up, Ron?
Yeah, what's going on, Ron? Yeah, that's, you know, that is, you know what I'm saying. But even what I'm saying, like I understand, like Black people, we don't put our tribalism to the side, you know what I'm saying, and that's the problem. Because just like I was talking about, because it's not just, that was another thing we're gonna get to. It's not just Black people in America, you know, but I do think that, you know what I'm saying, like a common unique is like Black people in America have become like a tribe, you know what I'm saying? Like, now, does that mean we should be working with other people, or we should have hatred? Or I think healthy competition with each other is good, but like as far as like doing business with each other, but I mean, even when it comes to Olympics, business, you know what I'm saying, all of that, as long as we working together And even when you was like, you know, like skin, I understand what you're saying, because I'm not pushing back on exactly what you're saying, but this is why it's important to have a system that protects Black. Even when we have there's going to be Black criminals, but you know who's got to handle that? Black men. Just like in our neighborhoods today, has to be Black men that handle the Black boys. You know what I'm saying? It's us that has to handle everything. So a system designed for us, and nobody, I don't care who you are, you know what I'm saying? If you do something because somebody is Black, then that is a problem, because if we let it happen to one person, then it could be all of us next, you know what I'm saying? So like, yo, there's a zero tolerance policy. If Jane Elliott get sliced up in the hood, they're gonna be like, she shouldn't have been in the hood, but she also gonna get the electric chair too, you know what I'm saying? But let me play just a little bit more, Bakari. You could jump in, because this is still one of the first ones. I want to show you a couple more before we get too late.
And how some Caribbean and African people feel that they are better than Black Americans.
When it came to a race wars, who would fight for Black people, no matter the ethnicity? So she stated that it would be African Americans or Black Americans who would fight. However, when it comes to Africans, Afro-Caribbeans, or any other Afro-descendant person, they would not fight because of
President Boyer. So this is the importance of
and who has the best food. So that's not really a relevant topic. But the topic I'm trying to hit on is that most Africans think they're better than African Americans. That narrative. We keep pushing this narrative.
Because it was back and forth, you know what I'm saying? Because you know the sister who playing is an African sister, but I'll skip it. You know what I'm saying? Because this is another one, and you can jump in anytime you want to, Bakari.
You have the perfect face shape for this.
I wanted to hear what that other woman was saying.
The first one I was playing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, hold up. Damn, I haven't got commercials. I got you. It was a lot of. I didn't write no time down. You know what I'm saying? Her
conversation
right after her,
that
right
really
after
needs.
her. I think it was the one that came. Yeah.
All right.
had asked his sister, when it came to a race wars, who would fight for Black people, no matter the ethnicity? So she stated that it would be African Americans or Black Americans who would fight. However, when it comes to Africans, Afro-Caribbeans, or any other Afro-descendant person, they would not fight because of the negative depiction that some Africans and other Afro-descendant people have towards African American people. I understand her points. However, I'm going to have to refute her points, because when it comes to this African diasporan wars, it is not one-sided. It comes from all angles. There are African Americans who have negative depictions about Afro-Caribbeans, as well as Africans who have negative depictions about Afro-Caribbeans and African Americans. Likewise, Afro-Caribbeans or any other Afro-descendant person have negative depictions about Africans and African Americans. And this thing stems from slavery, colonialism, different environments, misinformation from the media, as well as the education system. Africa has been seen as the dark continent, the land of Tarzan, poverty, primitive people, when you watch TV and even through education. On the other hand, when you go into the diaspora, there are negative.
But he was pause right quick. Yeah, but he was dealing with the gorillas though.
Yeah, I saw somebody. Somebody made a good point. They was like, I used to like Tarzan, right? But I put it together how a white dude came into a jungle able to tame and connect with the jungles that even the African people that was there couldn't do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but so when they say Tarzan, you ain't never heard that it's an old joke that Black folk like to say. We like to say this one right here. they used to like to say in it, it's enough N words out here. Sanford and Son, Fred Sanford said it on his, it's enough N words out here to make a Tarzan movie. What do you think they were talking about?
Gorilla movie?
That's what they call in the black movie. What was in the Tarzan movies? The gorillas, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying now.
So then the joke was, there's enough N words out here. It's enough N words out here to make a Tarzan movie. That's what we still the butt of everybody jokes today. Everybody black, not just what they say, Black American. That's what they want to call themselves. Who is it? The Black Americans. It don't. The Black, the Afro Caribbean, from the continent. It don't make a difference. We have been the butt of the joke. Just listen to shit. Black folks love Dave Chappelle. They act like he's a great. What is it? If you listen to black people talk about Dave Chappelle, they think you'll think he's a revolutionary, right? But listen to his jokes. Listen to who he talk negative about all of the time. And listen to what he said up there and said on one. And I don't even watch Dave Chappelle. But somebody was like, man, you should watch this. Dave Chappelle was this and he was that. So, but got on my nerves so much. So I turned on Dave Chappelle on one Netflix. And one thing he said was, because his wife is Chinese. I think she's Chinese, some kind of Asian. He was like, my wife told me that the Asian people don't like when I crack Asian jokes. So I won't be making any more Asian jokes. But tell him black folks don't like to be called the N-word. Well, I can't say that because black people don't have a problem saying it. But the point that I'm making is, tell him that there's some black people out there, because I'm quite sure it's probably was a couple of Asians that laughed at those jokes. But tell him it's a couple of black people out there don't like the N-word and see what type of response we would get from him. But he made it clear on stage during his stand-up, he ain't gonna say nothing about them no more. We allow this mess to continue and act like it's okay. Now, as far as fighting in a race war, we already in a race war. And it don't seem like the Black American, the Afro Caribbean, or the African from the continent, it don't seem like none of us want to fight. Not over here anyway, because we already in a race war. I guess they're just saying that for a good take. Well, go ahead.
No, yeah. I mean, definitely. This is what I don't get. Black people, like, I can't believe it's 2023. Like, what are they going to do to it? The same thing they've done, like, you know, it's not like Pinky in the Brain. Like, the same thing they've done that they've always done, you know, try to take over the world. They talk about colonizing space, and we allowed them to do that, you know what I'm saying? But what I will say real quick, Bukari, is, like, I understand what you're saying, too, but even when we're talking about, like, the Italians and all of that stuff, because they can say they know there's history, and that's the thing, and that's maybe something unique. I don't know if black people in the Caribbean know or not, you know what I'm saying, but like beyond the DNA test, you know what I'm saying, like I said, when I try to find out the names, all I've got to like was my grandfather's grandfather, you know what I'm saying, and that's all the name. That's like the 1800s. That's not long enough, you know what I'm saying. Like, I need to know in the 1300s, the 1100s, and we don't know where we come from. If you ask me, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I can't tell you what I spoke. You know what I'm saying? I can't, like, if I, you know, like, as far as DNA, it say I'm from, like, Sir Jones, to say I went all the way around, you know what I'm saying? Like, because I did one, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, like, I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, we have, and that's a relatively new thing, you know what I'm saying? They wasn't able to do that like 20 years ago. So, like, that's the thing. We generally, like, came up, like, not knowing. So we just became, like, you know what I'm saying, like, one group, like, just out of different black people in the world. Because, you know, black people represented Africa this whole time. And, you know what I'm saying? We the ones still talking about Kemet and, you know, the great African civilizations, Timbuktu, you know what I'm saying, the great civilizations in West Africa. Like, you know, black people have always, you know what I'm saying, rep for black, you know what I'm saying. But you know, I don't know. Let me unless you want to say something, I'm gonna keep going.
No, I'm good.
All right, I'm gonna play this one.
Really like bring up such topics. But then again, how else like African American? You think, guys, about this? Let's watch these videos and then we're gonna talk at the end of this video. Let's get into it.
Most African Americans don't like to be called Africans. I tried to understand this in some of my studies, and I discovered that a lot of African Americans believe that Africa is a zoo. They believe that Africa is a forest. In other words, there are no houses, no roads, and no buildings in Africa. I don't know where they get this information from. But you see, we are all blacks, and there's no need trying to separate an African from an African American. Just because I don't talk like, hey, yo, Shawty say what? Hey, where you about to go? Hey, you know what I'm saying? Man, I'm about to, yeah, he talking about he gonna give me some. He talking about, yeah, I'm about to smash something really quick, you know what I'm saying? I ain't about to go over there with you, man. You say what? Boy, okay, get out my face, boy. I don't have to talk like that.
And a lot of black people don't talk like that, by the way. You know what I'm saying? I'm just put that out there. Like, yo, that's all I'm saying, Bakari. I would like, you know, if I'm with my wife, I'd be like, yo, you acting like play a Brandy song, I would like her to know it. You know what I'm saying, Bakari?
Yeah, they probably won't. But I don't think he was saying every black person talk like that.
I don't know.
That's not what I. That's not what I. That's not. I don't think that's what he was saying.
Yeah.
Now, I could be wrong, but I don't think that's what he was saying.
Yeah, sure. I feel you. That's not even the point. You know what I'm saying? The point is just like some of the opinions. But I was just, you know, I had to say that. Like, you know what I'm saying, son? No, all right,
stupid.
Let me play this. I want to get through as much as I can. I know it's gonna be late.
Most African Americans don't like to be called African.
You know, being here in America, majority, 90% of my friends are African American. But let me say this. It is insulting. It is insulting because none of the people I associate with, African American, have an issue with being called African American. We have no issue with the title African being in the front.
By the way, I got a problem with it, you know what I'm saying? But that's another conversation. And see, y'all done hijacked my conversation and made it some crazy stuff.
So here's the issue, though. You say that most African Americans have an issue being called African, but yet we're not fully accepted. The only time African American is accepted is when we are making money for other people, giving money to other people, or our culture is something that they feel is beneficial to them. That's when. And when you make those types of comments and you talk about in all of your research, think about the fact that even in Africa, African Americans are looked down on. And the first thing that comes out of the mouth of other people is, you don't know your roots. You don't know your history. How are we supposed to figure that out? You know how hurtful and insulting that is? And you say that most African Americans think that Africa is a zoo. That's another lie. Most African Americans don't think that. And if you do feel that way, then why don't you, instead of coming on here trying to downgrade or degrade African Americans and their knowledge and their education, why don't you show information to help provide some insight to what you feel African Americans don't know, instead of playing into the hands of the mainstream media? See, that's the frustrating thing about it. That's what's frustrating. You know, you come on here and you do a backhand bashing of African Americans.
And low-key
you criticize what we're trying to stand against and tell us that we should be grateful. Whose side are you on?
All right. Now, I wish I could play more of this, but do you have an opinion, though, about that, Bakari?
You know what? When people like that say, they have done, what did he say, research on it. Their research is from.
No, he's saying, he was like,
I'm talking about what the African guy said. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
When they say that, their research is the people they've been around. That's their research, in all honesty. It's not, it's no real research. The research is, okay, this is what I was around. The one that was around me, this is how he acted. So I just would say all of them act or carry on that way or speak like this or speak like that. Because, like I said, that's who you've been around. Some people call it, what they say, they like to say, oh, that's anecdotal evidence. That's what people like to say. It might be anecdotal, but that's his evidence. I don't agree with it, but I didn't think he was saying, me personally, I didn't think he was saying all black people, or maybe I missed something that he said. Because he was complaining because he said African Americans, what he say, they don't like to be called African? Ain't that what the African guy said?
Yeah, he was saying, no, yeah, the African dude said that, yeah. No, he's saying black people don't want to be Africans, like pretty much.
That's what I'm saying. Now, how many have you heard all on social media will tell you, they ain't no African, don't call me no African. How can somebody get upset about what he say and you can walk down, I can go downtown Atlanta tomorrow and record the Hebrew Israelites and they gonna tell you they ain't no damn African. Or you can go watch on social media where you'll find, I ain't no stinking, nasty, doodle eating African. See, genetically, we're more closely related to the white man than we are Africans. I ain't no African, I'm a Cherokee Indian. So how can we get mad about him saying that African Americans don't want to be African when you can literally turn on, so because this is what going, and this is what I tell people about algorithm. This is why I basically turned off social media. This is why I say we have to put ourselves in algorithm if we want people. You can literally turn on social media and you can just hear people talking about, I ain't no African. You're going to hear way more people on social media saying, and this is the thing people doing today, especially with black folk. Most of us got lazy. We don't want to be in the streets. So you get on social media, it's way more black people on social media saying they ain't African than saying they are. Right or wrong?
No, but
I'm just saying.
That's the thing, Bakari. Like, yo, because, like, okay, like I hear people say that, on social media, but like that's really like the Israelites, the Moors, the like people in certain groups. I hear more black people say African Americans and people of color, you know what I'm saying, than I hear them say that they're Israelites. I think these is like certain groups, and I'm not saying that. And then also, let's not forget, a lot of the people that even come on here and say that, may be of mixed lineage. They may be, but they may be of mixed lineage. I'll just say that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that, like, I agree with what you're saying, but like, I think he's like, it's not only instigated and made more online, especially like through certain people and like, because they just jump on it. Because I think that in the beginning, it was like more so like I seen it like from my point of view, like we were saying like, yo, we not doing nothing for like immigration, especially when it came to like the Mexicans and like doing the election and Trump, like they was like, oh, black people, we need your help because Trump wanted to do X, Y, and Z. And people were saying, no, we not down with like immigration. I still don't see like is a good enough reason to vote Democrat for like immigration purposes, because immigration has historically hurt us. But then I think in the crossfires, it got caught up, especially with certain people, because like, it started getting on like the Twitter debates and all of that stuff, you know what I'm saying? And it's another topic that we got to get to, you know what I'm saying? Because it's something else that we got to address, that And but also with this topic, you know what I'm saying, it's the middleman in all of it, because the whole time, like, they look at us as like thugs and lazy and the stereotypes, and we look at them as like poor with their belly out and all that other stuff. Like, and guess who's telling us all of this? The people in the middle who's raping both of us. So we have this already skewed mindset on top of that. So, but I don't know if you want to say something else to that, Bakari. But
yeah, but you know something. But if you turn on in Raw, I had a brother that would tell me that. What Raw just put, but you know, and if you listen to some of those Africans, they would tell, some of the people from the continent would tell you that you are not African. But I do when the guy said how he met a lot of African Americans don't want to be African. I've heard that a lot of times, but I also heard from them, right, where they would tell you you're not. Some of them would tell you that you're not African. You're here. Then I've had some tell me you're not African because you don't want to be African. Y'all say y'all American. I'm like, I don't say that, but that's what most of y'all say. And I say, where you get it from? They'll tell you. YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, whatever social media site they watch. So yes, it is other people. It is somebody, but I don't even. In all honesty, I don't think nobody in the middle anymore doing this. See, white people done did their job. This shit is just on cruise control. Ain't nobody in the middle no more. White people don't have to do nothing no more to make black people have this type of smoke for each other. They ain't doing shit. Sometimes we got to look in the mirror and take the blame for the bullshit we doing. White people ain't doing nothing. This is us. They have done their work.
Bro, just like they amplify, who do you think is amplifying the voices that y'all talk about all the time, like, and keeping the other voices that's not like that down? Like, of course, it's like it's by design. I ain't saying we ain't participating. You know what I'm saying?
So what you're saying is, right, if white people play it loud, black people have to accept it.
No, you saying have to accept it, but like when you hear certain things, like they gonna play like when you, like I said, like the chick who's from and the lieutenant governor, I always use her as a good example. You know what I'm saying? Because she is like disrespectful as a straight coon, and that's what I'm saying. Even the black people who was like yo, I'm a black Trump supporter, they still be like, I'm an African American, but they be like, I'm not with that black stuff. Like Candace Owens would be like, I'm an African American. You know what I'm saying? And in her case, I believe her, you know, because she Americanized. But what I'm saying is like, I don't know. Well, go ahead, Bar.
No, but I'm just because white people do something.
Oh yeah.
Just because white people say something and do something, eventually we gonna have to look in the mirror.
That's what I'm saying. Like I don't.
But when are we gonna look in the mirror and say, "Damn, we don't have to accept this"?
But that's what I'm saying. I think that especially on social media, you know what I'm saying? Like there's always, I think we are like sheep at this point. Don't get me wrong. You know what I'm saying? We definitely sheep. But like I said, this, it's certain groups, and that's what I'm saying. And we gonna get to it because this whole I'm not black thing is not new. You know what I'm saying? They didn't back then they used to say stuff like this. I'm not African. I'm this. Especially mulatto. You know, they'd be like, yo, I'm my great grandma was white. You know what I'm saying? They used to say that back then so they can not be black because of the consequences. You know what I'm saying, that come with it. But even when you say it's because it's. If you go out there and search, it's way more people that be out there saying positive stuff, and even some people that listen to the negative stuff and talk is positive, you know what I'm saying? But what we see and what we get put in our face is not that, you know what I'm saying? Just certain other people who say negative stuff all day, their stuff continues to grow, but you stuck on whatever, you know what I'm saying? Even though you talk about real issues or all of these, it gets specifically black. People was yo, even this channel right here was getting out there until they started blocking it because it was getting out there. and it was actually like people of different or whatever would come together on this thing. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. So I'm just saying, bro. Like I don't know.
No, but what I'm saying is, man, we gonna have to say, you know what, we can, but in all honesty, we can stop accepting certain things if we want to, regardless of what they put in algorithm. If we just say, you know what, I don't want to hear that.
Right.
All we have to do is turn it off. I'm gonna show you something. Just like I'm gonna tell you something, right? Just like y'all beat up, just like everybody want to beat up HBCUs, black people have convinced everybody on social media that if you go there, that's a problem. They had a whole thing on Facebook. Hey, Bawana say, are you still letting people come on?
Oh yeah, you can come on.
He said, yeah, Bawana, you can come on.
We go to the next thing after that. All right. Oh, what's going on? What up, Bawana? But go ahead, Bakari.
With just people on fan base, they did a whole. They did a whole. What's going on, Bawana? They had a whole like 2-3 day lecture. The HBCUs is the new slave plantation. Don't nobody tell black people to do that. Black people choose to do that. So then when black people don't deal with one another, we say, oh, see, it's the white folks. It ain't necessarily the white folks. And I'm being honest. This is my opinion. It's not necessarily the white folks every time. Sometimes, and a lot of time, it's us. It's what we choose to listen to. It's what we choose to be a part of. Yes, we don't have to listen to people telling you black people ain't shit. Y'all ain't shit. A black man or a black woman, y'all ain't no God. Y'all ain't no king. Y'all ain't no queen. Y'all ain't shit. We don't have to listen to that. But if we choose to listen to that, and I want to dumb you down, and I just want you to stay in the same position you're in right now, and I control the algorithm, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make sure this type of stuff stay in the algorithm because they won't stop listening to it. Some stuff we can turn off. We literally can just say, you know what? I don't even want to listen to that no more. That's why I say I believe it. That's why I say sometimes I just like to point the finger at sometimes I say I like to look in the mirror. And if we look in the mirror at certain things, that mirror it might smile, that mirror might frown, but all in all, the mirror gonna tell the truth about shit, what we doing and what we are not doing. Yeah, white people, I want to say it again, white people did their job. They did their work a long time ago. This shit is on autopilot now. Well, all they got to do is say, I'm going to put Thomas Sotomayor in the algorithm. We're going to help him get 50-some thousand, 100,000 subscribers. And black people's going to listen. Not only are they going to listen, they're going to go down that road and start hating black women too.
Well, Bakari, how many of his subscribers do you think is black, or how many think is other people too?
I don't know, but the people I heard repeating his stuff was black.
So you telling me you heard more? Like, I don't know. I heard more people go against Tommy Sotomayor than go for him.
No, I said the people I heard repeating his rhetoric. Yeah, I heard some people go against Tommy Sotomayor. But what I'm saying is I heard a lot of black people repeating his rhetoric. Matter of fact, let's watch this. Let's say they ain't repeat the rhetoric. Look how that black man just hit that black woman in the head with a brick. Somebody was in my chat the other day trying to condone it. I didn't even feel like getting into that argument because that ain't what my show is about. Am I lying, Bawana?
Nah, you're not lying at all.
Trying to condone it. They don't have to repeat it. Just watch our actions. Look how that black man beat that black woman down in that rest. I can go on and on. Look how
but like even when you say that, like bro, like when you saying they knew they wasn't fighting. Wasn't we letting them come in and rape our women in the first place? How do you think we got to the situation? Haven't we been doing that for hundreds of years, and it's not a new phenomenon?
Oh, you know and that's what I'm saying. Blaming white folks today for everything. It ain't always white folks. Sometimes we got to look at us and say we are allowing it. We are doing it. That's my point. You just made my point because that's what I was trying to say.
Nah, well, yeah, I
Yes,
don't know.
just because white people watch this. I can sit here. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna pass to Bwana. I can talk about the leader of FBA, leader of ADOS. I can talk about the con man, what they call the conscious community. I can name all these that I hear people talking about. But ask me the last time that I watched any of their shit. You know why? Because I got tired of just sitting around listening. We can talk about Pan-African Strike Back, but ask me, how often do I listen to their stuff? Because I have the power to say, I don't want to hear this, so I'm going to shut it off. And that's what I did, because I have that power.
Yeah, but Bakari, I think you excluding because when you say that, and that's why I was saying not all of them is the people who you're talking about, but think about that. There's a brother because I started especially Jackson State stuff. He talk about Jackson State all the time. I think you know his channel. You that brother got thousands and thousands of subscribers. I see other people who say they got I'm telling you they. I don't know. I'll let Bwana go, so because we gotta go to the next part. So go ahead, Bwana.
No forecast. I think that what Brother Bakari trying to say is, at the end of the day, and this is what I believe too, people will treat you how you treat yourself. I have never seen, the NOI is a recognized organization in the United States, very well recognized. I have never seen just a typical dude walk up to an NOI lady, one of the women, with that jive, yo baby, whatever talk, because people understand that they set the pace on how they would like to be treated and respected. So you won't just gonna do anything around them. And I think that we as a community, we ain't really set the pace in how we should treat one another yet. Not yet. I think that that's slowly changing for some people. Like Brother Bakari, for instance. Brother Bakari said he don't like the N-word. And that's the thing that he's big on. I don't like really the N-word. So if you speaking to him and you know anything about him, you wouldn't approach him like that. You would even say that word. Or you would, if you say that word, you say, excuse me. I think that people are going to treat you like how you treat yourself, how you represent yourself. And I think that what is unfortunate for our community is we sell that ourselves to the highest bidder. So they take our image and they use it for any way. And we complicit in that, because as long as we're receiving a check, they'll put us before the world, take all the woman's clothes off and put her out there. They'll put a gun in a young man's hand, and they'll put his image out to all throughout the world. And some people will look at that and say, well, this is what represents them, because no one is putting a harness on that and saying, no, that doesn't represent us. But these people who they free agents, some people call them renegades. They push this image out there, and the community is no hue and cry. Well, it used to be back in the day, not so much anymore. They say, well, this is not what we want ourselves to be represented as. We're going to put a halt to that. Any other community, they would be castigated and just cut off from the knees. If you say one thing about the Jewish community, if a Jew was to say one thing about the Jewish community, the Jews will attack him. They'll attack him financially, politically. They'll try to do as much as they can to attack him, because the community wouldn't stand for it. People are going to treat you how you treat yourself. And I wanted to also comment on the last video, because I hear the comments a lot when people say that these people from other communities look down on us. The Caribbean look down on us. The Africans look down on us. Brother Bakari, if I am a confident man, if I have a degree of knowledge of self, should it matter if someone look down on me? if they don't have the power to control me becoming a success or a failure in life, what does it matter how some other person looks on you? It shouldn't matter, you know. But I'll leave it there and let Forecast go with
I
other videos.
absolutely, I absolutely agree. It should. And I'm gonna say this right quick, Forecast. Then I'm gonna stop. And the reason I can say, looking at mirror, shit, I've been caught up in this shit too. Don't think I wouldn't have paused. That's why when I say I ran with the folks down south and we always argue, yes, I've been a part when I was younger, in my 20s. Because regardless, but I had a foundation I could come back to. Also, in my 20s, I was, like I said, I was straddling the line. I've done stuff and I said stuff. But right now, if we just stop and look, nobody, I don't care how much YouTube put that divesting people, Cynthia G, in algorithm, I'm not going to watch her. I don't care how much they put her there. I'm not going to watch her because I don't want to hear that ish. That's all we got to do. We have the power to control what we want to hear. We have the power to control our image. We chose to use social media a certain way so we could get $1. All we got to do is shut it off. Well, I'm gonna say it like this. I ain't gonna say that's all we got to do. But for me, that's all I had to do. Well, just shut it off. That's why I tell people now I got like 3-4 channels that I listen to. Maybe 5 or 6. Other than that, I'm on here, I'm watching comedy skits. Sub Rico, Big Job, Jeremiah Phillips, Bubba Dub. That's what I would watch on here. Because this other stuff is not worth nothing. It's designed to keep confusion. So we to a point in 2023, white people say jump, we ain't got to jump. But if they say turn on YouTube, watch this, because they keep putting it out there. I don't care how many times it come up. I don't care how many times it come up. And they put it across my. I'm not gonna watch it. And that's all we got. If we think we have anything, so I'm gonna ask this question, then I'm gonna, do we even have power over ourselves? Do we have power over, I'm talking about your personal body, your mind, your thoughts, what we want to watch, what we want to do. Do we have that power over ourselves?
Oh, obviously not. Like, yo, I'm gonna tell you, like, Warrior, a couple of things, you know what I'm saying? Like what do you own? What do you control? Like, what do we have? You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all keep saying, like, I don't know. I forget what I was gonna say, man.
You moved the goalpost, but you moved the goalpost in.
I was answering that question. I was gonna say something. I forgot what I was saying to y'all there. I kind of got thrown off by that last question. But even with what you're saying, because number one, you know what I'm saying, I think y'all are contributing when y'all keep talking about this ADOS and all of this stuff. Like, y'all just like, you know what I'm saying, like, Bakari, you know, I necessarily talk about you, but you know, I always be like, yo, you might as well put the blackface on and start doing it yourself, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then even when you like, yeah, they control the stuff. So like, they're going to give me a strike and delete my channel, like whatever, you know what I'm saying? Because we don't have a black whatever to put it on. And then I was like, you know, I never said we don't play a role in it, you know what I'm saying? But there is y'all just like leaving out like, okay, yeah, there is a thing. Do you know why you didn't stop them from, because you know what would have happened to you, you know what I'm saying? And the crazy part is like when MG2 had came on, you know what I'm saying? He had asked the panel about like, do you patrol your neighborhood? And half the people on the panel looked at him like he was sideways. Do you know why? Because you're afraid what the police is going to do to you. So don't act like it ain't an effect on like the society has on you. Go to their institutions where they install stuff in your head. You know what I'm saying? Like, only a few people may have the courage, but like Bakari, you naming a few people, like yeah, you can turn it off and all of that stuff. Like, yeah, like, and you probably should, and you probably should like go to whatever, you know what I'm saying, and listen to the positive people that's out there, you know what I'm saying. But do you know why people do the other thing? Because they also have the society where it's like you need their money to operate, you know what I'm saying. Like, and the thing is, right, like, Bwana, let me ask you, you know what I'm saying, like, if the sister okay, if the sister, I'm gonna ask you this one first. If the sister got hit in the head with a brick, would you have done something?
Of course, I couldn't. I, in the situation I'm coming from, I could, me personally, I couldn't just walk by and just allow a woman to get hit in the head with a brick. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do it. I don't see myself doing that.
I mean, but what
Now,
would you do? You would like hold him
no,
back?
no, I'd have to intervene in that. I'd have to get involved in that. And,
You like jump in, like jump
no,
in the
I
fight?
take the no. I get in the middle of that. I'd have to remove the brick out of his hand as best as I could. I say, nah, you can't hit this woman, you know. You can't do that, you know. And I might get in problems for it. I might even get shot, you know, because the rules of other countries is different, you know, because people move different in other countries. But I mean, just
I mean, what would you do that in your country?
I've done it before. I've done it before, and people have told me, you know, say they tell me, you know, Bwana, you could get shot, you could get murdered like that. You know, you don't get in between a woman and a man fighting. But for me personally, if I see a big gorilla trying to hit a woman in her face with a brick, I can't just walk past and ignore it, even though I'd be tempted to. I can't say I
So
would be tempted.
you would take the brick out of his hand.
I would try to take the brick out of his hand and say, nah, you can't hit this woman, you know. You can't hit this woman like that, brother. Nobody, you
right.
can't do that.
All right, let me
Hey, 4K, let me ask you a question, 4K.
Hold on. All right, go ahead, because I got one more question.
Do you listen to country music?
Depends.
He says yes or no. It's not. Do you listen to
Like,
country music?
I
It's
mean, I don't
country
listen to it on
music.
I don't listen to it on a regular, but there is like, you know, there's like, you know what I'm saying, like some good black people that make country music too. You know?
Okay, I got you. So the answer to that question is no. Why you don't listen to country music? Now I know why you, because according to what we're saying right here, and Everett asked me, do I believe in social engineering? I ask him, do he listen to country music? And most black people you ask is gonna say no, because white people didn't advertise it to you. So when I say what I'm saying about, damn, we
No,
can't
'cause
even.
it's slow. My dad listened to, or not the country, but like it's slow. I like, you know what I'm saying, like I like Shaka Khan, you know what I'm saying? They ain't no
That ain't country. I'm talking about
I
country
know.
music.
I know. Shaka Khan won't advertise to me. I don't listen to it because it's slow.
Boot Scoot Boogie. You know what the Boot Scoot Boogie is? You know what the Boot Scoot Boogie is? Most of us don't know what the boot. You know what the devil went down to Georgia is? But
I heard that one.
we don't know that stuff because it wasn't marketed to us. So when we say it's because of them, because they put it in our face, I have to look at me and say, shit, am I that slow? Well, just because somebody put something in my face, I know I don't like it, but white people decided to put it in my face. That means I have to decide to listen to it, or I have to decide to participate in it. Or can I say, especially if we're talking about, oh, we finna fight a revolution, or we need things to change. If we really need things or wanted things to change, we would say, you know what? I just don't watch that shit because I don't want it. I don't give a damn how much it is in the algorithm. I don't care how much they try to advertise it to me. I don't care how much. I don't care how much they want to market it to me. I don't want to hear it, so I don't watch it. I have the control over what I think, and I have the control over what I have the power to play what I want to hear. I don't care what nobody else say. They might say, well, we ain't got no power. But I have the power over myself, over my personal being, to understand, well, I don't want to hear that, so I ain't going to listen to it.
I understand what you're saying, Bakari, but like, and I will tell you this, I haven't listened to like rap music since the lean with it, snap with it days, you know what I'm saying? That's why they lost me, You know what I'm saying? And mostly I listen to like the 70s, R&B, 60s stuff, but I listen to like old rap stuff, like, but like, you know, the real like real lyrics kind of stuff. But like the thing is, you know, like even if I don't, you know what, like most people is listening to the radio. They got the radio on in their cars, you know what I'm saying? Like all of that stuff. And then I'm not gonna let you say Bwana from what I was about to ask. I don't know. I ain't gonna ask you Bukari because I know the answer already.
I got a good story. I got a good story for you.
All right, go ahead. I'm gonna let you get your story out before you.
I got a good story for you in reference to what we're talking about. I remember I was in London and I was walking to a train station, right? And this Arab guy, he yanked this black lady's purse, right? And he ran past me. So my automatically I just started running after the dude. The dude ran out of the train station and he was hiding, and I was with my homegirl at the time. And he kind of like hid behind some stairs. I caught up with him, I held him now. And my homegirl, like she saw a police officer and she ran over to get the police officer. And right there in the spot, you know, the white police officer started reading the Arab guy his rights or whatever. So when we took the bag that he snatched away from him and took it back to the black lady, guess what? The black lady was a Caribbean woman. She was married to an old white man. And when I was giving it to her, you could have seen the shame in her face because her husband just stood there. And when I recognized the fact that she was from the Caribbean, I was like, well, you know, if this was the Caribbean, what would have happened to this dude? You know, you wouldn't have had to call the police. You know what happened. But you could have tell the shame in her face just off rip that this black dude was helping her and her zaddy just stood there. So, I mean, naturally, you know, it was my natural inclination to get involved. But I'm curious about your question. Ask your question.
Well, now I ain't gonna go there because it's already long and I still want to show y'all a couple stuff, you know what I'm saying?
You sure?
I'm gonna ask the question real quick, right? It's just, now I asked you that. Now, if the police was roughing up or doing something to a pregnant black woman, would you intervene?
I would have to. I would get arrested. I see.
You would take the gun. You would take the gun out of the cop's
I wouldn't take
hand?
I wouldn't take the gun out of the cop's hand. Me and him would be rolling in the ground, you know, and he would arrest me. He would put some blows on me.
Arrest you? Yeah, right.
Well, I mean, I talking from my perspective in the Caribbean. Yeah, well, I would probably get shot in the Caribbean too.
Yeah, I thought it was worse because you said that they couldn't do.
Yeah, I probably get shot
out there. Y'all couldn't do anything. Like it's different because we live in America. And
no, it's brothers.
At the same time.
It's some brothers. It's the way that black men in this country get revenge is they'll go to the police officer's house, person who harmed them, and wait for him to come out of his house and shoot him, murder him like that, you know. But as far as street justice, I mean, they have shootouts all the time around here, all the time, you know. But for me personally, I couldn't just watch a police officer, any authority figure, just beating up on a pregnant black woman and not get into it. I couldn't do it. Like when I was watching George Floyd get murdered, I was just wondering why all them people who were standing around, no one threw a brick, you know, and run, you know, throw a brick and run, you know, so they keep, at least you could distract their attention and they run after you instead of murdering him. I'm like, no one did nothing. I don't know. So for me, I try my best to stay out of certain situations because I know that naturally off of just impulse, you know, how I would react. And I just don't want to get in them kind of problems. But if I have to, I'm heroic like Brother Bakari, you know, but if I have to, naturally I feel like I would because I did it already. But I'll let you go though. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. I don't know if Bukari want to say something or not because I ain't gonna ask you, Bukari.
No, I was listening. I'm gonna step away for a second, but I'll be right back.
All right. So, you know, hopefully Bukari come back. You know, and I'm gonna just say that. But what I'm saying is, Bwana, I don't know, like, because the thing is, you're gonna have to get the cop off the dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, this has been, like, you know, it is what it is, you know what I'm saying? They don't stop, you know. But
I'm curious, what would you do?
like, well, you know, the thing is, you know what I'm saying, you would have to like run. I can't say I would do more than like record, but like unless I wanted to stop, you know what I'm saying, the only answer it would be to like run up and push dude off, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you know. But you know, that comes with like, and it may be like fear in that, but like that's the only way, like, you know what I'm saying, like something similar to what you've seen with the Alabama thing, but just like it don't stop, you feel me? But and I'm not saying like nothing that's not new to like history, it's just like recent history, we haven't been doing that part, you know. But all right, so to the next part, right? Because this is another thing that I don't think people take into account, you know what I'm saying? Like, especially when it comes to coming in America. Now, if I had a country, you know what I'm saying, like, especially for them, like, who would I want? Patrice Lumumba coming in or Candace Owens or something, you know what I'm saying? Or whoever you can name, like, you know what I'm saying? So this is what this sister said, that they are like told and all of that stuff, you know what I'm saying? Because we were talking about that a little bit.
Cheap labor. Why do you think America is playing hero right now with Ukraine? Why do you think America has always been the hero for refugees and immigrants? Why do you think immigration started to peak right after slavery ended? We're going to save you. We're going to give you housing, resources, safety. We're going to bring your kids. We're going to give you jobs. We're going to sell you the American dream. But the fine print of that contract, don't mess with these people. They're lazy. They don't want to work. They're violent. They're horrible people. They beat Black people to the punch and got their side of the story out first. They modified and watered down the brutal and inhumane conditions and things that they did to Black people and natives in this country. So now they place you in poverty-stricken communities. You're going to be grateful because you just came from a refugee camp. You're like, thank the Lord. What happens in every poverty-stricken community around the world? There's violence, there's crime, obviously. So now you, the refugee, the grateful refugee, gets to see everything that these people are talking about. Because had they placed these immigrants and refugees in thriving communities with thriving Black people, they would have been like, dang, y'all were lying. Black people obviously aren't violent. Look at them, they're hardworking, they don't do anything. They got these immigrants working like dogs for scraps, and they're grateful. And here they are, the grateful immigrants and refugees, looking at Black people like, why are not breaking your backs like we are? Because they already did. They broke their backs. They're the reason we're here. Why should Black people work for scraps for the wealth that they built? Make it make sense. And Black people were also given negative stereotypes about Africans. So no one's talking to the other person. No one is actually sharing stories and coming together to realize, no, wait, this is common enemy number one, not you guys. So that's the story of the grateful refugee.
Let me see. Oh, I think she said some more, because there was another sister. She said the same thing pretty much.
Beware of Black people and stay away from them. They are not good people is one of the first things that my mom was told when she came to this country. I am a first-generation immigrant child. My parents came here back in 1993. The guides would tell them, they would say, you know, these people, they're Black. They get into a lot of crimes. I wouldn't suggest that you mess around with them. One day, my mom was taking a permit class, and just like the jail yard, the Black people were together, the Mexicans were together, the Africans were with the Africans, the Asians with the Asians, whatever. And as the instructor was talking about, driving and on the road, she said, just make sure that you're paying attention. And for you, she pointed to the Asians and said, don't laugh when you're driving. Don't smile.
All right, so you heard that, and this sister had a similar one, but I can skip that one. So, Bwani, you still there?
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to say something?
Yeah. What's happening is as you described it, is there's someone in the middle who is whispering falsehoods on both sides, on my brothers in America and my brothers in the Caribbean and Africa. Someone is in the middle, and no one addresses the unseen hand.
Y'all was just telling me not to do that. Y'all was saying, "Oh, it's all our fault. We the bad guy. We the wrong." That was y'all was just saying.
No,
but I'm back. I'm back. Bwani finished.
I know.
Yeah,
I know I was gonna get Bakari back with that one.
Brother Bakari, Brother Bakari said now it's almost as if it's on cruise control. Then you don't necessarily even need to have that unseen hand whispering on both sides. But that hand was there. And I think that sometimes we ignore that, a lot of us. When I first came to university in the United States of America, let me tell you what Black stereotypes that I had put on me. You know, Black people who look just like me asked me if I used to live in a grass hut in the Caribbean. Or they would say, well, you speak like a slave. And then I had some people say, I mean, you practice voodoo? Like voodoo is a bad thing to practice. But I had to laugh at some of the things is because since we didn't have conversations with one another, since the distance has been 400 years between us, you know, there was somebody who was been able to come in the middle and tell lies between one another, you know. And I think that social media is reintroducing us after such a long time being away from one another. So we have an opportunity to dispel a lot of the lies that have been perpetuated with each other for such a long time. And I think that you have people who clashing, you know, at first we're gonna clash, at first we're gonna argue. But if you check it, the Africans always go on the American channels. And the Americans always going on African channels and the Caribbean channels. Even though we have some things to work out with one another, we can't stay away from one another.
That's what
So that actively. So I watch what we do, not necessarily what we say, because we have to get rid of that mental poison. But something keep actively drawing us together to want to talk, to want to converse. We recognize one another, you know. But it's just that it's been such a long time. We perceiving that we strangers, understanding underneath it all, we still brothers. And I think that we are actively trying to bridge that gap between us. I think that that's what's happening. But go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Man, so now it's a whole 180. I know, I'm pretty sure Bakari about to hit a 182. So, but I'm just curious. I was just crazy because, like, no, it's according to y'all, they don't do it anymore. It's just the immigrants, they be coming over here. They do it to themselves. You know what I'm saying? Correct or no?
Well, we wasn't talking about immigrants when I said it was
I know.
on,
I know.
Wait a minute. When I said it was on, this shit is on cruise control.
I know.
And what I said, Stan, this shit is on cruise control.
Only
now,
on us.
I agree with some of the stuff that woman said, except people got to get out of that. Immigrants getting paid pennies. No, they're not. Well, I can't say no, they're not. I can only speak for the industry in which I know about, and that's construction and things like that. They are not getting paid pennies. That's those Mexicans. They are not getting paid pennies. That's old. That is that's real old. That's real old. That they're not getting paid pennies. But when Bwana said somebody's hand is in the middle, I say somebody's hand was in the middle. And I'm just being honest. Some shit.
That's why I mess with Bakari.
Some shit, man, it doesn't all honesty. I mean, some shit black people just got to be able to say no. Because I'm gonna tell you, we can talk about it. He keep putting social engineering down there. So white people can tell you something, and we keep going with that. A black person can tell you something, and we'll completely ignore it. Man, look, folk can say what they want to say about me. A lot of this stuff, some of this, most of this, following anybody on social media, listening to the nonsense, not caring about one another, that is something we have absolute control over. Who you gonna deal with? We have. So black people, look, talking about doing something and talking about what we should do and how we gonna do. Black people should just shut the fuck up then, because you don't even have the power to control what you listen to on YouTube or social media. You don't have the power to say, I ain't gonna fight and argue this brother or this sister for no reason. If we don't have power, if you don't have dominion over your own brain, we may as well just shut the fuck up because we done. And as long as we hold on to that, see, they doing it to us. We are done. And that's just my take. We're done because we don't even have the ability to think for ourselves. White people tell you what to think, and maybe they do, because they can tell you, wear Gucci, y'all gonna go wear Gucci. Don't care how many Gucci do with blackface. We gonna, white people name gonna live, and so maybe they do, because that's what black people want. And God forbid if it's a celebrity. So maybe it is the majority of black people or white people just absolutely control, and they don't have the ability to, and black people, and those black people don't have the ability to think or say anything for themselves. So maybe I am wrong.
But that's the temple card. Oh,
Maybe I am wrong. Maybe black people don't have the right to think for themselves.
No, Bukhari. I think
that's what you're saying. That's exactly what you're saying.
Listen. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish. My bad.
No, but that's what y'all don't want to. That's what you're saying. We can't think for ourselves. They tell us what to think at every turn.
But Bukhari, don't you get that? That's my point. When y'all always talking about this, who do you think came up with the ADOS versus parent? You know the author of this, so why even contribute? Because that's how it sounds to me when y'all continue. Like that's why I went out the way to say I'm not gonna say nothing negative about black. Well, you gotta say something. That's what y'all told me at first. I said I'm not gonna be hard on them. Well, you should be hard on the coons. You should go at, and meanwhile, not even hard on the coons in real life. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all said all of these things, but you like obviously maybe y'all aren't got on thinking on your own terms. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe like you shouldn't even pass this down to your children and only do like, especially when we talking about it, like why even add to the negative? Like I could put, like I said before, I could put Tariq in the thing. I'm gonna see 1,000 negative video. I put Sean King scam. I'm gonna see like 6. You know what I'm saying? I'm like 2 of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, and go ahead. Oh, okay. I thought y'all wanted to, but no. I don't know, man. Y'all kind of tripping with that, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I think that you underestimate, like, yeah, they don't understand the stuff because, like, you know what I'm saying, they don't have the same technology, or we don't have like whatever, like, so we don't know stuff, and we get educated by their systems all the time. So yeah, we have misconceptions about each other. And then when you come into a country, especially if you're coming from somewhere else, like, yeah, it's a human thing. I'm not saying that it makes them lesser or whatever, but if you had a country, would you allow in more of the clones or more of the real ones? It's not to say that everybody's from this place is a clone. It's to say that, especially if I ran the country, if I was smart, I wouldn't bring in the other one. And then on top of that, a lot of us is miseducated. We don't even know our own history, Bugari. Like, Black people in America would say that Harriet Tubman doesn't exist, but can't answer me when I say, does John Brown exist? You know what I'm saying? And he either a liar or doesn't exist. You know what I'm saying? So we can't act like none of this stuff. Like, they force a lot of us to have our children in their schools every day. We can't say it doesn't play a huge role. You know what I'm saying? Are we do we play a role? Like I said at the beginning, yes, we play a role, which is why I'm working on the children and not y'all, because y'all rather argue about ADOS instead of talking about, you know what I'm saying? Like, you could be like, you know what, I want to end this. I could just interview the good ADOS brothers that I do who really building stuff. And then, you know, just to show like Pan-African and ADOS is not beefing. Like, we could have been doing that instead of talking about, you know, like you want, like, Yvette Carnell, who is a mulatto, you know what I'm saying? Like, she been saying crazy stuff. Like, I know Koku know who Tone Talks is because he knows who Zoe Williams is. He been saying some clone stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not nothing new. I don't talk about them because, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's more important to say the educational stuff. But my bad, I ain't mean to go off like that. Y'all want to say something?
Man, look, I had never heard of them folk, and I wouldn't have known who they were. My homeboy started sending them to me. So look, but what I made, the point that I made, I still stand on my point, what I said about the things that we do and how we do it and what we can do. Either we want either you're a child to this world, or we're gonna grow up and be something. But as long as we hold on to, because it's like every time something happens, see, the white man did it to us. Now, some of this shit, and I'm just being honest. What have we done, or what we don't do, which is a better question. What do we allow? Because this shit right here, who you listen to and what you do, how you let social media affect you, that's a simple fix. But we become, what's the word, enablers by giving people a pass, by giving them an excuse. See, the white man did it to you. No, the white man ain't making us in 2023 watch nonsense on social media. That's us. That's what we're choosing to do. You got people who's choosing to sell out, and you got people choosing to watch that. And if black people honest, oh yeah, if black people honest, that's more entertaining to us. So we prefer entertainment. That's what it is. It ain't the fact that a white man got his hand in it. Then we have gotten lazy. Every time I say pound the pavement, we need to get in the streets, get on our Jehovah's Witness shit. We want to just stay on social media. YouTube, social media, my opinion, is one of the worst things that happened for black folk. It could have been used in such a positive way. It could have been used to galvanize black people. Oh, I'm sorry. When someone did use it to try to galvanize black people to fight, it wasn't white people that did. I'm quite sure they did. I don't watch white people. But it was black people I was watching that were just constantly taking dumps on the NFAC. It wasn't white. It was
white people, black people arrested them and put them in jail.
I said on social media. See, in
real life.
In forecast that, you can see, that's the thing. You think this shit is not real life. I'm gonna tell you again. You get out there and pound the pavement, you will see how this stuff is affecting people. We at a damn Pan-African festival. You got people coming out there telling us, well, you ain't no African, huh? We Native American. You ever heard it? We Native. This shit, man, we ADOS. I got people telling me, if I was you, I wouldn't deal with my grandson because his mama Haitian and they different than us. I goddamn, my wife had Trini roots. So what about her then? But I'm just saying, see, because we ain't out there and truly, and I'm this my take, because we're not out there truly trying to pound the pavement. We don't see it. We don't see it. But I'm telling you, some of this bullshit is simple bullshit that can be simply, but we give them a pass by saying, see, look what they did to us. Some of this, I'm just being honest, some of this we gonna have to be like, you know what? Maybe we got something to do. Maybe we need to take responsibility for what we can do. Because as long as we give one another an excuse and say somebody else did it, we ain't never got to take responsibility for what we can do. We never have to take responsibility for. The only time we take responsibility for our abilities when it comes to talking negative about black folks and want to convince black children, this ain't where you should go. This would be better for you. We take responsibility when we are telling black people how bad other black people is. We take responsibility then, but then when it comes to this, something simple, something that we have control over, we give people a pass and say, see, it's the white folks doing it to you. But in essence, if we look in the mirror, we could see, damn, this is us. This is simple. Just turn it off. Just like people say, turn off TV, turn off football, turn off rap, turn off basketball, turn this off. We can't say turn this off, though, because the white folk marketing and advertising it to you so much, we just can't get away from it.
Now, Bukhari, like, the thing is, like, even when you say that, my brother, so you telling me when you go, like when you in the store talking to people, y'all talking about ADOS and FBA and all of this stuff. Like, no, bro. Like y'all, like when you go talk to them brothers who, like when you talking to the Christian brothers, you might have been talking about Christian stuff. You might have been talking about different things, but like, bro, like when you like maybe at a festival, and you know what? The last one I went to was the Juneteenth one, and I just damn sure saw like black people from like other places who had their stuff on repping, and it was all love. Like other black people from other places had businesses, you know what I'm saying? Like, and it was all good, you know what I'm saying? And I hope a black person read it, you know what I'm saying? I think, you know, it was all black people there, like except for like I see like 4 white people there, but it was black people from everywhere, you know what I'm saying? Like, but in the real, you know what I'm saying? Like when I be talking to people, that stuff don't even come up. You know what I'm saying? We talking about whatever we talk about, you know, and then you throw in like the positive stuff that you're doing. Like that's why I'm saying I don't like maybe on social media, but that's why I don't contribute to it. That's what I'm trying to say, that maybe y'all should stop contributing to it too. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm trying to say. Like y'all the ones that's contributing to it. That's why I was like, I'm not going to talk about this. I don't want to get on it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the whole thing has been skewed, and I think it's not even from us this time, because we've been having an argument about back to Africa or not. Some people is going to be like yes, some people is going to be like no. The thing is, like, the people that go back work with the people that stay here, and the people that stay here work with the people that go back, and it's like simple mathematics. Like, but obviously, Bukari, like it must be something wrong, you know what I'm saying? But we can't act like there isn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, and oh yeah, that's the other thing. Like, Bukari, yeah, we should know that. Yeah, they're gonna do stuff to you. Everybody's gonna try to do stuff to you to get what they want. That's the thing we have to learn. The thing that also we have to learn is we the only ones that's gonna get them to stop doing stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's the only way it's gonna go. Like, yeah, they're doing stuff to you, and they're gonna keep doing it if you don't stop them. Like, yeah, like we need to know that.
But how can you stop them when we make excuses for smallest, when we can give passes to one another for small shit? Like, hey man, you know we can turn this off. This is simple. This is like the simplest shit.
But I'm saying not only turn it off, but don't contribute it to it anyway by even acknowledging that is, you know what I'm saying? Like, or like you could, I ain't saying like don't talk, you can talk about whatever you want for real, but I'm saying, like, you know, the more that we keep, especially if we get fed into it, and that's what we talk about constantly, like, you don't see that you're putting out like anti, you know, like, even if you feel like, you know, it's whatever, it's still going at other black people, you know what I'm saying? Like, and we got enough of that, like, where that's all we do is go at each other. So like, that's my whole point with this thing. Like, that's why I don't even like talking about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the only reason I don't be on this, some of this stuff, because I don't want to even talk about it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think this particular argument this time comes from us, even though we had this argument. But like, you could see, like, when they put, like, they hype it up and they put it there and there. And then, yeah, when some people hear, they like, oh, I had no idea certain Caribbeans felt this way. But yeah, it's coons everywhere. We can't make excuses for the coons over there, though. You know what I'm saying? And I think that sometimes, like, people make excuses for coons who may be Pan-African or maybe from somewhere else, you know what I'm saying, who may be like Haitian or, you know, Brazilian or, you know, whatever, not Neanderthal, but, you know, never mind. But I don't know. Bwana, you want to say something? I'll let you finish, Bukari, and then we're gonna move on because I gotta be quick.
Yeah, the only thing I would say, forecast, is just to try to simplify. Okay, now you don't have influence over hundreds and thousands of viewers, but the people who you do have influence over, you know, your lane, try to perfect the lane that you're in. You say that, you know, you hear a lot of noise in the marketplace that you believe to be very negative and you don't really appreciate or respect it. That's all well and good. But the devils wake up every morning to do their devilishment. You know what I mean? So don't let the devils outwork you. You know, you get up every morning. Your thing is history. Your thing is the history of Virginia. I listen to that. And I get a lot of information that I never knew. You know, and you talk about other historical things that happened in the United States in terms of slavery and African American experience. I listen to that too. You know, so, you know, find a way to perfect what it is that you do, and you speak to that. Don't worry about what other people are saying. You know what I mean? Stay in your lane and perfect your lane. But Bakari thing is pounding the pavement. He'll perfect that. You know, his thing is buy black business and promoting HBCUs. He could focus on that lane and stay in that lane. Dame Calloway, if you want to talk about Indians, that's not your business. Your business is supporting black business. Your business is pounding the pavement. Your business is talking about history in terms of the African American experience. You know what I mean? Perfect that lane. And the people who want to listen to it, they're going to listen to it. The people who don't, they'll continue with the dramas. You know, but just become the best of what you doing, your lane. Just simplify, you know, but I'll leave it there.
Hey, Bwana, before you go, hey, let me say this right quick to Bwana. Hey, Bwana, you see how hard it is for a black person to promote something to black folk? Boy, you mentioned the HBCU. It's a wonder people ain't in the chat cussing you out because you black.
I tell you what though. When
you mentioned HBCU, bro.
Bwana, we need some white people. We need some white people to promote it to them because they can't stop what white folks say.
I tell you what though, brother Bakari. If anybody mention HBCU, people gonna automatically think of Brother Bakari. You know what I mean? So if brother, maybe HBCU need to start paying you, but as soon as you perfect that and promoting that, when people think or talk about HBCU, they can think of Brother Bakari because he's been doing the work.
Hey, you know what? They might think of me, but guess what? They're gonna say, you know what? But Bakari could not get black folks to listen. He had to go pay some white people. Hey, man, I need y'all to tell black folks this. Guess what? You ain't got to worry about black folk complaining about it no more then. Because all it takes is for a white person to say, I see that now. I see. The white people said, black people okay. If a black person said, you get a lot of pushback.
Hey, Bakari be trying to save you all the time, you know what I'm saying?
I don't want him to save me. Ask the question, brother.
Because my lane is destroying the mentality that's keeping y'all slaves in the first place. Because you just said, like, if you don't think that whatever, then like that's what I've been trying to tell y'all. Why y'all keep talking about this stuff? Like, yo, if you don't think that such and such, then you shouldn't. Like, and that's my whole point. Why do y'all continue to do that? Y'all.
I talk about HBCU and FBA. I don't talk about the only time I talk
about. Y'all talk about ADOS and FBA and all that stuff every time. That's my whole thing.
Every time?
Almost
Okay.
pretty much.
Okay,
so we talk about it for like 2 years now. Like,
so when
I don't ever mention that, but I'm sorry.
I talk about it when somebody they create prompts in shoe debris, right?
But that goes against what you just was saying though. Like,
No, listen.
Perfect your lane. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Your lane is to criticize the whatchamacallit. You know what I'm saying? That's your lane.
No, what I'm hearing from you is because I don't think that we talk about it all the time, but that's what you hearing. So if that's what you hearing, now that you tell me that, you know what I mean, I could be sensitive to I could address that with brothers when they bring up that topic and prompt and say we need to get past that. I need to let the brothers in the room know that we need to get past that because that's what people who listening to us, that's all what they hearing. You know, and I'm thinking that we talking and discussing more than that. When the people, the listeners, that's all they're hearing from us. So maybe I need to address that.
No, don't get me wrong. I don't want to tell. I ain't telling nobody what to talk about or nothing like that. But what I'm saying is, like, y'all can't say like, "Oh, this is whatever," and then you're doing it. You're doing the same thing that you're saying that they're doing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and y'all don't even see that. You know, like all that negative stuff. Like, Bakari, you keep saying, "Oh, yeah, we can't help it." Well, maybe you can if you keep talking about it all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, if y'all could give certain people, a lot of people passes Bakari just because, you know. Like some brothers, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. And I ain't putting that on all of y'all because Bakari, I can't say Bakari because he do call out some people who he give a pass to, but Bakari a nice guy, so he be apologizing all the time. But the thing is, like, yo, you wouldn't apologize to Bible Drip, you know what I'm saying? And you probably go fishing with him first, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm saying. Just because of that one subject, that one thing, you know what I'm saying? Anyway.
No, okay, it's maybe it's a triggering thing for some of them brothers, and I'll remember that. I'll remember your comments tonight. I'll remember that the next time it comes up. I'll remember that.
I mean, yo, y'all can talk about what you want to talk about, but what I'm saying is, bro, like, I wouldn't use that word now that has been like hijacked, but like Bakari calls out the clones, you know what I'm saying? That's why I can appreciate it. You can't act like they don't be on there cloning, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like you call them out, Koku, you know what I'm saying, be the host, you know what I'm saying? But that's a whole nother topic, you know.
Man, I don't call nobody out, man. I told you,
No,
I'm
you do. That's all you do.
I don't even know nobody to call out because I done shut off. I don't really watch social media. I'm just being honest.
You said somebody's name earlier today.
Yeah, the folks I say the leader FBA, leader ADOS. Yeah, those type of people. I just don't deal with. I shut them off is what I said. I shut them off. But it's just certain things I just don't listen to. And that's why I say, goddamn, black people ain't got the power to shut some off. And I stand with that. Like her, she's funny. Right? She's funny. But she's one of those, like my homeboy, he a diehard ADOS. What he say? I done chose my tribe. I'm like, what's your tribe? But see, we are on tribal basis here too. Because in all honesty, if you get down to it, black people from the East Coast and black people from down south, if we really gonna start separating ourselves, saying let's see the differences, black people from each region, in all honesty, we different. So once we break it down to, let's start breaking it down to regions and showing difference. Let's be proud of my difference than these people.
Right. Yeah, you proud of Southern, Bakari, like you proud of eating
Arkansas, Alabama, Louisiana,
all
Tennessee, Texas. We different than New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania.
You should embrace that and then work together on, like, because we black, you know what I'm saying? Like in this case, we black people in America. But
the craziest thing in the world for me is I'm saying I'm gonna embrace something that'll. I keep telling y'all, white people got control over y'all. I'm gonna embrace something that a white person made me. They made me. Yes. So that's what
I'm talking about. Like, people do different things in New York because it's a different environment than Mississippi. You know what I'm saying?
But they really don't do different things. They just think they do different things.
No, because it's different weather. Bakari is like, you don't do, like, people like, yo, like, just like I'll just like with music. You know what I'm saying? Down south music is fire. I love New York. You know what I'm saying? Rap. It's two different kinds of hip hop, but it's one and the same. You know what I'm saying? But it's two different styles that we can embrace both of them. I don't want people in Atlanta sounding like New York. Just like I don't want the people in New York sounding like Atlanta.
But let me ask you a question. Who told you was different?
The way, bro, we just do different things in different, like, we always had tribes. Like, that's not even new. Like, we've always been different in different locations. Like the environment has an effect on human, like, life. You know what I'm saying? Like, so like we ain't gonna eat gator and stuff because we don't see no damn gators. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a bunch of lizards in Florida, so y'all might eat, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, or whatever. Just like we don't eat no chitlins up here. Nah, they used to eat chitlins. That's a generational one. Bakari, the last one, but that's all I'm saying.
But the point that I'm making, if we steady want to talk about let's embrace differences. Once I embrace my different, I'm different than you. So I'm gonna rock with the people I'm alike, and I really ain't worried about you. See, that's why I say I embrace similarities.
Yeah, you once I both, bro.
Because once I say I'm talking about me personally. Once I say I have embraced a difference, I'm different than you. We are not the same. We ain't gonna be on the same team. Because I'm looking for similarities.
So you think New York music should sound like Atlanta music?
That's not what I said.
But I'm saying you want us to have a uniform mindset, like, bro, like we are like we have different, like, ways that we do stuff.
And what you don't understand, that's part of what have hurt. We don't have a uniform mindset. So then, since we don't have a uniform mindset, there's also no uniform blackness. And to see what we can do together, because there's no uniformity in it. We have proven to the whole world that we are different. So now there's no uniformity in it.
No, but it's blackness in it. That's what it is. That's the thing. We know that our children is in danger across the globe. Why is it the darker your skin is? And it's not just the East Indians, because they can't win a damn race, so it can't be that. You know what I'm saying? Like, why is it?
But that don't matter, because I'm different than them, though.
No, like no, that don't mean that like if they do something that they gotta have it do it my way though, Bakari. Like if Wanda like doing something that I don't necessarily like, that don't mean like, oh, you gotta stop doing that and be just like me. Like he can show me something. Like that's how we like, you know, like we really supposed to be embracing it, like love our differences with each other. You know what I'm saying? Like it's okay to be like, but we never learned how to put our tribal differences to the side the way Europeans do. They're still French, they're still whatever you say, just like you'll be like, oh, don't say this person wasn't white and all that stuff. But yeah, they say they wasn't white because they wasn't in the tribe until they threw away their identity. You know what I'm saying? We never learned how to do that part. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference. They'll still go to war, because they kill each other way more than we do. You know what I'm saying? They have way more tribal differences than us, but they have learned this one area better than us. You know what I'm saying?
No, but you know the difference though. They're gonna always be European, and what you say. Even let's say they have from. See, the stuff I'm talking about is something I learned from a young age. When I asked my pops, Dad, why didn't you take this job, making all this money, 1960, so on and so forth? Rich white people in New York. No, rich white people in Mississippi, they weren't searching for differences. What they embrace, yes, differences are there, but what they embrace so they can advance forward as a race, we embrace our similarities. Like I can take you up here to this Jap Hibachi spot in Qatar, who had Filipino. Me, him, and Guy was talking, right? And I sat there and broke down their whole system here. And Cutter started laughing. He like, you ain't lying. I say, these people would tell me anything I know because we did good business. We did good business together. They didn't say, you Korean, you Chinese, you this, you this. What they embraced and the reason they worked together, they embraced their similarities. That's why when we look at these other people and say, they fight, but they do this, that's why I always ask, do we ever hold conversations with these people?
Bakari, have you ever called a Chinese person Japanese?
Yes.
And they didn't get mad?
No. They'll just say I'm not Japanese, but they hate. But
the ones I saw got mad.
But the Chinese and Japanese don't like each other. Call a Chinese.
Because everybody do the same thing as us, right?
No,
that's what I was trying to tell you.
No, what you see. Call a Chinese person a Korean, and it's gonna be a completely different. You're gonna get a completely different response from a Chinese person that you call a Korean than a Chinese person that you call a Japanese.
It's almost gonna be like a black person in America being called like African or something. The same kind of response.
What they would tell you is, but we the same people. They don't like the Japanese won't even join them in the Asian thing. It's way deeper than them just saying, "Oh, they doing the same thing we doing." It's way deeper than that. When the Asians coming together right now, the Japanese won't even join them. That's why I ask, man. I'm sick. Do we ever talk to these people? It's good to look from the outside. That's great, but these people get our money, come in your neighborhood. And we never ask these people none of these questions. Everything I'm telling you is shit that I've asked. I lived in Korea for a whole year. So I know the relationship that Korean people would have with Chinese people, not just here, but there. And
what you were saying, they embrace their similarity. That's my point, though. They don't.
Embrace yes, okay. You can believe it. I'm gonna ask you again.
No, I'm saying no. Hold on. I'm saying like, yeah, they would, bro. Like, I don't care what you like, yo. I seen the Japanese people in America gonna be like, yo, we down with that stop hate Asian bill, and the Filipinos too. But like, they have their differences. They fight, just like I was saying about us. You know, everybody does it. That's what I'm saying. It's not just us. You know what I'm saying?
I say the reason they work together is because they embrace the differences. Is not at the top of their list. Similarities is at the top of their list. If we are embracing differences, we are searching for the differences in us. But if you embrace similarities, you're embracing something that you have in common with this person. So if I have something in common with you,
I can work with you. I'm not gonna go through all the differences and say, yeah, but we do this the same. No, I'm gonna go through all the similarities.
Yeah, I can agree. I never say don't do that though.
That's what I embrace. And when I deal with other people, and I'm talking about people, and I learn all this dealing with folks in business, even down to how all them different Mexicans, I call them Mexicans, you can see how they feel about one another sometime. But then when you go, they'll talk about their similarities. That's why when you go into what people here will call a Mexican community, you see Mexican grocery stores, Venezuelan grocery stores, Guatemalan grocery stores. All right there.
Why don't they be like, no, let's just call ourselves Latinos or wherever the hell they want to call it? Why don't they be like, let's not say
forecast, the reason they live amongst one another is because they have embraced similarities. They embrace it. The differences come last. They embrace what's similar. If you embrace what's similar, you're going to work with what's similar.
But they don't erase. I never because I think the first thing we should is black. We like that's the very first thing. Like people say like black only. You know what I'm saying? Like that's one of the first things. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't saying that's the only thing. So you don't got to go there. But like yeah, like I agree. Like but they also be like yeah, we Guatemalan. We're this. We're that. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, they embrace differences too, but they still fight. Don't get it twisted. And that's my point. All of them fight just like we do. It's just that we can't get a clue to put it together when it comes to other people, just like they have with us. That's the only difference, you know, in my opinion. But yo, Bakari, I might not even be able to show this stuff, but I don't know if Bawana's still there.
No, play it. I want to see this.
Yeah, she was like, Africans and Caribbeans don't need to be using the N-word. Oh, damn, I ain't gonna do that. I'm probably gonna mess it up. Yeah, I just messed it up. My bad. All right, hold on. Let me try again.
Bawana, you can't use the N-word. Are you?
Hey, no one should be using the N-word.
Now you see, I ain't gonna say nothing. See, because when I say something, it bothers folks. So I'm gonna just leave it alone because I know it's different today. It's very different today.
Well, hold on.
So
Time out.
again, but why
No, hold on. No,
I don't argue about it, Bawana, because I'm done. Because I'd say I ain't gonna fight. I'm done fighting losing battles.
Well, we can't call ourselves God. What can we call ourselves then?
So people can have their way. Who said something about don't call yourself God? Look, you see how they try to move the goalpost, Bawana. But Bawana,
hey,
I don't say nothing no more because I'm tired of fighting losing battles. But once again, Bawana, when I say cruise control, when I say autopilot, calling yourself the N-word, but I know we gonna see. Look what they did to us way back then. This 2023, and what we do, we think of exit, but I ain't fighting no more losing battles. So people can have it. Because I'm tired of losing. I'm tired of losing. So I ain't fighting that losing battle. People can have it, but I know this finna sound crazy. But hey,
now before you be prejudiced,
it's autopilot.
Before you be prejudiced against black people in America, Bakari, you know what I'm saying? You even know that you like the sister. You heard her like she would never go with nobody else over no other black people. You know what I'm saying? But
I already said she's funny, but still, just because I say she's funny and I can watch some of her stuff, she all right. She ain't never said nothing disrespectful. I think she's cool. Flower Tower, I think that's her name.
Yeah, I got a couple ones from her because it was like I ain't gonna play the whole thing. That's why I hope I play the part.
TikTok sound is a snippet of audio that goes viral. Not necessarily goes viral. There are plenty of TikTok sounds that she's like, yeah, you know, she's preaching. She's like, these niggas, ooh, you know what I'm saying? So this sound has gone last week, and there was one, you know. And she wasn't trying to be offensive. Don't get me wrong, right? But her not understanding of the.
Damn, I don't know why I was messing up. All right, so you see, you prejudged this black person from America the wrong way already, Bakari. But that's what I'm saying. That y'all, this has even opened up a prejudice that's within y'all about other black people, and that's the part y'all not seem to understand.
Yeah, but forecast. You say just now, right? To embrace the differences. That's what you said. We should embrace our differences, right? If I'm in America, right? America, you have a right to say what you want to say. You can't police the words of people just because you're in America. You can't police the words of people. So if I'm in America around Black Americans are free to express themselves. This is a part of their culture because of the laws of the society. They're free to express themselves, and they do. They use the N-word. So when in Rome, do as the Romans. Why are you policing my words when, as a part of the culture of America, you have a right to freely express yourself however you wish?
Well, that's the thing, one. And then she wasn't really like she was like somebody had asked her a question that because she was saying like how her best friend is a person from the Caribbean and she had family over and she had asked her a question about the N-word, you know what I'm saying? And then she was saying that she wasn't using it like she was saying like it wasn't to be like disrespectful or nothing. She just didn't say it, you know what I'm saying, in the right way. But also, Bwana, you know, if I was to go over to, and I've been to the Bahamas and I've been to that little market area, you know, if I was to come over there being disrespectful, saying stuff that the people told me not to say, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, oh yeah, why should I call you this? You know what I'm saying? You know that that at least they'll beat me up. That's what you said earlier.
If they say it in it, if you say something in a disrespectful way, if you use any word in a disrespectful way, people will challenge you on it. But if you just say it, and now you would agree with me, a part of American culture, because I live in America for a time, they use the N-word all the time. So if I don't say if I'm talking to my homeboy, from America and I use the N-word, you shouldn't be offended by that. I mean, that's just how Black Americans usually talk and speak. So it's like, why the offense all of a sudden? If I ain't using it in an offensive way, I'm demeaning you by calling that word. I don't personally think no one should use the word personally. But if, like I say, when in Rome, why all of a sudden everyone is getting offended now? You're trying to police my words. I don't understand that. I don't. You know, because I'm not doing it in an offense to be offensive or disrespectful. I just having a conversation, and that's how. If I'm listening to a conversation by primarily Black folks, I hear that word constantly being used. So all of a sudden, if you look at me and police me and say I shouldn't do it, like I told you before, people will treat you like how you treat yourself.
So you said because I know Bakari said yes. Do you think we should let white people call us the N-word? We say it?
No, what I'm saying is you say that a part of my culture is you're an American. You should embrace the differences. Americans say that we are free to speak how we want to speak. That's the part of the culture of American society. So no words are off limits, off the table by nobody. That's how America works. That's the culture of America. That's what you're really saying when you're saying that we should embrace this culture. A nigger is more common than apple pie in America. That's more common than apple pie. Like I say, I don't believe no one should use that word, but that word is a common word in American culture as a whole. So you can't police words. That's you. If in the Bahamas you can police words, you could police words here.
Sure, you can over there, right?
Yeah, you could police words here because we don't have. No, I give it a reason. Because
that's what I'm saying. So you're saying we should let anybody who ain't like the dude running for president, that Indian dude, he should just be like, yeah, these N-words. Well, they say this. They call him.
He could say anything you want to say because as an American society. No, hold on. Let me finish. If you say you embrace America, in American society, one of the laws in America is the freedom of speech. I have not heard Black people fight to get rid of that amendment. Let's get rid of freedom of speech. Y'all ain't fight to get rid of that. And y'all ain't say, oh, we don't like this particular word being used as a part of freedom of speech. No one brought laws against the use of that word. So I would assume y'all don't have a particular problem with it because y'all enjoy the right to speak freely.
So again, you saying like, oh, like white people, we don't mind if white people say the N word since we shouldn't, and we shouldn't. Since we
I say if you.
I know you're not answering that question. You're doing everything.
No, I don't. No, but I tell you what my point. I believe that no one should use that word. I believe that no one should use that word. However, if you say that you should embrace your differences,
everybody should be able to say it, right?
Everyone should be able to use that word. I believe that because that's a part of American culture. And you say embrace the differences of America. Now, if you say I ain't American, I don't stand for American principles and values, that's off the table. Now we talking about something completely different. But if you say I must embrace my differences, you are American, I'm a Bahamian. Now something else comes in when you say because I can ask you what the culture of America is. I have a right
our
to
culture
freely speak.
Is not letting other people call us the N-word. We got a culture of that, you know what I'm saying?
Really? Is that true? Is that true forecast? So, now being delusional.
I'm talking, so you say black people in America, like we let everybody just call it, we don't like do nothing? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that damn Mexican whatever with all them damn with the purple rain with the damn rainbow coalition in his mouth.
Who you talking
6ix9ine. That shit. Go
listen. The rapper. 6ix9ine.
Yes, go listen to him talk, and don't nobody say nothing.
Fat Joe.
Watch this.
Fat Joe.
Thank you. And watch this.
J-Lo.
Yep. And ain't
well, I don't remember J-Lo saying the N-word, but like, yo, so fat. Like,
wait a minute.
When they on Fat Joe, people like you saying people like even like take the dude 6ix9ine serious, like. Who even take?
But see, forecast now. Okay, so
no, they like people beat him up. They literally beat him up.
He moving it now. He moving the goalpost.
Nobody beat him up for saying the N-word. And when he got beat up in that gym, that were Mexicans. That wasn't.
Bro, they even went in on Eminem for saying that. That's why he never said it again.
Forecast. You sat there and okay, watch this. Go watch a damn Quentin Tarantino movie. And watch how many times they call you that in the movie.
Oh yeah. He was tripping like all the actors like Jamie Foxx and them be tripping.
How much black folks wanted to see that movie? The Django? The Django. Yeah.
And go spend their money on it. And
they spend their money.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Brother Bakari. They spend their money. They spend them. They spend them. Black people spend their money into the millions of dollars, even though every sentence in that movie was the N-word, and they ain't mean it with no A. It's the hard ER. So to say that we don't support it, I saying, come on, either we having an honest conversation or a dishonest conversation.
No, you saying when people talk to you, you saying in a movie now, because you said people saying it to your face, because that's what it started. And we wasn't even talking about what she's talking about, because she was, like I said, she was asking her a question. That in her case is like if Bakari would be like, don't say me the N-word, and it's like Dwayne, you know what I'm saying? He's like, oh, I can say the N-word because I come from Brooklyn. Like, well, no, you can't say that over here, you know what I'm saying? And you ain't even black. But no, I can say that. That's the kind of thing that they're talking about. And yes, that is disrespectful. And if I go over there doing that, they might be like they might give me a couple of passes because, like, you know what I'm saying, I'm another black person. But eventually, yeah, it's gonna be a problem. That's what she was talking about in the first place.
How is it disrespectful to call you that when you can't, when 75% of black conversations, they are calling them Black American conversations, they are calling themselves that. But then if somebody, wait a minute, then if somebody else said, another black person to somebody who uses the word, now it's a problem because you're not Black American. So forecast, I'm going to tell you again because I want you to listen to what you're saying. You ain't got to listen to what I'm saying. They listen to what you're saying. When I say this shit is on cruise control and black people like to make excuses for black people, that's why we don't accept responsibility. See, we make excuses for, that's why I said I'm not fighting it no more. I tell people, don't call me that. Don't say it on my panel. I don't care what they say no more, because I'm tired of fighting losing battles. I'm tired of arguing with black folks trying to show, because I ain't white. I have realized that. White people call you the N-word way back in the 1600s, and it still stay with you today, till that's where you are, and we make excuses. It's different. No, it's not. Well, we said with an A.
You want to know how it's different?
Wait.
I can tell you how it's different.
Okay, good. Wait a minute. We said with an A. You say brother with an A too.
No,
you say sister. You say sister. I know where it come from. It come from white folks insulting you. But come on, I want to hear some of it.
Go ahead. What you say?
Go ahead. I want to hear some of this good black knowledge. Right. Come on, go ahead.
Yo, for one, he be saving you all the time. That's why he jumped in. But
I wish he didn't. I really would like to. I would like to go follow the conversation.
Where come from, Focat?
Huh?
Where it come from?
No, I said the difference. Well, it come from like white people. Well, you know, there's a whole other conversation with that. You know what I'm saying? But
it's gonna be some false information. But go ahead. It's some false. I'm telling you, it's false information.
That's a whole other conversation right there. So we ain't going down that lane. But what I'm saying is
what's the difference? Yeah.
I'm saying what's the difference is like Bakari, like, you know what I'm saying, when they did this, you know what I'm saying, like I was telling you, like, this is why I even stopped saying it, because I don't even think we realized the gravity. Like when they was enslaved, they was like, yo, Miss Ann such and such, and then my parents was down with the N-words, and that's the people that they loved, you know what I'm saying? Like they say that, and they literally had a thing called a picnic. Do you know what that is? You know what I'm saying? Like that's the whole thing that they put together, where the whole family came out there and tortured you just because of that. You know what I'm saying? Where they cut out your tongue, poked out your eyes, cut off your fingers, castrated you just because you were N-word. You know what I'm saying? Like I've never seen a black person do that. Tell me, all right, so black people did that just
forecast. You know I'm from the Caribbean, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know slavery was here too, right?
No, I'm saying why. Because now you're saying why in the Caribbean, because he was saying why it's different from other people. I'm talking about like white people.
What I was telling you is, I said how it's on cruise control now. They don't have to do nothing, and we make excuses is what I'm saying. I'm not talking about another, but you said don't nobody else say it, and I named people that said, and then we made excuses on why they say it.
Dude got beat up. Like, yo, I ain't know it's damn excuse. Like, yo, like
Forecast. Do you know Forecast? Why did they be Forecast?
See, I don't even know him like that. But I heard that part.
I know, but why did they beat him? They did not beat him up for that.
Why they beat him up,
okay, so that's what I'm saying. Did nobody beat nobody? They said, Forecast, you can find black folk right now sat there on damn with China Mac calling black folks the N-word. So, but folks, we got to be, but as long as we're not honest about this, we keep doing the same shit. Then we wonder why.
No, you know damn well if he came down to your neighborhood saying the N-word, could he do that, Bakari? Could he come down to your neighborhood saying the N-word?
See, but I'm not the only black person. I'm saying black people. I don't use the N-word.
I'm just saying your neighborhood. You don't even got to be out there. You could be in the house and not even know what happened. Can he come down to your neighborhood and say the N-word? Like, he can't just come up there. Like, I remember this white boy tried to say it. Like, yo, every time I seen it in real life, the dude got punched in the face. You know what I'm saying?
But China Mac is real life. It was black folks threatening to fight other black folks for him. He is in real life.
Oh yeah. I ain't gonna say that it ain't like clones and stuff. That's the thing that exists everywhere. I ain't gonna say it ain't.
But the point I'm making, Forecast, when I say this shit is on cruise control, it is. And if we don't check it and keep giving black people pass, well, we said with an A. You say brother with an A. You say sister with an A. It's how we fucking speak. But if we don't ever hold black people accountable, the same shit happen. Because ain't no white people right now making black people call themselves the N-word. Ain't, like you just said, ain't no white people calling black people the N-word. So that means Forecast.
According to y'all, everybody can do it. We better not say nothing according to y'all.
Okay, good. I got you. But what that means, Forecast, since you say white people ain't calling black folks that, especially to their face, that means it's on cruise control since the enslavement where they don't have to do shit. They have already done their work. Just like we were talking about.
That's not true, though, Bakari.
So
That's
white
not
people.
true.
So you saying they
You
still
don't
call
think- you
black
don't-
people in word to their face? So what is black
No.
people what are we responsible for then?
No, I'm talking about when you say this since slavery. No, they have systematic, like the thing that they did to Garvey was systematic. That wasn't in the slavery. Like the things that they did in the 80s and the 70s and the 60s.
We talking about the N word.
The N word. Well, I mean,
You see, because you like to move it, you moving around.
No, I ain't talking. No, you saying it wasn't the same. Like, no, when you talk about the N word,
He got his roller skates on tonight. He have his roller skates on.
Black people have always said, black people wasn't saying the N word back then. Bakari, what are you talking about?
I said it's on cruise control. That's what I said. White people don't have to do nothing. It's certain shit white people just don't have to do. Black people is gonna do it. And
Bakari, that's not true though, because like, bro, what do you think they're getting like especially up until like the internet age? Especially up until the internet age, we only got information controlled by them up until now, and then even now. Like,
okay, wait. So wait a minute. So the
and
black
that's not just black people in America. That's in the Caribbean and what's them.
But black people.
Go ahead. Then we go to this.
Black people in the 2000s. Who did they get the N word from?
Black people in the 2000s.
Yeah, right now in the 21st century. Who did they hear saying it all the time?
Especially the 2000s, like like that's what I was just talking about. Rap with
other black people. It's easy. It's easy. It's easy.
It's easy. So Bawana, I'm gonna ask you, Bawana, because folks don't want to answer.
I just said rap.
The black people in the 90s, because it ain't just rap. Black people in the 90s, who did they get it from, Bawana?
Other black people.
Black people in the 80s.
In the 80s, down the line.
70s, the 60s, the
That's
50s.
not even true, Bakari. That's not true.
So you tell it. Okay.
No, they did not. You telling me so, Bakari? Because you even know with your father generation, they was like, you better not use that word in this house. You know that existed. You know what I'm saying? And
I didn't say that didn't exist, but
so
what
you said since slavery. I'm saying that was not true.
Yes. So for focus, who stand up for black? Watch this. Who stand up for black people right now when a black person say we shouldn't use that word? Who stand up for black people to say, oh, it got a different meaning today? Who stand up for black people using it?
Who stand up for black people using it? I don't stand up for black people using it. I don't think people should use it, but I definitely don't agree when you say it's the same when everybody uses it, though. No, you might as well let everybody. That's what I'm just.
He said you didn't want to answer no question. You see how he tapped in?
No, I just answered that. I said no, I don't agree with that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's roller skating. He's roller skating.
Because every time, because when Bawana said, see, they said it with the hard ER. I know where he got that from. He got that from
I know where he got it from. I don't agree with that.
He got it from black folks putting emphasis on the ER because we said with an A. It's the same shit. So, folks, until we accept the fact that some of this shit is on cruise control, this shit ain't gonna ever change.
No,
it's just that simple.
No, we don't. It's not, Bakari, because they continue to do things to just like now, like the schools is planning what to do with our children's curriculum. They are always having think tanks to what to do next. It's not just a stagnant thing like where they just like, oh yeah, we just going. That's not even how any like if you was to do that, you shouldn't do that with anybody else either, because it's gonna come back to bite you. They don't do that.
But some shit is on cruise control. See, I didn't say everything. Some things and some of this stuff, black folks stand up for is on cruise control. It's on autopilot. They don't have to do nothing. It's on autopilot. They did the work for it.
It's not the same as saying the N word, though, Bakari. It's not. I don't agree. Black people should be saying it.
It's not the same as saying the N word. It's not the same as all this bullshit where black people don't like each other. It's not the same as how black people.
I said that is the same.
Rush to put one another down. It's some stuff we gonna have to look and say, you know what, that is us. But until we accept responsibility for that, it will not change. It becomes.
You see how you be like, yo, you at least you down to some of the stuff. Like,
I've already said.
At first it was everything. Now at least you down to some stuff.
No, I've been saying some of this shit we talking about. I've been saying some. Bawana, didn't I say some?
He getting the best lesson ever tonight. He getting the best lesson.
But you are in such defense.
Bawana, you got saved so many times, and now you can't even save Bakari. He just saved you so many times.
You in such defense, so we can be enablers to this nonsense. You in such defense, Well, you ain't listening. I ain't never say all of it. I say some of this shit, like black folks fighting each other. Like when I said we can turn off social media, that's just some of the things that we can do. That's on cruise control. That's on autopilot. I've always said some stuff we have to accept responsibility for. When we or just admit we children of white people. Just go ahead and say
until you admit that people is plotting because you got to come up with plans to do whatever. So if you think that, oh yeah, well, we just gonna let you whatever, we just gonna leave it up to like, no, you gotta be smarter. That's why they use us to come in on each other. Like it's not by accident, it's by design, bro. Like that's what I'm saying. Like it's not by accident, man.
Okay, you're right.
Well, let me play some of the sister John Bakari. Because I probably I can't play as much as I want now because she wasn't even saying what y'all was saying in the first place. You know what I'm saying? She was just saying
honestly irritated the fuck out of me. It really did, right? Like she was asking us, you know, not just me, because you know I was the only African American, but my best friend and her sister, you know, they're not African Americans, but they were raised in America, so they have a different understanding of the N-word, right? I will say that. I feel like people who are raised in America.
And by the way, she did a disclaimer like, yo, I agree with like all that stuff about using the N-word period. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, it is what it is.
Understand the N-word more than people who are not raised in America. So even if it's a Caribbean or an African, if they were raised in America, I feel like, you know, they more on code. So she was asking us questions. And to be fair, I'm pretty sure she watched my YouTube videos. So I think that may have prompted her to ask these questions as well. You know, she was explaining she's from a country, you know, in the Caribbean. They are not exposed to these things, right? She doesn't understand these things. So she was asking us questions and she was like, you know, like, so if a white person calls you the N-word, like you gonna fight them or something, right? And we was like, yeah. And she was like, wow, like, you know, like, I don't get that. And it's just like, just the bare misunderstanding of the gravity of the N-word honestly gets on my nerves, you know. And it's like, I get that y'all are from different countries. So of course, you know, I can't expect you to know all the deets of, you know, American culture or whatever, right? But at the same time, considering that fact, knowing you don't know what the hell, nothing about the N-word, why are you using it? You know what I'm saying? Like, I get that you don't understand the gravity of the N-word. So how are you in any position to reclaim it? Honestly, that shit just got on my nerves. And I'm going to tell y'all the truth again. She did try to use the N-word, right? And mind you, she got a thick-ass accent. So she was like, oh, this is hood nigga music. I was like, girl, don't even say it. Like, just don't even say it because you literally just said it like a slur. You know what I'm saying? It don't even sound right with the accent. Like, just leave it be, right? But this is my point, right? Y'all are going to sit here and y'all are going to be like, Flower Tower, it's a slur, whatever, yada, yada, yada. And it is a slur, you know? And so some of y'all are going to be like, oh, you shouldn't even be clamoring so hard to use it your damn self, right? But this is my thing. Whether you use it or you don't use it, the fact is there is a gravity behind the N-word and there should be a certain understanding behind it. Everybody and their mama don't need to be using the N-word just because they happen to be black. That is the fact of the matter. If you don't understand shit about it, or the circumstances that bore it, you honestly don't need to be using the N-word for real. So I commented under this video and I said to this woman, y'all don't even use the N-word in the Caribbean. Like, that's literally a fact. The only time people in the Caribbean use the N-word is if they actively trying to imitate the way that African Americans talk. So maybe they listening to our music or something. But the honest to God truth is y'all really don't use the N-word. That's true of Africans too. That's true of everybody who not from America. Y'all don't use the N-word. And I would like to keep it that way because y'all sound horrific when y'all try to use it for real, right?
All right, so she did repeat herself after this.
Yeah, but why is she using it? I mean, it's okay. I understand where she coming from, you know, because she is right. You know, unless I'm hearing it in a rock music song or whatever, we don't really use that term. Was introduced to the Caribbean, to be honest. Where I am, you know. But my question is, if the word is so offensive, if the word have such horrible history to it, why is she using it? Why is she singing it in her rap lyrics? Why does she have it in her mouth? If the word is to be policed, and if the word is so offensive, why is she using it and so comfortable in doing it?
Oh, I mean, I know people do use it. I don't think she in particular. I never heard her say it, so I can't say for her. But go ahead, my bad.
No. Well, I mean, we could speculate. We can speculate because I think she does use it. I think she does
Maybe.
use it.
I was just
You
meant
know,
on the videos I meant, you know.
but the only question I would ask is if it is offensive in the way she's going on. She made a whole video of it. Why is she using it? Or why do African American some not because Brother Bakari, but Brother Bakari even say he's American, so I can't even include him in on that. But why do some African
No,
Americans?
he African American.
Okay, but well, I'll have to ask him. But why do African Americans use it if it's so offensive?
All right, so yeah,
Hey.
oh, go ahead, Bakari.
He finna defend it for you.
No, I'm not. I was about to say I agree with what Bakari says that we shouldn't use it. I agree with that. Like I know that like even coming up, you know what I'm saying, it's just a word that's just like there like all the time. It just becomes a part of your vocabulary, just like all the other slang that we use, you know what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna lie, I didn't understand it until I listened to like the slave narrative thing, you know what I'm saying? So I don't advocate using it, but I'm still never would say it's the same as like even the Fat Joe show, like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all just seen it with that Hispanic girl calling the girl a monkey. Now some black people is going to defend it, you know what I'm saying? Now, like, I think that she was going at her, like, you know what I'm saying? Because you call somebody a monkey, like, I guess theoretically we live in America, you know what I'm saying? But like, and
nah, forecast. Let's take the skates off. I asked you something specifically. I'm asking.
I'm telling you.
Say no. Hold on. You say there's a difference, okay? And you say that other black people don't have the same kind of understanding of the term. How she explained it. She said that historically is a thing that is a very offensive thing to say. So my question is, why do black people in America use the term?
Well, okay, I'm trying to tell you, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I was telling you why it is different, you know what I'm saying? But I would say why we use it. I told you that because, like, you know, I told you why I went through the whole thing. Like, it became into, like, you know, just my culture, you know, this was just here. Why? Because, like, yeah, like, it got beat into us, just like a whole bunch of stuff, you know what I'm saying? Got beat into us, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just became like we speaking damn English, you know what I'm saying? Like it became English to us. I told you, like even with the slave narrative, they was calling their moms and them, and they didn't mean to, like the N-word, and calling the people that they hated, talking about them with hate, and still saying Miss Ann is a I don't agree with it because I think it's a sickness. But when I say, because I don't agree that we should be saying, or like, you know, I agree with Bakari when he said nobody should be saying it. So I'm not going to defend why we should say it. You know, and why we do is because, you know, that's just been a part of what is, you know what I'm saying? Like that's
okay.
just how.
Okay, so you say that it's a part of your culture. That's what you say. It's just a part of your culture. So
no, it's part of some of this, just like Christianity got beat into us, that kind of stuff.
I understand. I understand. But you do recognize that some people have taken that culture, they've recorded it on records and sell that to the rest of the world.
Right.
So don't you think that other people will be impacted in listening to that music and then repeating that your culture, you know, not understanding all the complexities that go into it. So now people get offended, but there's some complicity involved. Because
because I think when you saying people get offended, they get offended when people use it in a disrespectful way. You know what I'm saying? Like even her video, she was like, "Yeah, my friend understands. She's not from America, but she understands like what like the whole thing with it." And so it's like I'm not tripping if she says it. It's just she was just using it in a way in a you know what I'm saying, in a derogatory way. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what she was talking about specifically. That's why I ain't want to go down there, but. You know, but go ahead.
So you saying as long as what you say, as long as the word is not used in a quote unquote derogatory word, it still could be used.
I literally just said I agree with Bakari. Nobody should be using it. That's why I know you're trying to go down something, but like
I asking questions.
Even when you're talking about rap, right? Because since we want to do that, like we talking about rap. like somebody like Lil Wayne wouldn't care if a bunch of white people call him the N-word. A lot of people use it. Like, I guess you could name Kendrick Lamar, who told the white girl not to say the N-word, you know what I'm saying, even though that's in his raps. But like, yeah, like especially in raps, you know what I'm saying, you use that like for a certain thing, like and I think today is definitely, because like I said, I stopped listening because they be tripping with it today. But like, even with, and I don't agree with the group, all right, you know what I'm saying, but niggas with attitude, you know what I'm saying, it was supposed to be like, theoretically supposed to be like, oh yeah, they think we're this and they're scared of these N-words with attitude, then just what we're gonna be, you know what I'm saying, kind of mentality, you know what I'm saying, like, but go ahead, bro.
I understand. I understand that what you're saying, that there's context. There's context to saying certain names, but you saying this as a 35-year-old man now, you know. And when a lot of people got introduced to these kinds of things, no one see the rappers don't put on their labels. We are using this. We are using niggas with attitude because we are trying to do this. They only see on the CDs they was buying or MP3s, niggas with attitude. So
But that's the thing though, like, because that's what I was saying earlier about, like, because even with the music back then, the music was speaking about it. Like, I don't think they do that today. They use it, and I think most of those people is like clones anyway, who be like, yo, all lives matter. You know, they probably be saying like, why can't they let them, like, they can say it, you know what I'm saying? I say it. I think most of the rappers are like that today, like y'all saying, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, and I don't think even back then, you know, like when they was doing it, if you listen to like, and even now, because you don't have to because you can turn them off too, right? Because now all of a sudden we don't got no responsibility in turning stuff on and off. But you know, like there's a bunch of rappers who don't use it, or even conscious ones who do use it, but they use it in a like like, you know what I'm saying, like certain context. Even like the brother Bakari, I forget that brother name. I don't know how I forget his name. That you be playing this joint all the time. He used it, Big Crit, you know what I'm saying, but he has like messages behind this stuff, you know what I'm saying, like, or like artists use every word, but the word is there every word is there to be used for a reason. And I think is a bunch of rappers today and a bunch of like clones, you know what I'm saying, and I think you put them all in the same bag, just like black people in America put all the, you know what I'm saying, Caribbean clones in the same bag. It's not true, like, either way.
Well, and like I was saying, you know, I think that people treat you like how you treat yourself. And let me say this: the world wouldn't have been introduced or even have any understanding of that word if it wasn't promoted. And some people could say by white people, absolutely, because they're the distributors.
Well, they were saying that,
but I don't think in terms of the content itself that some Jewish person was hanging over the shoulder of the rapper saying, no, we don't want you. We want you to put in the term nigga, you know, use as much niggas as possible.
No, but what they do is like when you have a person who's saying, like, who you think they gonna put up? A person that you know, like what was funny, like in that movie they cloned Tyrone, like at the end they was like, yeah, I know you feeling real shady today, you know what I'm saying, wake up and shice somebody you love, shice your neighbor, shice a coworker. And then the song came on, shice, like, yo, all of that stuff, like they're not going to give certain rappers a chance, you know what I'm saying? The people, like for a while, the people who had the grills and the chains, that's the people who they put on TV and all this, especially like back when I was a kid, there wasn't no internet back then, you know what I'm saying? We looking at BET and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? Like today is a different game, but like, and I think that there's a lot of people who is conscious, who got followings, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a bunch of rappers that's like nasty, and they conscious with it, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just nobody's, you know what I'm saying? You don't hear about them.
I understand it, but what I trying to explain is how people from other places get introduced to you, or what you could say, well, African Americans, how they think, how they feel, how they are. I used to listen to KRS-One. KRS-One, I never used to hear a lot of N-words in his lyrics. You know, it used to be about education. Right. So that's what when I was being introduced to the music, I was like, oh man, this is This is the best thing I've ever heard before. You know, but as I continue to listen to the content, you know, I remember seeing Little Kim with her having her legs open, you know, her showing her crotch and shit. I'm like, I'm saying that if I never knew about an African American, if I never knew that there are Black people that exist in this part of the world, and my formal introduction to them was KRS-One, then my ideas about them would be completely different.
But is it Black people from America introducing you, or who is introducing you to the song? Like, because of course it would be different if you heard KRS-One as opposed to Lil Kim. Like, who's introducing you to this?
Yes,
even the labels they're on.
Yes, I used to listen.
Hey, let me say something
brother
right
Kari.
Okay, let's say it's white folks introducing it, right? Let's say that. Who making Black folks say it all the time?
Bro, the Black people who don't care about crooning is gonna say it for a couple dollars, bro. Like, that's called a sellout.
Come on.
That we all have.
So you telling me the only people that everybody that use it is that say it all the time is crooning?
No, you talking about their music.
No, I see you just talking about music.
No, we was just talking about music. My bad.
I'm talking about in Black real life, and when I say it's on cruise control, autopilot, and the reason I say I ain't fighting it no more because I'm tired of fighting a losing battle. They can say what the hell they want to say, longer they don't say it to me. You understand? But until we accept responsibility, they were enslaved in the Caribbean. You don't think the Black people in other parts of the world was called the N-word? And for Black people from the United States to think that really shows how we really believe
it's crazy. It's crazy.
We were some type of
you said that, not me.
No, I said that I knew about in my home. Let me talk about my house. I never heard my father or mother use that term ever. Okay. Now we had a satellite dish, and I used to listen to UNTV raps. You know, so I learned. This is how I learned about American culture. Now I know historically, way back when, you know, before my UNTV rap, like we had a satellite dish. You probably even know what a satellite dish is, but okay. So I'm sure that there are slave masters who would have called my great grandparents that term, but they just didn't keep it with them, because when I would listen to them talk, they used to say brother, joker, different kinds of names. I never heard that term until I really start studying UNTV raps and understanding, okay, well, this is how they do it. This is the images that were sent out around the world was very impactful for a whole lot of people. And I think that what you're saying is that if we get these messages without context, then we think that this is the lifestyle of the Black person in America, when it wasn't. But we wasn't understanding that all we were seeing was the content that was sent out to the rest of the world. And I think that's the greatest problem.
But Wanda, you know the problem I have with that, right? Because Black people in this country have accepted all of that. Like the dude put in the chat, Richard Pryor said he didn't want to use the N-word after going to Africa. He said them ain't N-words. He saw Black people. I saw that skit where he did that. But he said he started using the N-word again because Black people didn't even want to hear him crack jokes if he didn't use the N-word. Man, this shit is on cruise control. And until I'm going to continue to say the same thing. Until Black people learn to accept responsibility, the same shit going to continue to happen to Black people. We keep looking to point the finger. Oh, look what they're doing to us. Oh, we'll talk about, oh, look how the Asians beat our women, but you still go to the damn Asian store. Oh, look what the Arab did, but we still go spend our money with them. Oh, look what but we still go. Oh, look, it ain't them. And if we don't look in the fucking mirror and accept responsibility, in 2023, Black folks will be walking around having this same damn argument because we look to give each other a pass for everything because they're Black or because we're Black. The best pass you can give us It's to make them accept responsibility for some of the stuff that we do that don't have nothing to do with nobody else. Some of this stuff like this YouTube shit and who we follow have nothing to do with nobody else. Just because white people put it in front of you and market it and advertise the market it, don't mean you have to watch it. Just because white people call you the N-word, don't mean you have to call yourself that. Some things we have to take responsibility for. But because see, when we are killed, what we do by the police or whoever, we look, who do we blame? So now we're victim blaming. So everything gonna get a pass when it's bad that happened to black folks. When black folks do it, when other folks do it. But the person that want to stand up for something righteous or some morals, I say I'm righteous. Other people might think I'm not. That's okay. And say, this is something that we can do. Don't nobody stand with that. People don't stand with that. We want to stand to defend our foolishness that we do. We defend that wholeheartedly. We're going to defend it to death. We'll defend that. But then if you talk about a black person with education, oh, he a boule. Like, what the hell? If we just think about some of the stuff that we say, look, you know what? Like I said, this conversation can go down 700 different roads. And I wanted to talk about all of them.
Yeah, y'all done ran that. Every one of them was trying to get away. But all right, let me go on, because I ain't even gonna show all this stuff, man. Like, damn. But I will say this though, like, I don't know what Bukhari is talking about, Bwanda, but just like you got the image of black people in America, that's the image that y'all. What kind of image do you think black people in America got of y'all? You know?
Yes. And you know what forecast? You know what I already didn't tell you before when I went to school what people would say to me. And then the other image is when they hear the accent, they automatically think I'm a dope smoking guy who sit on the beach and impregnate a bunch of women, you know. So it's like that, but we don't recognize there's an unseen hand between. Like I say, that satellite dish. That satellite dish was distributing the nonsense, and that was our first introduction with each other. And I think that we have an opportunity now to change that, you know.
It sound like want to switch the sides, Bukhari.
And that is okay. But the thing is, they can say what they want. Black people have things they can say. I never said white folks ain't done nothing, but I said a lot of this shit is on cruise control and autopilot. And I stand firm on it. Man, something fucking wrong with us then. Ain't no need to talk about them. Something is wrong with us. Something is wrong with black people then. Something is just not. White people is inherently smarter. And I see why black people call them white supremacists, because they are inherently, obviously, they are inherently superior, because black people don't have the mental capabilities to say, you know what, this is some bullshit. Just a little bullshit about the YouTube shit we was talking about. Instead of saying that, we figure out a way to make excuses and blame other folks and say, man, damn, man, just turn it off. But you would tell black people, man, y'all shouldn't watch football and basketball. We can tell black people to be responsible for that, but don't be responsible for listening to some of this bullshit on social media. Don't be responsible for the usage of the N-word. I'm not saying ain't nobody done nothing, but what I'm saying is a lot of this shit, some of this shit, autopilot, cruise control, and they don't have to do nothing no more. They don't have to. They can just sit back and laugh because they don't put in the work. So, and if it's just that easy, maybe.
Watch this, Bukhari. Now, do you think, because you like they don't do it no more? Do you think that they outwork us?
I said they don't do what no more. What did I say they don't do no more?
No, I'm saying they outwork us?
No, what did I say? No, but you said I say they don't do that no more.
You said they don't have to do it no more. We on cruise control.
Oh, there's some shit they don't have to do no more.
Oh, some stuff they do.
That's what I've been saying. This is some stuff they don't have to do no more. They don't have to show bad images of black people to black people anymore.
Wakari, if you ever in charge, man, you got a slave population. Don't be like, yo, I'm gonna leave that up to them. You know what I'm saying? You always be at it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, watch this. They will call it.
I ain't even to start you, Wakari. Let me go to the next one, Wakari.
Why is it other people who have been through this? And not saying they don't have problems, but why is it it's certain things that other black people can just cut off and don't defend and don't stand for and defend it? But when it comes to this,
what you talking about? What do we not cut? What you mean? I don't even know what you mean on that one.
Like Bawana said, he ain't heard nobody calling nobody the N-word.
Yeah, it's just like your parents' generation. You ain't hear that either.
I heard people around you. See, you keep talking about a house. Bawana.
Not a house. Black people was like black people ain't even want to be called black then. They was like, don't call me colored, or they was like they want to be colored. They was like, don't call me the N-word. Like
right, okay, black people ain't got no responsibility for nothing that happened. Black people has no responsibility.
What that got to do with it?
We have no responsibility, and we never got to accept responsibility.
Dang, no, that is. I'm only talking about us. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about us. That's us.
But you're putting somebody else in the middle.
No,
in Bawana.
Or it's either them or you. You dropped the ball.
Let me speak something positive. Let me don't give a one-sided view of things. And Brother Bakari might
coming on my side, Bakari.
No, Brother Bakari might not like this one. When I also, because like I said, I was talking about, I learned about American culture by watching television. But when I saw the Million Man March, and I was listening to Farrakhan speak for the first time, I said, "Oh my goodness, you know, these people got to be the best black people I ever seen in my life." it just rocked me to my core, because I never thought, you know, outside of my own space, because I seen great black men before. But I'm saying myself, this is the greatest thing I ever seen. One of the greatest things I ever seen in my life. And I had to really investigate that organization more. And then watching these people and hearing these, I was like, man, these people are very functional. You know, it really kind of like changed my perspective on a whole lot of different kinds of things. Because the only thing I knew about, you know, America is like, oh, these people, they create great music. They're great athletes, but to see that, you know, it kind of rocked me to my core, and I had to reconsider a whole lot of different kinds of things. And it's only through my engagement, with talking to the brothers in America, I had a different perspective. And I think that Brother Bakari is right. You have to take we have to take personal responsibility for ourselves, because no one else is going to do it for us. So that's just a fact. It's a fact of life, man.
Watch this. And if you waiting on other people to give a good image of you, you'll never have a good image. Ever. If you're waiting on other people to say something positive about, because I'm gonna be honest, if I was white, I wouldn't say shit good about black folks. Now
I would never do it, right?
The worst images in the world. Because if you don't have the mental capability, if you act as if you don't have the mental capabilities to say, you know what, man, we can fight off this little bit. God damn, just this little. They ain't even in the middle of this. So this is us. If we act as if we don't even have control of your own mind. That's another. I've heard people say, well, you don't. I do. I can't speak for nobody else. I do. That's the craziest shit in the world, that you have accepted that you don't even have power over what you think. That's the craziest shit in the world. You don't have power over what you watch. Yes, you do. Stop watching it. Stop watching it. But then there's another thing, but we don't want to turn them off because they black. I don't give a shit. If it's something I don't want to hear, I don't want to hear it. If it's something I don't want to hear, I ain't gonna hear it. I don't give a shit whether they black or not. I don't want to sit there and hear nobody constantly over and over and over. Black people ain't shit. It's black people that's pushing this image today. And until we accept responsibility for that, And I ain't even saying check nobody, but we have to accept responsibility for some of the stuff that we say and do, and stop always saying, see, it was the white man. See, look what he did in slavery. I understand what he did in slavery, but some of that shit we got to be able to fight off in order to move forward. That's just a fact.
Now, Bakari, because let me know where your satellites is, you know what I'm saying? So since we controlling what's all your app that we on right now, you know what I'm saying? So we can get off of here, you know what I'm saying, and make sure we
What does that have to do with me controlling my brain about what I want to watch and what I want to think? But Wanda, you see what I'm talking about? So I need an app or a satellite to control what I think?
No, bro, but you do need a school system to make sure your children don't get.
No, I don't need a school system to control what I think.
No, we all do for our children to get control.
When your schooling, see, I'm gonna tell you something else, right? See, I'm glad you said that. I'm glad this is something else, right? We like to say that. And yes, do black people need some schools? Yes, we need some schools. Black people
educate us
watch
too.
this.
Yeah.
Black people, your schooling start at home. It don't make a damn difference what school you go to. If my children had gone to a private black school coming up, they wouldn't have got their first introduction. They wouldn't have got their introduction to blackness or black power from that school. They would have got it from me. So once again, we can say the school do this, yes, and the school can be full of shit. But guess what? If you got children in those schools, and until you have the money where you can afford to go.
If you drop the ball, what we gonna do though? If you didn't drop the ball,
guess what? I ain't dropped shit. I raised my kids and did all that. My mom and dad raised 9, was active in the school system. See, that's the thing. We like to point at people can go to, and I've helped other kids. I've been involved in mentoring programs. We can go to the school now until we get, but you know why the black private schools don't get off? How can something get off when black people don't even trust one another? Only thing we got, we don't even have anything. Once again, you white social media, there's nothing positive. 98% of the stuff, there's nothing positive about being black, coming from black people. And then we turn around and say, you know what? We should go to this private school. We should go to this black school. Your first schooling, your first teaching, your first introduction to blackness, if it coming from a school teacher, the parents has failed. That's my opinion. They have failed on teaching you about being black. If that's your first introduction to it, don't care what school you go to. It don't make a difference. Because what school my kids went to, when they walked in that school, they knew how to read because that's what we taught at home.
They went to the school of Brother Bakari.
when they walked in there, my son and my daughter at 6 years old, they could have told you who Malcolm X and Marcus Garvey and Martin Luther King was, because that's what they learned at home. I understand the school can be full of shit, but until we're in a position where we can really have schools, and first of all, we don't want to support black schools. They're just an absolute flat. All you got to do is listen to y'all sit on here and talk about HBCUs. And there's absolutely private HBCUs that you can support. So, but we don't want to talk about that though. We don't want to support the black schools, but until we get enough schools in the area, because everybody won't be able to go to a black school, no way, because there's not black schools everywhere, right? And some people can't afford to do homeschool. But until we do that, we can be up in the public school where our children are. We can be up in the school where our children is every day. Every day. See, I just think different. And the shit I talk about is the shit I done, the shit I came from, people I know do. I ain't just talking. I'm not just talking about it. Really not. I'm not just talking about it. So our kids go to that school and don't nobody go to the PTA meeting.
Forecast, this is what you do. Go to the local high school or middle school PTA meeting. Just go in there one day.
Yeah.
See how many of us you see in there. Go to your city council meeting and see how many of us you see in there. The point that I'm making is, if we got more involved and took responsibility, there's some things that we can change. But we want them to change who they are, and we want them to change. They're not going to change who they are, and they're not going to change what they have done unless we're involved and we're together. Especially locally, we can make this shit change. Especially locally, but we got to get more involved as a people, as a group. Y'all might not agree with that. Do you agree with that, Bwana? Bwana might not agree with that, but he ain't got that problem because ain't nobody over the way he is.
No, my brother. I believe that Black people have more power than they think, you know, and I believe that yes, you could get education from a formal institution. But the tool in your hand, you could use this tool for good, or you could use this tool for horrible things.
Like talking about ADOS stuff.
No, not ADOS, brother. Just hear me out. Hear me out. Just like how I don't know who taught you the history that you teach, right? But I don't know if you go on the internet, or I don't know if you research it yourself, and you've been able to teach the information, the history of Virginia. However you got it, I don't know if you got it in a formal way by going to school, or you taught yourself these things. And just as you able to teach yourself certain things, and then in turn teach it to other people, pass it on to other people, you empower yourself, and other people can empower themselves as well. You know, it's not outside of your hand to educate yourself. You have a tool in your hand where you have access to the world. You know what I mean? So you shouldn't solely primarily depend on some white teacher from the suburbs coming in and properly educating your children. That responsibility is on you. Why? Because you bring them into this world, and you know about this world probably better than she does. And just as Brother Bakari say, before he sent his children to school, he properly prepared them for the so-called institution he sent them to. So even with all the bullshit they learn in there, they'll have a great foundation. And as you prepare yourself, as you teach yourself, as you educate yourself, let me also say this. The greatest men in American society, Black or white, most of them is either high school dropouts or never attended any university or school. The greatest Black or white men, and check that out, from Malcolm X to Thomas Jefferson, them, Benjamin Franklin. I don't think he went to no college or institution, anything like that. The greatest white and Black men never meant to know. They educate themselves. I'm a proponent of taking your own life into your own hands and stop permitting your life, you know, into the control and the agency of others. You control your life, and you determine whether you want your life to go in a one way or the next way. No other man control that. Despite of what he says, it's a bluff. It's a bluff. You determine your life, you know. But I'll stop and let you go forecast.
Hey, you sound like Marcus Garvey. That's what he said. We have allowed a race of people to bluff us like they are superior to you and like they control the world and you can't do nothing.
You know what? It sounds good until they give me a strike and turn us off the air right now for saying all the stuff that we say. You know what I'm saying?
That can stop you from. If they turn you off, that can stop you from teaching. That can stop you from teaching. That can stop you from teaching. That can stop you from teaching.
It stop you from teaching you.
Yeah, but you can teach other people. You're already in the education you're supposed to give me. I'm supposed to take that and use it to further my own education. So you go teach somewhere else.
It sounds good until I gotta
focus. And that's why I say that in Black people have accepted the fact that they're less than white people. I don't give a damn if they can give a strike. So what? They can turn this shit off. I don't care.
That's my
it don't
point.
mean
So
shit.
what he's saying.
But wait a minute, but I'm finna show you something. But focus. If social media was so great, why is it you can't find a movement from social media that reached 10% of what the UNIA have done? What the UNIA did.
I'm not saying whether it's great or not. I was just
that's
saying
the point.
No,
okay, we done got lazy.
No,
We done
'cause
got lazy. We
that's not
lazy.
the point I was making to him, though. What
I
I'm
know,
saying,
but what I'm saying is we lazy though. We done got lazy.
What
Black
was
people
I
just
was
got
about to say,
lazy.
what was black people doing before the internet come? The internet just get here.
Yeah,
social
people
media
got lazy.
just get here.
But Wanda, black people got lazy. We
I
don't
ain't
even
say
want to get
nothing
in the
about
streets
the
no more.
internet. No, I ain't say nothing about the internet. You was
I
like,
ain't
yo,
saying
you.
you. I'm not saying you.
I know.
I'm saying
I'm talking
black people.
about.
I'm including
I
me
know.
too.
But what I'm trying to tell you is, like, yeah, that is like you're right. I never disagree with that part. You know what I'm saying? But when you saying like, oh well, you know, you could like, you're right. Yeah, and I should get on here and try to teach people stuff. But like I said, we own nothing. And where is the damn satellite? That's what I asked in the first place. And we've been 20 minutes later, and now I ain't hear nothing about.
But
no
you do control your. So, but because you don't control this, that don't mean you control your brain or how you think. That's what I was talking about. You have control over that. You do have control over that.
Yo, let me go to the next part. It's about to be one of them 22-hour lives, Bakari.
You ain't lying, man. I'm about to pass out, man.
No, all right, let me do the last ones quick, right? This is Africans complaining about Afro beats in America. I'm gonna play this. I can't play this one because
she low.
Yeah, it's a little bit too long, so I'm gonna skip it, right? But she's saying why they shouldn't play, like they shoot the Caribbean girl was mad because they wasn't playing black people in America music, and she was like finally, and she was saying she shouldn't say that when you're at like somewhere like Juneteenth or something. And this is a Caribbean sister from I don't know where she's from, but she's saying what's it called? My bad. I forget. I can't think right now. But that event, you know what I'm saying? She was like, we should be protecting it.
She's low too. Can y'all hear? Can y'all hear? She low to me.
Let me try it again. Oh damn! Rwanda fell off too. I might not have had the sound playing. Let me see. Because it's loud to me. Let me know if you can hear it, Bakari.
Be xenophobic towards African-born people without realizing it, and I've seen that people correct my English when when I make a mistake. I've seen it in when people try to teach me about the U.S. It's very infantilizing and patronizing, and I really want people to acknowledge this, because even if you are African, you have grown up in the West and you have been conditioned by certain Western ways of thinking, right? And even without realizing it, even
that's
if
not
you
the
say
right
that
one.
you are proud of the continent, there are.
My bad. That's not even the right one. So, oh yeah, this is the right one. My bad. I don't know where that one was from. My bad.
Gatekeeping Carnival. There is no reason on this earth for anybody that's not from the Caribbean to be at Carnival. And I don't care how y'all feel on the subject. Carnival is starting to get too commercialized for me. Y'all know I love Jada Waiter, but what the fuck do her and her American friends know about Carnival? You're not from the Caribbean. You don't know the music. You don't know the people. You don't know the food. You don't know the culture. What are you doing at Carnival? A lot of y'all look at Carnival as just a way to dress skimpy and go outside and shake your ass. And the fact that y'all reduce our culture to such bullshit just because you want to post on Instagram. And then I'm confused because a lot of y'all that are trying to talk down, y'all come from cultures that are disrespected in every which corner of this earth. So where do you find the space to talk about what Caribbean people are doing? I feel like you need to be either a citizen of a Caribbean island or eligible for citizenship on a Caribbean island to be at Carnival, period. I don't care.
All right, let's slash one. I was gonna get y'all to say what y'all just say on stuff.
She's stupid as hell.
Yeah, she's an idiot.
She's stupid as hell.
Yeah, she's an idiot. That's what I have to say. She's an idiot.
She's stupid as hell. First of all that music is ours. Shit, we black. The hell with her. The Carnival is ours. Who the hell is she? She shouldn't be there. That's how I see.
Me personally, and I can say this. I don't like to see black women, in particularly because you see young black women shaking their asses in front of a bunch of white men. I don't like that, I don't like Carnival, I don't like Carnival. So I mean, She's a stupid woman, man. I don't get time for this nonsense, man.
Yeah, but that's why I wanted to play this sister, but I'm not though, because it's super long. Well, it's not super long. I was only gonna play a part, but she is more articulate with it though. You know what I'm saying? And she is married to a Nigerian man, and because we like to make it like only black people in America. That's all I hear y'all talk about. You know, by the way, Bukar, you can't say Nigerian no more, Haitian. The Haitian dude, don't call him Haitian no more. You know what I'm saying? Just be like African, you know what I'm saying? Because since we can't say that we're in any kind of tribe or nothing like that. But anyway, she was more articulate, and she's married to a Nigerian dude. But she was saying like, yo, Nigerians got to respect our culture when they come to Carnival and can't expect to have it their way. And like, y'all need to enjoy it. And she mentioned black people in America too. But she said it in a more articulate way. That's why I wish I could have played it. So, but y'all, I'm pretty sure y'all say she crazy.
She's an idiot. She don't know where Carnival come from. She's an idiot.
All those crazy people that say stuff like that, from them two Caribbean women from the Caribbean to ADOS and FBA, everybody needs to go to the Delta Blues Festival in Mississippi. They'll understand what a warm welcoming is. It don't make a damn difference. You black, come on. That's what they need to go to. That's where they need to be at. I think it's next weekend. That's where they need to be, and they will understand. We ain't concerned about, oh, this is our culture. This is our shit. They stupid too. We didn't say I didn't say African American was the only ones say stupid shit like that. They stupid too.
But she was saying it like, yo, it's no disrespect towards anybody. It's like, because I love y'all culture. And when I go to like, she was like, if I was to go to like a Juneteenth thing, gonna be like, play my music, I'm gonna go there and I'm gonna enjoy it. She was like, I want everybody to come and learn about what we do at Carnival. And she broke down the history. She threw the event, I think, or something like that. But she was pretty much saying like, I want people, but listen to our stuff. We don't gotta play y'all stuff all the time. It's like, if we go to a Carnival and listen to like Lauryn Hill,
that's offensive. That's offensive. You cannot go into another man's country and say what could be played and what can't be played. Respect the people's them country. You know what I mean? I understand you want to have your little enclave or where you want to do your Caribbean thing or whatever, but respect the country in which you reside in. That's what I'm saying. You decided to come to these people country, so respect the fact that hey, some rock music get played, some blues can get played, you know, some different kinds of genre of music is gonna get played. You're not in the Caribbean, you're in the United States. Sit small and wait till your name called. That's what I say.
My kids probably, my children probably got more Caribbean heritage than them. Shit. She said only if you're eligible for. So my kids, yeah, you know, they eligible. That's for their grandma. They, you know, my children.
Well, she'd be included. You wouldn't though.
My children have Trini roots. And then my grandson got Haitian roots.
Yeah, but so, they can go. You can't.
I can go.
I will let y'all off. I'm gonna
tell you something. I can go. I can go because she can't. I can go because she can't stop me from going.
Yeah, but forecast.
Lost some steam.
Yeah, but forecast.
Going, I don't know.
No, but forecast. To be fair, brother, you can't take the opinions of one stupid woman and
no, but you agree with her.
I don't agree with her. You listen to what I was saying. What I said is you cannot go to another person's country and tell them, well, we're gonna exclude you. That's ridiculous. That's stupid. And also, the people who are coming to watch you, they bring in money, they bring in resources, they partying with you. Why are you gonna exclude the people in the country which you decided to go to? I don't agree. That's nonsense. You can't take one or two stupid Caribbean people opinion and say, well, they speak for all of y'all. That ain't fair, brother. Just as I wouldn't take one American.
ADOS, right?
Just like I would never take the opinions of one black person who live in America and say he speaks for 45 million black Americans. That's
unless
ridiculous.
It's Tariq Nasheed or something like.
He only had what 200,000 followers. He don't speak for all African. I speak to Brother Bakari. I speak to you. Y'all don't feel like that. So it's crazy. It's crazy.
She put out a tweet saying he speak for all 44 million FBAs.
No, look, but right, so you was like you would play Lauryn Hill if you had a Caribbean thing to celebrate Bahamian culture. You would like play some Lauryn Hill.
I understand the music. I'm gonna be honest. I understand them talking about the music because they couldn't come to the blues festival and talk about I'm finna play reggae. No, you at a blues festival.
You at a blues festival.
Really?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy.
So y'all can understand.
You have to appeal to the people where you are. If I'm in America, of course they gonna love the culture and music, but you want to attract them too. So you have to play them the music that they might like. You can't exclude them and say, "Oh, y'all can't." That's freaking stupid, dude. That's stupid.
Yeah, she ain't saying no. She wasn't. No, I'm saying she. That's why I thought she was agreeing because she wasn't. She was saying she wants like black people in America, like black people in Africa. She's like, I'm married to a Nigerian man, and I go to Nigerian stuff, and I just respect the stuff, and I just like listen and learn, And she was saying like I encourage other people to do that when it comes to like the Caribbean. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I said, Forecast, that I understand what she said about. Well, I ain't talking about that little young girl. I'm talking about her. When they said something about music, and I understand that because you couldn't go to the blues festival and say, put on some Lauryn Hill. Just in all honesty, you just really, it might be I ain't been in a whole minute. Like, but you couldn't go there and do that. It's a blues festival. So
but they might listen to Lauryn Hill all the time.
But not if they come to the blues festival. You can listen to them all the time. But at the blues festival, it's gonna be the time that you don't listen to them.
So you can understand that with music, but just not with the N-word, right?
Oh God, there we go.
Never mind. Let me go to the next thing because y'all done cut yourself.
Anybody who's trying to say music and the N-word,
it's respecting people's culture, like not playing your music.
No, so watch that. How about people respect themselves? How my culture become? I'm going to degrade and belittle myself, and then get mad because somebody else want to be the shit. Y'all do it. I'm gonna do it too.
I don't deny the fact that all these countries, right, have their distinctive culture, but I think my problem sometimes is we deny the fact that we are a mixture of bunch of West Africa. All of us in the West, whether we want to admit that or not. If you trace our blood, all of our blood go distinctively back to different parts of West Africa. So we West Africans with an American accent and a Caribbean accent, sure, our experiences in this part of the world create a kind of different culture. But really and truly, if you was to pull the white man, whatever the white person taught us in these parts of the world, or the Indian man, or whoever man who we've been introduced to and blended with or whatever, beneath all of that, you're going to find a bunch of West Africans. And if you pool our blood, up to 80 to 90% of us are West African people. What are we arguing about?
But that's the thing, Buwan. How you think we got conquered in the first? Because what was we doing in West Africa? Being a bunch of tribes, you know what I'm saying?
And that's how we get conquered. But if we that's how we was conquered. And I think that our greatest weakness could be turned into our greatest strength. The reason why Haiti was able to do what they did is they wasn't fighting and saying, "Oh, you from the Ashanti tribe, or you from the tribe in Benin, or you can't." I can't. No, they say all of us in the same goddamn slave ship. So if we're gonna defeat our enemies, we gotta fight together. Got to. And that's how they was able to do it in Haiti. And if you do it then, you can do it again. That's all I'm saying.
So you pretty much agree with me, though. Everything I've been saying, like there is differences between us. We can be cool with that, but we gotta work. Which I've been saying. I would
be a fool to say. See, Brother Bakari say Dinah. He say Dinah. I say, Brother Bakari, what Dinah is? He talking about DNA. But he say Dinah. He say Dinah. Yes, we can laugh about that. Yes, we could talk about Brother Bakari is plays blues. Brother Bakari is playing some of the music he played the other day. The old school music. I enjoy that. But that don't mean he can't appreciate reggae music. He can't appreciate soca.
Well, no, we different. We gotta be all the same. We can't say that we different.
No. You want to focus. You want to focus on difference. You focus on similarities. Ain't nobody, because ain't no one person going. Ain't no two people gonna be the same. but you want to focus on differences. And if I'm focusing on my differences,
what makes you weak?
Yes, you have to focus on your similarities. You focus on what you have in common.
But you don't get rid of differences, though, Bakari. That's what I'm saying. All right.
Who's trying to get rid of it?
Who said get rid of? No, I said you focus on your. You focus on similarities. You want to focus. No, but you want to focus on your differences. That's why you keep saying, "Yeah, we different." There are differences. So I'm going to ask you, what's the difference? Tell me the difference in Black people. Just give me a few differences in Black people in the United States and Black people in Jamaica.
It's like I named like a couple of things earlier, like the sofa thing. You know what I'm saying?
The what?
I don't know. That sofa thing I was mentioning with the plastic on the sofa in the living room thing. Just like, I'm not saying like, yo, we whole different people. I'm saying like we do certain things different. Like what? I just named.
Okay, so now I'm gonna name some similarities. Wait a minute, because you struggling for a difference. I'm gonna name similarities.
I could name you a bunch of differences. Like, yo,
I say name a couple. I say name a couple.
We just finished talking about music. I'm talking about like I just named the sofa thing. I was trying to explain what that was, and y'all say I'm struggling. I'm struggling to explain but Bakari know what I mean when I say that. Like the languages we speak, like, yo, there is certain things that don't mean that everything is different, but like, yeah, we like certain things that other people may not like, you know.
Okay, so I'm
gonna name. It sounded kind of.
So I'm gonna name.
So all our music is the same.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, wait a minute. Wait a minute, because you struggle with differences. White, I ain't gonna struggle.
I just named like 6 things. I just named.
Okay, good. The first, okay. Similarities. We're African. We were all enslaved by the same people. I said us in Jamaica. We do speak the same. We do speak the same language.
They speak.
No. They speak English, but they can add patois because they have a little accent. But wait a minute, because they had more of their African words in left in their dialect. Just like if you came here, if you study, you would see people down south when they were talking about Ebonics. They were talking about people down south because we had people Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas, Tennessee. We had more African words in our dialect than people in New York. So the foods that we eat, the rice, the peas, the oxtail, the chicken, might be.
Not the food. I'm talking about language. If it's different in America, how is it not different in different countries?
I said we both speak English. I said, but then because they speak English in Jamaica. I don't know if you know that's what they speak. That's their language.
But you know, black people speak Spanish, French, German.
Well, I said black people in Jamaica, and I said black people in the United States.
Oh, you try to limit it to one thing.
Okay. That's all I did. I just named those. But even you can name the ones that speak Spanish. We're going to still have more. Because when you come to the food, even when you come to the music, because the music and everything still come from Africa that we brought here with us. It still come from, so it's still going to be more similarities than differences. But for some strange reason, black people
is different from hip hop, though. It's both good.
For some strange reason, black people would rather focus on their differences that they have with other black people instead of focusing on similarities that we have. That's why we're weak, and that's why we fail, and that's why we're at the bottom, and that's why we are the group of people. Wait a minute. Now go ahead. I don't know why y'all do that. So explain to me why y'all do that. Because I don't do that. So
if you good at one area, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna try to be as good. I'm gonna be good in a different area, but I'm gonna embrace the areas that you're good in. Like I never said. But no, I never said that. Like that's the first thing because y'all switched the whole arc. I never.
You don't understand wall folk. As long as you focusing on differences,
Who said focus on different? I said embrace differences. That it's okay.
That's focusing. I'm going to embrace I'm going to embrace the similarities and understand that there may be some difference. I'm not embracing difference. I'm embracing what's similar. No, I'm going to. Forecast.
But they might have a way of doing things that's better, though.
Broadcast. I'm gonna embrace what's gonna help me win. Embracing the difference gonna keep us where we are.
No, I'm saying Bakari, because I said the first thing was because that's why I started it, like with black people. Like I said that's the number one thing. You know what I'm saying? Like definitely our similarity. But if just like I'll put it. With
okay, so 4K, let me show you something, 4K.
No,
so watch this. So
even with the religious groups, right? Like the Israel, like the Muslims, they can speak well. They have a certain skill that you can use. You know what I'm saying? They shouldn't be just like and other groups have certain skills that they have. You know what I'm saying? Like different groups have different skills, and we need all the skills and all the stuff. And just like the land grow different stuff on the land, we need to be trading different stuff. Like we can trade our differences and embrace it. Is like that don't mean I like because reggae is different from like R&B or hip hop. Don't mean I can't listen to reggae and then turn around and listen to hip hop. Like like that's good. Just because it's New York rap don't mean it shouldn't be down south rap. Like you know what I'm saying? Like embrace that, but like we all understand that it's hip hop at the end of the day. You know?
Well, I'm going to embrace similarities, and I understand black people have embraced difference, and that's why we getting our ass kicked everywhere because we have embraced. We are so different. We have embraced different instead of embracing. If you embrace similarities and with an understanding that there are some differences, but we want to embrace different. Then understand there are some similarities. No, it got to be the other way.
I didn't say that.
You said embrace the difference. You didn't say embrace the similarities. You can't embrace them.
No, we can't. No, I'm saying, the things that made us like that happened to like we shouldn't just erase what you mean, whatever.
You say what happened to us?
Yeah,
being enslaved, like they were being enslaved by the same people.
No, but Bakari, they didn't have like stuff like Jim Crow and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like
you don't. Wait a minute. I know y'all black Americans because you know how you are black Americans.
No, hold on. Come on.
Y'all think y'all were the special slaves.
No, because
y'all think y'all were the special slaves.
No, nobody said that. No, let me ask you this, Buwana. Is that a majority black country or a white country?
It's a majority black country.
Is Jamaica a majority black country or white country?
It's a majority black country.
Is Haiti a majority black country or white country?
Majority black country.
Okay, is the countries in Africa majority black country or white country?
Majority black.
Is America majority white country or black country?
Majority white.
So is that a difference or no?
Big difference.
Okay, then.
But let me say this.
Forecast. What you said was they didn't have Jim Crow. You right? They called it apartheid. Go ahead. That's
Bakari, that's my point. Like how Bakari, that's what I'm trying to tell you, because they still got apartheid in places in Africa today, you know what I'm saying? And nobody said that, you know what I'm saying? But the point is, right? Like you have the small minority of Europeans. I'm not saying because we all have a responsibility, but you can't act like that's the same thing as a majority other people country, though. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a huge difference.
But the similarity is we all have the same enemy.
Right. I said that. This is
even if I was in the United States, even if I was in Haiti, or even if I was in South Africa, all of us have the same enemy, despite our so-called differences. So we could resonate on that. You know what I mean? That's one of our biggest strengths. And I think that we don't necessarily see that, because even though we're in very different places, we have the same enemy. The Boer in South Africa say nigger in a Boer accent, like the white Americans say nigger in an American accent. Like these Conky Joe, we call them Conky Joe in the Bahamas. They say they don't say nigger, but they say that dirty black man in a Bahamian accent. All of us have the same. Like the French. What's the French prime minister? The French prime minister probably called the Haitians a bunch of niggas in a French accent, but we have the same enemy despite our so-called differences. So I think that's the biggest issue. Let's get that off of the table first, and then we can focus on all these different things.
Before I get off here, I got something I want you to do.
I got the last thing, Carlos. Go ahead.
I got something I want you to do, Buwana. This is what I need you to do.
Yes, sir.
Since they like to give their money to them other folks, I know they ain't gonna talk to them. I do. People can come prop up in your neighborhood. You don't ask them no question because we don't understand the threat. So this is what I want you to do, Buwana, when you get the opportunity.
Yes, sir.
Talk to some of them folks in your neighborhood that ain't black that got a business and go ask them. Just talk to them. and see how many of those people that might be from different countries and see if they're gonna start talking about the differences they have, or if they're gonna talk about their similarities. People in control, people that's in control of black folk name, everybody know, yeah, we got to work on our similarity, but we want to push differences. Yes, we push this difference.
Who said push differences? I said embrace the difference. You're trying to get rid of everything, though, Bakari. I disagree with you.
Who said get rid of it? I said you embrace your similarity with an understanding that there is a little difference, because it's really not much difference. That you have way more similarities than different. But if we embrace differences, forecast the point that I was making for the folks that want to call themselves Black American. I'm from Mississippi, so now. The people down south, we just gonna be our own tribe because I'm different than y'all. Because we ain't like the people from New York.
So should Haitians call themselves Haitian?
That's oh my! See that? Then I see. You see how he moved it. You see
I'm
how
sure.
he moved it. You see how he moved it.
So should black people in America be like their own thing? They shouldn't.
No, I'm gonna tell you. Y'all, I don't know what. I'm gonna say it again.
Am I moving or am I not? Come on.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna say it again. Let's say black people in this country is their own thing. So once again, black people down
Haitians
south
say that they're Haitians.
Black. So you trying to see because he don't want me to answer. Black people down south is going to be different than black people from the East Coast. We don't talk the same. Yes, we don't talk the same. Right. Our music, who we rock, the way we act, the way we carry ourselves. We our own people. So that means we would be a Southern Black American, which would
you wouldn't.
And we're gonna be different than them.
And we are different, and it's good, right? Because I don't want Southern stuff coming from the North. Like the South people got their own swag, bro. Like,
let me tell you. Okay, let me tell you why that's crazy. Okay, let me tell you why that's crazy. For the longest, black folks have been taught they were different. Black people from the East Coast and from down, there were differences. That's why black folks
do that already, though.
But and that's why black. And I don't understand why you don't get. That's why black folks don't fuck with each other. That's why they don't.
No, bro. Like, the thing is, right? If somebody in Louisiana, we're talking about differences, right? Somebody in Louisiana might be used to eating gator, but you come up to like Virginia, I ain't used to eat no damn gator. I could be like, hell no, I ain't eating it. But like, I could actually like, damn, let me taste it. I'm just like, you know what I'm saying, like. Just like,
what if gator is the best thing you ever eat?
It might be, but how am I gonna know if I don't embrace what they're doing? Am I gonna eat it every day? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm saying.
They don't eat it every day. Don't nobody eat that.
I don't know.
I can look. Watch this.
Eat chillings every day.
You eat it every day because you eat Italian sausage, and that's been proven. I know you don't eat the black folks chitlin, though. You got a problem. Bwana, once again, he got a problem with that black stuff. It's okay to eat the chitlins the way the white folk eat it, though, Bwana. Long as you can stuff a sausage inside the chitlin is cool. Ain't that what he said, Bwana?
I think forecast. You think that if you embrace blackness, we all like this global idea of blackness, you think that your culture will disappear? Is that a fear of yours or something?
No, I didn't say it would disappear. I said that we should. That's what I said. The first thing that I said was because y'all making it a whole different thing about. I'm not saying that you should, because I never said nothing about this. We talking about ADOS. That's why I always say I don't go after black people, but you get on me about that too. You know what I'm saying?
Like, you think we get
that? You sound like ADOS. Let's embrace our differences because we're different than them. We're not the same. We're different. That's who you sound like.
But Bakari, they like I don't know about carnival culture. I never been to it's okay for me to go there, you know what I'm saying, and then see the stuff the way that they do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's cool. Like,
have you ever been?
I can go there.
Have you ever been to HBCU? Like when they the Battle of the Bands. You ever seen anything like that? Because it's big in Virginia. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I could take a version of that, and I could bring that here, and it will almost be indistinguishable. Maybe the music will be a little bit different, but it's
the same as the Jungle New Fest. You right, the Jungle New Fest right there, but
I never said everything is different, but I said reggae is different from hip hop, though.
But you know what they say though? forecast. They say Cool Herc start that break beats nonsense, and Cool
I
Herc
don't.
come. You don't believe that. You don't. But
Well,
he
no,
came.
no, I was about to say. Well, go ahead.
You know, he came from Kingston, Jamaica. So I mean,
Yeah.
that music is shared. You know, music
Well,
is
no,
shared.
well, that's the
Because
thing,
it
bro.
all
Like
because it
that.
all came from Africa. While we are searching for a difference,
So-
you can literally see that this shit come from your ancestors in Africa. But we gonna figure out to say, well, but it's different because we got the hip hop here. But
No,
then-
bro. I said that these are two distinctly different things. And even when you say that, like hip hop didn't just come out one day. They came from like the way R&B used to be. Like all of that stuff grew as a. I'm not gonna get into the argument about where it came from.
All
But,
that shit
like,
came
you
from
know that's
all
the-
that. But the sad thing is the Latinos who black folks don't like is willing to admit where theirs came from. All that shit just came from Africa, bruh. You can go back and you can find black folks
But when
breakdancing
you say
in
that,
Africa,
but
in
different
1940.
tribes. But even when you say that black tribes, not every tribe breaks dance. You know what I'm saying?
But-
Now,
but-
if this
but
person
guess-
come
but
there
guess what?
and then
But-
they show them, that's okay. Like that's what I'm trying to say.
And guess what? But it came from Africa. That's what I said. I didn't name what I named where it
I
came
know
from.
you didn't name a tribe. That's my point. Africa is not one place. It's a bunch of tribes. Even in West Africa, is not one place. It's a bunch of tribes, bro.
So the United States is not
No
one
one
place.
is take.
So, wait
No
a
one
minute.
is take.
Wait a minute. So I'm finna accept what Forecast is saying. So the United States is not one place. It's a bunch of different states. So I'm not the same as those people. We're not
No,
the
they
same.
No, you said
we are not the same.
I said country, bro. Like I said different countries. Like Africa is a continent. Black people in Mexico is like it's
What-
not the same. You know, I ain't gonna say. Well, I'm saying Mexico and America and Canada is three different like things. You know what I'm saying?
And
Like
what
you
and
said
there's no
Africa though.
And there's no difference in
But-
there's no difference in black people in the United States and in Canada or the Afro Mexicans.
But
I'm not
Bakari,
looking
my
for,
thing-
I'm not searching for differences. I'm searching because I'm
No,
gonna
that's the thing. You gotta like, yo, when you got an army, right? Say like, oh yeah, this army decided to use women in the army and they became more effective. But this country over here never thought of it, so they saw them do it. Like yeah, and then they become more effective. You know what I'm saying? The problem is we never put our tribal differences aside. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the problem.
because you are embracing them right now, and that's what I'm trying to tell you when I say talk to these people in your. If you want to learn other people's culture and see what else, but since you said the military, and I fought in this man's military right here, while we was here, people from Australia, white folks from Australia came here to learn. Other European countries, this country and those countries, they work back and forth together. Guess what these white countries never say? We're different because they are searching for and they want to maintain
more than we do.
They want to maintain their power. So when they go to work together, I'm going to say it again.
Now, let's do away with France and Germany and stuff.
Because you didn't understand what I said. I said when Australia came here, their military came here to train. Some European militaries came here to train. You didn't hear none of those white soldiers.
But they didn't be like, well, they didn't say no. We all European. Let's stop saying this. We're all European. That's what I'm saying. Like they.
But you know what? You know why they didn't have to say it? Because they weren't searching for a difference. They were so similarities, and they did. We just gonna work, and we want power.
They fight wars more than we do. They kill each other way more than us.
That have nothing to do with what I was just talking about. But even when they fight wars, they fighting for power. Somebody done got out of line, so I'm gonna put you back in line. We can't come together and create a military because we looking for differences.
Yo, hey,
we're looking for differences. We can't say, you know what, we gonna come and we gonna have this, but you know we different though. We got to touch on our differences. No, that's not how it works. You ain't gonna never be in no military.
But Bakari, that's not true because like, yo, you're way more outgoing than I am, you know what I'm saying? And I can like even when I be hearing you talk to people, you know what I'm saying, that inspired me to be more like to do that. It's okay to be like, you know what I'm saying? Like
I know we're different. I'm talking about what the military. Nobody talk about the differences.
They do. They have different flanks and do different stuff. You have the snipers who do different stuff. You have this who is trained in, and they all train in a specific field where they all do different stuff. But
I
they
got you.
use
But
each
who?
other.
But who told you they? Who told you they talk about differences? Who told you that they talk about differences?
They compete all the time. Y'all be like, yo, I was in something, and they be like, oh, y'all ain't do this. We was in such and such. You know what I'm saying?
I was in the army, and you know what was in the? Oh, it's our army. It's our army. It's our army. The army and the Marines, they might say, yeah, let's see who the toughest. They'll even get the fight.
Air Force, y'all be like the Marines is the weakest or something.
But then when it come down to it, they're gonna say, oh yeah, our military went over here and did this. I'm being really, because they will send Marines and the Army, they will send them together. It don't make a difference. They're sending their military. For the point that I'm making is, as long as we're embracing, I'm not saying ain't no difference, but as long as we're embracing differences and searching for it, it should be the other way around. Embrace your similarity. No, but then you search for a difference. If you embrace different, if you embrace different, you're saying, you know what, we different. And now that we different, I don't have to go through nothing to try and be like you. I'm gonna remain who I am, and I'm gonna rock with my people I know got my back because they just like me. You different than me. So now once you cross this here, and that's the crazy shit we've been going through. Do you know what scarification is? I know you know what scarification is, right?
No, I don't know what that
is. You seen the Africans with the scarification? You ever seen the Africans with scars and stuff in their face?
Yeah.
Why do y'all know why they put them scars in their face?
No.
I'm gonna tell you. They want to tell you the first thing that we were taught, they did that for tribal basis. No, study it and talk to some of them. We wanted to be different way back then, and look where they got us. We fighting to be different now. They put scars on their fucking face so they could show we from a different tribe. So one tribe might have a big 2 scars under the right eye. The other one might have a scar on the forehead or something on the jaw to show that we are different. And look at this bullshit they got us. And in 2023, we still want to argue the show. We're different. And that's why we still in this because we are fighting we are fighting to show we are different instead of fighting to show we are similar. We know there's differences, but we need to be I'm not saying there's no difference, but what I'm saying is we need to be embracing our similarity. Fight to show our similarities. Then we can see. Then we search for, okay, this different, but we gonna embrace our similarities, and our similarities is what gonna make us stick together and fight. As long as we searching for the different, we might as well go ahead and put 3 scars under my right eye and say I'm a Yoruba and don't give a damn how many houses they pick up because they got 3 scars on their forehead. They put a scar to show because they looked alike. They couldn't look and tell them apart. That was part of that was the main reason for scarification. So they could, because you can't just look and tell them apart. So we gonna say, okay, this your tribe right here. Even women. And that shit is crazy. But that difference has got us here. Arguing we proved we were different. Then we also proved we great slaves.
No, I guess you're
saying that one white Bible unify all of them. They would drop all the differences for that one white Bible. That King James, the King James was in French, Spanish, Portuguese, and run a Boston on all of them differences, and it come up under that one religion.
That's not true because it was like a bunch of Muslims and stuff like too. You know what I'm saying?
Well, not okay. Two religions: Holy Quran and the Bible. So they was able to drop all the differences for them 2 things, and through them religions, they was able to conquer millions and millions and millions of people.
Who you talking about? Europeans?
I'm talking about the Africans. When the Europeans bring the Bible into Africa and all the differences, they come up under that one Bible and say, well, we're going to worship just Jesus, or we're going to respect this Muhammad. It's just interesting how they run the Boston. They use their own unity, the unity of religion, to make them drop all the different cultures and differences. But we can't do that for ourselves. And say, hey, yes, this guy have 1 scar over his eye. And yes, I have 2 scars under my eye. But he look just like me. His sister look just like my cousin. They talking different, but they look just like me. And they cook the food just like me. They play the drums very similar to how we play the drums. Oh, look what they do over here. You know what I mean? I think that yes, we do have little small little differences, but our power is in our unity, and I think that should not be forgotten. Our power
Right.
in our
I don't
unity.
think forecasts
So,
understand
nah,
what I'm saying, because I'm not saying no difference. I'm just saying
I
embrace
know
what's similar.
Duh, like we know that already, though.
But you
That's
want to
what
embrace
I'm
differences.
saying. No, yeah, you should embrace the differences that you have, like within your own people, bro. Like you should be like learn about like
so
what, like
you from Virginia. I'm finna tell you what the Virginia tribe need to start doing now. Y'all need to put 3 scars on y'all left temple. I'm from the Mississippi tribe. I'm putting 3 scars on my right temple so we can know we different at all times. Hey,
Nah,
so now when y'all go down,
y'all can only do the problem y'all having is y'all can only do one thing at a time. Like I guess y'all can only like be like, oh, let's only do this and not like okay. But if you do that, y'all saying pretty much to just like yo, whatever y'all have different, you know what I'm saying, to get rid of it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all
no,
don't
nobody
realize
said.
Yes,
That's what he hearing. That's what he hearing.
That's all I've been saying the whole time. And y'all trying to make it like I said, because the first thing I said was the first thing.
We never
is
said
black
get rid of it,
that was
forecast.
I never say get rid of
Right.
nothing.
We never said get rid of it. We
What
said
you do? What do you do with it?
You embrace similarities with an understanding that there is differences. You don't embrace. See, if you embrace the difference with an understanding that there are similarities, that means the differences trump the similarities. But if you embrace, yes,
if you embrace different, if you embrace differences, you stay different. If you embrace differences,
But you
stay
can,
different.
but you can embrace similarities and embrace differences. It doesn't mean it trumps anything. That's not what it means. You know, like you embrace differences. Like I can go to a carnival festival and I can have a good time and learn about the stuff. I can embrace it. I can learn about like. You think I know everything about? You think I know everything about Caribbean history? Like the brother.
You don't have
by the way,
to.
what's that name?
Because it's so similar. His name is Antonov Furman.
Antonov Furman. No, I think that the people's names should be put out there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay, watch this. You see Carnival, right? With all the masquerade masks and all that, right?
Yeah.
You ever seen Mardi Gras down in New Orleans?
Go to New Orleans.
No,
go to New Orleans.
But
in
yeah,
Mobile,
like
I'm gonna tell you, Mobile, Alabama. Because Mardi Gras didn't even start in New Orleans. I know what we're talking about.
But think
it
about
started
it
in Mobile, Alabama.
Yeah, but think about it. Like there was a lot of Haitians ended up going down there after the Haitian Revolution and all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying?
But it started in Mobile, Alabama. It don't come from New Orleans.
Right, but I'm saying the whole area.
It was
what is a Haitian besides a West African with a French accent?
Oh, so y'all agree we should get rid of Haitian too, right?
No, oh goodness, man. I mean, what is
forecast is trolling, Bawana.
I'm literally just saying, what is a Haitian besides a West African? So we should
I say
Haiti no more.
No, I say
West
no,
African.
but the brother saying yes, we have some certain things that is different, but underneath it all, but underneath it all,
right?
Our greatest strength is our similarities, and you shouldn't. That's our strength. Why would you go away from your strength to embrace your weakness?
Nobody said you should go away from your strength, but like, yo, you could be stronger if you learn something that somebody else knows. Like, yo, you don't want everybody knowing the same thing. You could be stronger by doing that. Like, and knowing the same, y'all already on code, but then, oh, by the way, we do it kind of like this. We tie this knot this way. It might be more sturdier. You know what I'm saying? You might be something that you learned in a certain whatever. Just like I told you, like different environments, like shapes the foods that you eat, the kind of stuff that you do. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but you keep
and
on
we
using,
still are black people at the end of the day. Like that's my whole point. Why y'all keep, that's
but you keep on using the term that we're getting rid of something, and
yeah, because you said what is a Haitian? Let me ask you, like you said, what is a Haitian, but it was African. I agree with that.
Absolutely.
So we shouldn't call them Haitians no more. We should just call them West Africans.
If we was living in our true self and our true reality, they would call themselves a bunch of brigands. Our West Africans who live in the West.
So you would get rid of. So you okay with just not saying Haitians no more, right?
No, I would get rid of that. I'm not no fucking Bahamian. Bahamian is a term that the Arawaks created. I'm not no goddamn Bahamian. An American is a term that the black people get pulled there forcefully made citizens. Well, they didn't forcefully made citizens, but they was forcefully brought to the country, and they get bestowed with the title of American. What black person had a say so in calling himself an American? That title was given to him. He had no choice in the matter. What did the black people? The black people didn't have no thoughts of their own. The black people, when they came there, they called themselves Africans.
Right.
The African
Yeah.
Methodist Church, the African this, the African. They didn't call themselves Americans. As a matter of fact, they was only made American what 18. You know better than I would. You history.
Yeah,
You was the history
yeah.
teacher. So
Yeah,
these terms was given to us without us having any say so in the matter.
Right.
If the
Yeah,
African, go ahead, brother. Sorry.
no, I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you
Yeah,
off.
if the African man had any say so in what he wanted to be, you would see completely different distinct names. And we would maybe we'd call ourselves West Africans, but we didn't have no say so. We was given a passport or given documents and say pay taxes and here's what you are. We had no say so in the matter, and that's through the Western societies.
Right.
You know, so I say when people call themselves Haitian or whatever, these terms is given to these people. They had no say so.
Right. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. Like at the beginning, I was like, that's the first thing I said. Like we could never be American. You know what I'm saying? Ever. You know what I'm saying? And even when I'm saying that, like even if you say African, there would still be a different group of African people somewhere else in the world. That's what I'm saying. Like it's still a different group of people that is still a collective of a larger collective. You know what I'm saying? Like, but like we like even just having different environments and different things makes everything different, you know what I'm saying? And I get what you're saying. That's why I never said and not nothing about our similarities, because that's why I try to stay with the positive stuff. And I don't agree with talking about this Adolf stuff and focusing on the arguing parts of it, you know what I'm saying? But
let me ask you a question, Forecast. Why is it so important to you to hold your differences so affectionately close to you?
No, it's about like, bro, because if somebody learns something different, they might help you, bro. Like, and it's okay for you, just like different people. I can't be like you, you know what I'm saying? Like, you may do something that I can learn from you.
I know that, but guess what?
But ain't no one group the same either, though.
But I ain't got to go around and say, you know what? Me and Forecast is different. I don't have to. I know ain't no one person the same. So that's something. So why do black people feel it's so important to yeah, let's embrace this. Let's hold it close with affection. Let's show our difference, how we are different than the other blacks.
No, it's not.
You don't see what that have failed black people.
Yeah, I like because we don't put aside the tribalism. That's the part that fails us. You know what I'm saying?
Because you have put your
we don't put aside
out,
about it.
Because you have
because that's BS. Because we
made it more important.
That's BS because we have always generally side when they came into Africa, like a lot of the some of them use Europeans, and even what you were saying with the African countries, some of them, did not accept Christianity. You know what I'm saying? Somebody like Queen Nzinga, she accepted it just for whatever, and then once she realized they betrayed her, like she went to war with them for life. Some of them did not. You know what I'm saying? Like they was. And that the thing was they let Europeans, because we was not slaughtering each other like 300,000, killing each other like that in wars and stuff like that. Even when we had fights, you know what I'm saying? It's like brothers fighting, you know what I'm saying? It's still brothers, you know what I'm saying? It's no different. We still brothers, black people, I'm saying, around the world. It's still brothers, but it's okay that this brother might like this and this brother might like that. And you do it this way. Damn, I'm picking up something like, I've learned stuff from people from different cultures, you know what I'm saying? Like, especially other black people, you know what I'm saying? Like,
let me say this too. There's no such thing as an African country. The only African country that exists on the so-called continent of Africa is Ethiopia. The Ethiopians, the black people themselves set up the government there, and it's controlled by the Ethiopians. Every other country was created out of the so-called Berlin Conference. And all them territories, the so-called nation states, was created by white men. They have nothing to do with no African nation. No such thing. All them systems of government are European systems of governments. The only African country that exists is in Ethiopia.
Right. And You know, let me go on to the. I'm gonna show these like it's all like a minute. You know what I'm saying?
I'm tired. I'm gonna listen to y'all live.
Hold on, Bakari, yo, because you kept talking mad long, Bakari. Hold on, like you got to listen to this, Bakari.
I'm gonna be listening. I just got to.
You ready to lay it down? Me too.
No,
Yeah, you got to run.
I got a text from friends, so I'm gonna listen.
Oh, okay. I ain't gonna hate Bakari.
No, don't hate.
All right, so
we'll do the last one. Okay.
No, you know what? I'm gonna end it. I'm gonna end it with this one. Buwana, I want you to see this one because I'm not gonna show the rest because it was.
You're gonna show the race again.
People was I was showing you know, people from other places still saying the same thing, but you already knew what I was gonna show you. You know what I'm saying? Because like, yo, black people having the Olympics, yo, that'd be dope too. Well, Bakari don't like this. He can't celebrate.
The USA concede.
Oh God.
The first two passes have been made. Jamaica and the US down the back stretch. Look at Shelly and Fraser Price go.
See, you got lucky. I'm gonna stop it there, Buwana. But yo, the reason why I show her much love is because you know, people hate on Sha'Carri Richardson, but she was there saying like, yo, I'm black before I'm an athlete, and she never be hating on black people from other places. You see, she spoke to black people from other places, you know what I'm saying, but only black people. So
yeah, she's a powerhouse and she's embraced. And I want you to see the pictures. The Jamaican sisters were surrounding her, embracing her, and they took pictures with them or whatever. All of them, I mean, they black. Anyways, but enough respect to the sister, man. I expect great things from the sister. You know, but like I say, the Jamaicans will be back, but I expect great things from her.
Yeah, I don't know. It might be over for like the next 10 years at least. You know what I'm saying, Buwana. Now, Bakari, you can't celebrate. You gotta take the L with Buwana tonight, because I don't know. You traitor, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying.
But Bakari going to bed, man.
Who I traded on the Black American?
You can't say nothing about Sha'Carri Richardson, man.
Why? Because I talked about the lady from John. I'm tired. John C. Smith, who won 100 hurdles, and she was from Jamaica. I represent the HBCUs to the code.
No, you ain't say nothing about because you supposed to celebrate Sha'Carri Richardson victory, especially because she be like, I'm black. Did the sister say that? The other sister?
I don't know if she said it or not, but I could look at it and tell she would. I know she went to a HBCU and won. Though I do know. I know a HBCU champ, world champ in them games was from a HBCU in North Carolina, Division II at that. But I celebrate. I like Sha'Carri Richardson.
Yeah, she's fine, man. She's a pretty lady.
No, I like the way she runs.
Oh yeah, she's a body, man. But yeah, she's a body. She's a body.
Yeah. What up, Oni? They've been on here going back and forth, twisting their positions. Buwana have been on every side. Bakari tried to stand in his position, but I don't know. He just be making up anything, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna ask y'all that question. Who culture we should get rid of, you know what I'm saying? Who gonna make the rules? Bakari, the one we go by, or I don't know. Since we're gonna be all the same now. Well, anyway, go ahead, Bakari, so you can get up out of here, bro.
I'm gonna get up out of here. What's going on? Oni from the motherland. I don't know when they said who gonna help in the race war, and people said they think it's African Americans over the Africans and the ones from the diaspora. Ain't none of us fighting. Shit. So
shit, the only people who fighting is them brothers in Burkina Faso.
Ain't none of us fighting. Ain't none of us fighting over here. None of us. So shit. I don't think nobody gonna fight over here. I think we gonna fight each other. Hey, and while we fight each other, we gonna make sure we tell our differences. Hey, we gonna fight. We gonna fight each other. We gonna fight each other over here. We gonna brag on our differences. like Forecast. So, Vawana, I want you to understand, me and Forecast is from a different tribe. He's from the confused tribe because people from Virginia, they are confused. Half of them say they from down, well, half of them say they from down south. The other half say they from up north. So
Nah, none of us say that. We be like, yo, we the
they like,
originators.
Vawana,
We know
they
who he is up there.
Vawana.
That's the thing.
Vawana, I'm gonna tell you why Forecast confused, because the people from Virginia is confused.
Nah, we know we the
Hey, that's
top
why
of the south.
Forecast want them differences, Vawana, because he don't know. Because the people in Virginia, they confused, Vawana.
Nah,
That's
we
why
know we the top of the south. You know what I'm saying?
Virginia's
that's
East
where
Coast.
we start.
Virginia's East Coast, right?
Yeah, it's East Coast.
East Coast.
Yeah.
That's where Iverson came from, right?
Yeah, I think so. But you know, we the best of both worlds. So we got the South and the North, but put it together with kind of like the kind of best kind of energy. You know what I'm
Now
saying?
what they got is confusion, Bawana, and that's what Forecast was creating tonight. Confusion. This dude was telling me a revolutionary here in America, like them French blacks went kicking ass.
What? Yeah, Bakari might be tired. I don't know.
I was reading Oni, the probably reading Oni comment. My bad.
Oh, I was like, it was like you said. I said something. He said,
What time is it there, Oni? What time is it, man?
Oni walking around. I'll get Oni his props. At least right now he's over tricking. He's simping over in Africa right now. I'll give him his props.
I mean, he just going over there, just giving all the women money. I mean, just.
Hey, okay, did you see it? Did you see it, Forecast? Oni put up a video every day for the last 4 days with a different woman. He's just tricking over.
just tricking. I mean, just tricking hard.
He just tricking hard over there, Forecast.
That's a different joint every day.
Huh?
I said a different joint every day.
Every day. Man, I'm gonna get off here, man. I'm gonna holler at you tomorrow.
Hey,
You must be off tomorrow, Forecast.
No, not really. No.
Well, I'm gonna say it like this. See,
Watch
I'm
this,
gonna
Bakari.
get the most. I'm gonna go to bed late, but I promise you, Bawana, I'm gonna call you in about 3 hours because y'all done kept me up late. I still wake up
3 hours.
Ass up.
Shit, 3 hours. I'm going to the beach tomorrow morning.
Yo, Bakari, listen to the last words. Then I got left one.
Why you want me? Go ahead, you want me to listen to that crazy ass man? Go ahead.
And he's gonna send y'all back to Africa. That's right. Bill Gates wants y'all out of America. Mark Zuckerberg wants y'all out of America. George Soros wants y'all out of America. And I'm gonna tell you something, my friends, and not too yeah. Then maybe you'll hear what I have to say. Maybe we can stay in America. Maybe. But the die is already cast. The deal is already in place. He's going to round all your black people up. He's going to round all of you up. You can run to the mountains and try to hide in the mountains if you can. Winter. And woe unto them that give suck during the days when Obama starts rounding up black people and sending them back to Africa under the National Defense Authorization Act.
All right, so there you go, man. Y'all going back, man. So don't worry.
Hey, why you like that crazy ass dude, don't you, Forecast?
Hey, him and Jesse Lee Peterson, man, they entertainers. Man.
Hey, he's a better entertainer than Jesse Lee Peterson. Jesse Lee Peterson got one thing that only says the same woman. He just have her dressed up different. Whatever on it. But anyway, one thing, I remember Irritated Gina was on there on Jesse Lee Peterson. I'm gonna say it's a good, but it was a funny shit. Soon as Irritated Gina started talking, Jesse Lee Peterson say, "Do you like white people? Do you love white people?" Irritated Gina said, "What? Do you love white people?" Irritated Gina tried to talk. Every time he talk, "Do you love white people?" Jesse Lee Peterson say, "You can't talk on my show until you answer that question. Do you love white people?" Irritated Gina said, "Do you?" "Yes, I love white people." Jesse Lee, that's the only thing. Now that dude there, he's a straight clown, but he could talk about Obama, that long-legged Mac Daddy.
But Bakari, you think that? No, seriously, you think that these brothers them really believe this shit, or they just trying to get these white racist money? You think they really believe this shit?
I believe Jesse Lee Peterson do. David Manning, I don't know because he crazy. I told you why he sued Starbucks, right?
No, why he sued her?
He tried to sue Starbucks. I don't know why. No, Irritated Genius said no, he don't own it. But David Manning sued. He tried to sue. Look this up, folks, when you get a chance. He tried to sue Starbucks because they put gay semen in the coffee. That's what make the coffee taste good. Gay semen sweetens it up. That's what David Manning said. That's what that crazy ass dude said. That was part of his lawsuit. He said that. So I ain't for sure about him. I believe Jesse Lee Peterson believe everything he's saying, but David Manning is crazy.
I think the both of them hustling, man. They hustling, swear.
Yeah, but David Manning crazy though. He crazy.
Oh man.
Come on, dude. The dude tried to sue somebody, they put gay semen in the coffee.
He tried to get them white folks money, man. He's talk crazy shit, man.
But all right, man, I'm gonna holler at y'all early in the morning.
All right,
okay, so I'm gonna call you in about 2 hours.
You're calling me because I ain't answering because I'm going to sleep.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I'm damn sure gonna call.
I can talk to you all tomorrow, brothers.
That's what he said on it. The gay semen tastes better.
He's insane. He's insane.
Yeah, this was supposed to be like 2 hours, though. You know what I'm saying? But you know, it is what it is.
Hey,
go ahead, boy.
Nah, this was a good conversation, man. Good conversation. Good conversation. Sorry, it's Friday night. You know, I ain't getting nowhere tomorrow. So.
Yeah, me and Bakari is. No, I'm joking. But go ahead. He's a Irritated Genie, David Duke. Yeah, they've been talking about it for a while. But go ahead, Buwana.
Yeah, Oni say what's gay semen. You don't know what gay semen is, Oni? I thought you would know that. Anyways, but yeah, I'm out, man. Hey, forecast. It's been fun. I appreciate you, brother Bakari, man. I'll talk to y'all brothers tomorrow, man. I'm going to bed too.
All right, bro. All right, Bakari. But like, you know, and my thing is, you know, that's why I ain't even gonna really talk about this stuff no more. You know what I'm saying? I do think it's an important conversation. I think it's important for people to get like whatever feelings they got in the air so we can do whatever it takes that we got to do. You know what I'm saying? And that's why it's important to control, you know what I'm saying, your own stuff. You know what I'm saying? So like we can understand like who we are. We ain't gonna be arguing about it. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, that's why I stick to the stuff that's important that we need to know. You know what I'm saying? Like instead of getting into any of this arguments, because this ain't nothing new. This same conversation happened in like 1800s, and it's crazy. And we still having the same thing to this very day. And I mean, at the end of the day, until we put our differences aside, then it is what it is. Yeah, Rob, you trust them, you stupid, you know. But you know, shouts out to Oni in Africa. Shouts out to Raw, KW Don 7, Bakari, Buwana, Anthony in the building, Satch, I don't know who that is, Everett and Shanique, you know, of course, Casidra. It's definitely not supposed to be this long. Shouts out to Maurice Muhammad. But as always, man, we have got to start standing for something, or we're gonna keep falling for anything.